Fake for You by Tyla Walker. If you haven't gone to tylawalker.com to browse the library yet, I'm not sure we can keep working together.
And why not? I'm still damn good at my job, sweetheart.
Baby, you think this is a one and done? Not on my watch.
One and done?
Yeah, like work on one story together and forget about it. No way, I like to enjoy a good book over and over again.
Oh, really? Which parts?
Cute. If you used promo code SAVE40, you could find out which parts for 40% off.
Think I can get anything 100% off?
Dream on, rich boy.
Okay. tylawalker.com, right?
This is Tyla Walker's Fake for You. Chapter 1. Portia. The ticking of the clock as it approaches 5 p.m. and the setting of the sun are both very welcome signs. Thank you for your patronage. May your romance bloom, I say, handing over the last of the bouquets for the day. It's been a long one. My feet are throbbing. My hands need some lotion, and my jaw aches from smiling at the near-constant string of customers, all trademark complaints of a popular New York florist. Wiping the newly formed beads of sweat from my forehead, I stride over to Molly, my best friend, roommate, and coworker. I am ready to tell her how glad I am to be leaving for the day and ask what her dinner plans are. She starts telling me something, but her voice trails off. Not because she's stopped talking, but because I've stopped listening. Distracted by the message tone on my cell that goes off loudly. Miss Silva, you have a non-VIP task tonight. The client has asked you to sabotage her ex-boyfriend's date and make sure it will be horrible. She offers $5,000 in exchange for your service. Date begins at 9 p.m. at the Hard Rock Hotel. No rest for the wicked, it seems. I'll be going from this job straight to the next at DeFraus. Would I prefer to be going home to a bubble bath and takeout? Sure. But I'm one of the most requested and highest paid so-called fixers in DeFraus Inc., so this is rarely the case most evenings. Turning down work is not something that comes naturally to me. In fact, it's almost unthinkable. I'm in the position I'm in at DeFraus because of my results, work ethic, and reputation for getting the job done, and I'm proud of it. Hard work always wins out. The agency? Molly asks. Uh-huh, I reply, taking in the details of the job. She's used to this, and as my best friend, she always supports me in my work. Whether that work is here at Romance in Blooms or in my evening profession, which I've been doing for 3 years now. Moving from California to New York with the help of my mom after college, while exciting, was also nerve-wracking. Meeting a Canadian in the same position as me and becoming friends and then roommates was a gift, one that I'm grateful for every day. I don't know what I'd do without her. We shut up shop for the day and make our way home, where I shower, change, and grab something to eat. I'm glad to put my feet up for an hour or so before Molly drops me off at the destination I've been given. Not a bad gig, she says, as we both eye the impressive building. Not bad at all, I reply, stunned. I've seen plenty of hotels in this job, but this has to be the most lavish. It's no wonder the client has offered such a good price for tonight's services. Not something that could be turned down no matter how long a day it's been at the store. Besides, I'm used to it now. Being a fixer became an unexpected part of my life when I learned my family owes a debt to a corrupt mayor back in my parents' home country. The debt itself is not fair, more like extortion than anything. But still, we had to secure some significant extra funds, which prompted me to take this job and start saving. Without them, my grandmother's home will be reclaimed, leaving people I care about homeless. That's not something I'm going to let happen, even if I have to work every hour of the day. I've nearly earned enough to pay off the debt and save her home, though the deadline is drawing close. Better get to it then, I say before stepping out of the car. Thanks, sweetie. Catch you later. Stay safe, she calls, before I close the door and walk up to the hotel. I catch a glimpse of myself in the glass of the door before it's opened for me by a tall, immaculately dressed doorman. Good evening, miss, he says as I thank him and step through. It's times like this I hardly recognize myself. Gone is the girl that wears jeans, t-shirts, and sneakers. Instead, there's a 27-year-old woman in a figure-hugging black dress and killer heels. The auburn wig covering my shoulder-length brown hair seals the deal. Portia the florist is retired for the night. Now there's only Eva seductress, deceiver, fixer. As instructed, I take the elevator up to the rooftop bar. It takes only a few moments to slip into character, ready for when the doors ping open at the top to step out and do what I'm being paid for. A sliver of nervousness snakes through me, but it's not a deterrent. More like a feeling of anticipation that I always use to my advantage in these situations. Scanning the area when I emerge, I see a man sitting with a blonde-haired woman in the area of the bar that was mentioned in the brief, this being his favorite spot apparently. But I'm confused. The agency said the target was an overweight, balding guy, and not the specimen I'm looking at right now. Though he's sitting, I can tell he's tall and nothing like the way he was described to me in the brief. Before my eyes, like something from the cover of a magazine, is a muscular, rugged man in his 30s. Even from here, his sex appeal hits me like a freight train. Surely it can't be. The only thing about this man that matches the description is that he is white, in danger of slipping out of my role as femme fatale and into that of slack-jawed soccer mom at a male strip show. I attempt to pull myself together, knowing that I can't miss out on getting paid so well for such an easy job. Somehow either I or the agency has gotten the information about the client wrong. It's never happened before, but there's a first time for everything. Mustering up the darker side of me, I get ready to put Eva into action. She's dangerous, focused, and about to make life hell for someone who is least expecting it. Then she's going to leave, go home, take off the dress, makeup, and wig, and become Portia again. Just a richer version of the woman that left the florist after a hard day's work, making dreams come true with her beautiful floral creations. I take a deep breath and get ready to do what it is I'm here for. Confidently, I stride over to the almost illegally handsome man at the table. I've got a job to do. He's the target, and I never miss.
Chapter 2. Willem. Give me strength, I whisper under my breath, as the entitled woman seated opposite me turns to look for a server to be rude to while requesting another drink. I must have sat through hundreds of board meetings that made me question what I'd done wrong in a previous life, but this tops every single one of them. She turns back to me, her perfectly lipsticked, dark red mouth just getting started on the next tirade of demands and desires when it comes to what she's looking for from a man. All I've heard so far is how marriage is the only thing she's looking for at this point in her life. She certainly isn't shy about the caliber of man she feels she deserves. Well, dream on, girl, because this fish ain't for hooking. This is truly the blind date from hell. I know I'm frowning as she carries on with her shameless and, quite frankly, needy assertions. Apart from a killer body, there's nothing that she has going for her. A dreary personality, a non-existent sense of humor, and a big mouth that she seems to like running. I hate her dark lipstick against her pale white skin. If there was a prize for a major turnoff, she'd be a winner for sure. I'm glad when my phone buzzes and I glance down to see who it is. As expected, it's a text from my mother. Even that beats sitting here, listening to this woman. She doesn't even stop talking as I open the message and read it. My anger flares when I see the contents. As usual, she's inquiring after the date, wondering about the latest woman she's chosen for me. Because this is her idea. Nothing about the situation is chosen by me. I've lost track of the number of dates she's forced me into. I know where I get my tenaciousness from. My parents and grandparents are determined that I should settle down, wife, children, the lot. So I shouldn't have been surprised when they asked me to agree to be married within a year. But if that's what I have to do to get them off my case, then I'll do it. That doesn't mean I'll settle for anything, though. The thought of being tied to a woman like this is enough to put me off of commitment for life. Ideally, the perfect match would be someone without a sense of attraction or attachment, an arrangement of sorts that would provide the piece of paper I need and an end to the constant meddling and complaints from my family. I turn the phone over, ignoring my mother, and get back to the job at hand, getting this goddamn woman off my case. You see, miss... What's her name again? I massage my temples. Sorry, what was your name again? She looks back at me. Tyla Mills. Are we going to... No, I interrupt. I'm afraid, Miss Mills, this evening is over. You can... I'm stunned now as I'm the one who is interrupted by a beautiful black woman with the most alluring scent. She suddenly places herself in my lap, her arm snaking around my neck. What the hell? I've been waiting in our hotel room, honey, she purrs. I had no idea you were hooking up with random women off the street. Feeling bad for her for the first time since meeting her, I look across at Tyla. Her face is now crimson with obvious embarrassment. What's the point in this, Willem? Wasn't I the only woman you were seeing tonight? Well, as far as I'm concerned, she was, and that was enough for me. The woman on my lap gasps and then bites at her lower lip. Wait, you're not Aiden Thompson? She mutters to me, quietly so Tyla won't hear. My lips twitch, but I can't risk smiling. Whoever this delectable-smelling woman is, she saved my neck tonight. I draw her closer and whisper into her ear, taking my chance to inhale her scent further. Keep up the charade, drive her away and you'll get your big bucks, I say, my lips almost brushing the soft skin of her earlobe. I'm expensive, and I'm sure you can't afford my fee, she quips. Something about her words and her confident, almost searing attitude rouses me. You're pretty confident. I'll double the offer of whichever asshole hired you. Now, cooperate with me. Taking her by the chin, I bring my mouth to hers, claiming her soft, warm lips with mine. But she doesn't react, totally taken by surprise at my actions. Two can play that game, sweetheart. Tyla whimpers like a spoiled brat before getting up from the table and leaving in tears. I should feel bad for her, but I don't. Sometimes you've just got to do what it takes to get what you want. The woman on my lap tries to move, but an unexpected surge of desire makes me deepen the kiss, exploring her mouth. It's like I'm on autopilot and have no control over my actions, suddenly captivated by this woman. Oh, God. Finally, I'm brought back to my senses. I pull back, noticing the enlarged pupils of her eyes as she sits there breathless. Scrambling to recover, yet visibly flustered, she glares at me before getting to her feet. She slams a business card down, the glasses shaking as her hand meets the table. Damn, this woman is feisty. If you're a man of your word, that kiss just cost you 10 grand. Here's my card. Contact me when you're ready to make the transfer. That is, if you're not just some lowlife taking advantage of women. I have to admit, her words and her manner sting as much as they draw me in. Before I can get my thoughts in order, however, she strides out of the bar. I can't stop watching her until she disappears. Biting at my lip where I can still taste her, I scan the card she's left. But it's not what I expected, embellished with a delicate floral design highlighting the business name. Romance in Blooms. Raising a brow, I wonder what's going on. I assume she was some sort of undercover worker, but it says here she's a florist. Portia, what a dangerous woman.
Chapter 3. Portia. Everything okay? Asks the cab driver, acknowledging my flustered state as I slam the door behind me and throw myself into the back seat. Sure, just need to get home. I lie, not wanting to cause a fuss or invite any further conversation. So many things are running through my head right now, from missing out on a pretty decent paycheck for this gig to being manhandled by the person I thought was the client. But the thing I could kick myself for is realizing I've left the wrong card on the table with him as I flip open my purse and see the small stack of Romance in Bloom cards and not the fixer versions. My stomach turns, knowing that not only will I not get the money I so confidently demanded, but that my cover is blown. Tonight was a total disaster, and everything just went from bad to worse. When I'm finally home, I get through the front door, never more relieved to be here and kick off my heels. Molly is in her favorite chair reading. She looks up, sees my face, and places her book down on the coffee table. "Not the best date?" she says, her eyebrows raised. She knows it was never a date, but I get where she's coming from. "This has literally been the worst night ever," I let out, collapsing onto the sofa. "What's happened?" As I tell her the story of my disastrous evening, she tries not to smile, particularly when I mention how sinfully handsome the recipient of my wrongful advance was. Repeating it to her is making me cringe even harder. I can't believe it actually happened. "Well, it could have been worse," she insists. I pour a glass of crisp white wine and take a big sip. "How the hell could it have been worse?" I ask. "So you could have expected a handsome guy and got the bald fat one, who then pulled you into his arms and kissed you. I play that scenario in my head, and it doesn't go well. Okay, so that is worse. But I still haven't been paid, and I've wasted an evening. Wait until the agency hears about this. How could they screw up like this?" "Well, you never know. It might have been meant to be, like destiny or fate or something." "Now you really are reaching," I say dismissively. "Plus, I'd rather be penniless than be caught up in some tangled fate nonsense with that arrogant asshole." We spend the next hour demolishing the bottle of wine, and I'm glad to be hitting my bed when the texts begin to come in from DeFraus. They're all apologies as they tell me the wife who hired me made a mistake and gave the wrong location. Cursing, I lay the phone down for the night and get into bed, still angry at the jerk who thought he could just kiss me as well as cost me a few $1,000s. My stomach swirls with annoyance and embarrassment. I close my eyes, desperate for this day to be over. As usual, the store is busy the following day. I'm knee-deep in a wedding order when Molly calls me out of the back where I'm arranging everything. "What is it?" I ask impatiently as I emerge from the back room. "Someone's here for you," she says, gesturing to the man standing by the door. "You have got to be kidding me," I say, taking off my gloves and throwing them down on the counter. It's him, Mr. Handsome from last night. He's smiling roguishly, his deep auburn hair perfectly tousled on top of his gorgeous head, framing a face that could bring down an empire. I storm towards him, opening the door and then pulling at his arm to get him outside. There's no way I could make him, of course. Now that he's standing, I can tell he's around 6'4" and built like a superhero, all muscle and sinew. "Whoa there," he says, smiling in a taunting manner. It only angers me more, and I have to resist the urge to start yelling at him. I won't, though, even if the only reason is that we are at my place of work, and he's already lost me money. Hands on my hips, I walk into the parking lot, trying to get some distance from the store. "So, a con artist and a florist?" he says, following me. "How does that happen?" "I'm no con artist," I retaliate. "I work for an agency, and this is my place of work, so you don't have any business showing up here." "Slightly hypocritical, don't you think?" he says, still smiling, but his eyes are narrowed. He looks back at the store. "Do you kiss your customers here too?" This pushes me over the limit. "How dare you? You kissed me, as you well know. Do you kiss every woman that throws herself into my lap when I'm on a date with another woman?" He looks even more satisfied with himself now, and it is irritating beyond belief. "It was a mistake," I say through gritted teeth. He steps closer, that smug smile still dressing his face. "Oh, calm down," he says. "The reason I'm here is because I have a proposition for you. Now, do you want to hear me out, or are you content with giving yourself an aneurysm?" The sheer gall of this guy is driving the devil into me, but I have to hold it together. Stepping closer to him, I glare into his eyes. trying not to become distracted by their olive green hue. He must be used to having this effect on women, but he won't win with me. While he's enjoying being the center of attention, I stretch my foot out, hooking it around his ankle and pulling back sharply. His huge body falls abruptly to the ground, and I stand over him victorious. "I thought you wanted to offer me something," I say, folding my arms across my chest. "Why are you groveling on the ground?" Before he can answer, I walk away, leaving him groaning on the parking lot floor. No one treats me that way, even if they have the face and physique of a Greek god. Sure, I made a mistake last night, due to no fault of my own. But he made a bigger one by underestimating me.
Chapter 4. Willem. So what did you find? Her name is Portia Davis. She's 27 years old. And yes, she really is a florist. The private investigator I hired has a throaty Boston drawl I can hear over the phone as she tells me of the life of Portia Davis, aka Eva, the con artist. She lives with her friend, Molly Collins. I'll send you her address. It's not far from the florist shop where she works during the day. As you know, she has other talents that she carries out at night for a company called DeFraus Inc. They fix people's difficult or messy problems. Ah, yeah, I know about that bit, I reply dryly. Did you get her bank details? I sure did, says the husky voice. I'll send them to you with her address. Is there anything else I can help you with? No, that's all I need for now. The phone goes dead. Well, Miss Davis, let's sort your bank account out first. I log onto my own bank to transfer her the $10,000 I owe her. I believe it is important to be a man of my word. Once I clear my conscience of this debt, I can leave it all as a humorous memory in my past. Damn, it's been 2 days since I paid the woman off. So why can't I get her out of my mind? I'm pacing. I always pace when I have things on my mind. She humiliated me. I know it. It's what's making me mad. I let a woman get the drop on me, leaving me in the dirt. That's why I can't forget this. I keep getting flashbacks to kneeling on the ground and watching her sassy ass walk away from me in the damn parking lot. She took me by surprise. That's all it was. I stop in mid-stride as a thought occurs to me. That's it. She would be perfect as the wife I'm looking for. There's no way I develop feelings for her because she just makes me mad. She's already a con artist and a damn fine actress. She could pull it off for sure. She could easily convince my mom we're a happy couple for a little cash. Now I simply have to persuade her to marry me. Well, fake marry anyway. It would get the folks off my back. No more blind dates with gold diggers and stuck-up daddy's girls. I could go back to living my life how I choose. Going out with who I want, when I want. I'd be just one step away from getting my freedom back, no longer forced to spend all my spare time entertaining this whim of my mother's. The only obstacle, convincing Portia Davis she wants to marry me. Before I know it, I'm pulling up outside the florist. I don't even have a moment's hesitation as I remember my shame here in this very parking lot. The heat of embarrassment simply confirms she is the perfect candidate. I can barely stand the woman, and she's obviously indifferent to me, which is exactly what I want. I stride into the shop, but she's with a customer. She shushes me aside. I find myself admiring the azaleas as she coaxes the old lady into buying some roses for her daughter's anniversary. She's wearing jeans and a snug-fitting pink t-shirt with the words, "Romance in blooms" blazoned across her chest. She somehow looks sexier in this than her little black number. I look around the little shop. This is going to be easy. How could she possibly want this for her life? Finally, the old lady leaves, and Portia storms across the shop. "What the heck are you doing back here?" she demands. "I thought you'd learned your lesson the last time." She has a nasty little twinkle in her eye as she says this. I have to bite my tongue. Flaring up at her is not going to persuade her to marry me. "I have a proposition for you," I say, "but we can't talk here." She sighs and looks at her watch. "Okay, I was just about to shut up anyway. Since you paid me the money you owed, I guess I can at least give you 15 minutes. Let's go get a coffee." Seated at a quiet table in the coffee shop, I announce my proposition to her. You see, my parents have been pestering me for ages with the idea of marriage. You know, when you met me, that was a horrible blind date my mother had sent me on. I take a sip of coffee, shaking my head. It's almost embarrassing having to admit that I'm a grown man, simply tired of being browbeaten by my parents. With any luck, she'll understand complicated family dynamics. My dad even made a deal with me. They want to see me married, but when I find a wife, they will back out of my life and leave things alone. She sits across from me, looking at me with her arms folded. I take a deep breath and push on. I need to fake a marriage. I need someone who will be my wife on paper only. Once I can tell them the position is filled, that will leave me to get on with my life the way I see fit. You are the perfect fit for a fake wife. I can certainly make it worth your while. No, she says. What do you mean, no? It can't simply be a no. You haven't even heard what I'm willing to give you in exchange. There has to be room for negotiation. You know I'm good for the money. Yes, I got the last payment. How the hell did you get my bank details? She retorts hotly. This is not going the way I imagined it. I decide quickly that the truth is the best option. I hired a private detective, I confess. Sorry, but I needed to know who I was dealing with. I hold my hands in the air. The truth was obviously a good tactic. She softens a little. Look, I'm sorry for all your family problems, but I've got a life. One I enjoy, believe it or not. I don't just want to walk away from it to play happy families with you. You haven't even heard the price yet. The answer's no. Thanks for the coffee. She goes to stand up. $250,000, I say desperately. I didn't mean to start the bidding so high, but I can tell she will walk if I don't. She sits carefully back down in her seat. What exactly will this involve? She asks. Yes, she has taken the bait. Bring on my freedom. My folks need to believe we're married. That's it. I try to make it sound as simple as possible. In 6 months, we divorce. A whirlwind marriage. So, I'd have to live in your apartment and what? Cook your meals, entertain your family. I would have to quit my job, both of them. And how long do I have to keep up this charade? Months? Years? Or do I get to drop you after the divorce? See all we have to consider? Suddenly $250,000 doesn't sound like so much. Damn, she's shrewd. We'll have to work out all the details, but you could live in my house in Tribeca or the beach house in Sag Harbor. I watch as her jaw drops and her eyes recalculate the options. Suddenly she appreciates that I am a man with real money. I want $500,000, she says. Done. I smile. Plus expenses, she adds with a gleam in her eye. We will have to work out the details and I'll need a contract, but... I smile and offer her my hand. She returns the smile, shaking on our agreement. I think we're in business.
Chapter 5. Portia. I withdraw my hand and tuck it under the table with the other one, in case he notices them shaking. $500,000 for 6 months' work. I am trying to stop myself grinning like a kid in a candy store. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I give him what I hope is my coolest look. He is rather easy on the eye, strong jaw, body muscular and strong, just like I like, not to mention the most amazing olive green twinkling eyes. For a white boy, he is not bad to look at. He clocks me checking him out and smirks. I kick myself. Not professional, Portia. I scold myself. Keep your distance. You know about dangerous men. So let's discuss the details, I say to cover my embarrassment. Normally I would take a time out to think, but he's got me wrong-footed and flustered. I glance at him and realize he knows it. Damn. I'm going to have to be careful with this one. Sure, he says with an easy smile. He leans back in his chair. I'm certain he thinks he has all the cards now. I put on my Eva persona. I need to be a pro here. Let him do the talking. See what he reveals. So what's the proposal? I ask. The proposal? He laughs at my Freudian slip. The proposal is, will you marry me, Portia Davis? He says with a wicked grin. Inside, my heart breaks a little. How long have I secretly yearned to hear those words? And here he is with his twisted black heart, ruining the moment. I pull myself together and hope he didn't notice the pain in my eyes. Yes, I reply coolly. So what are the terms of your fake marriage? His grin fades, and I watch the twinkle go out of his eyes. Good. Point to me. The contract is for 6 months only. Then you get paid, and I never have to set eyes on you again. His demeanor is cool now. Agreed on that, I reply. All you need to do is play the part of the devoting wife. It's all an act, and you should be good at it. He looks me up and down. I'm pretty sure he's checking me out, and I subtly alter my posture. Nothing wrong with a bit of sexy distraction. And what exactly does being a devoting wife entail? When my folks are around, you need to make sure they believe we are happily in love. How often are they around exactly? He shrugs. Not that often, he admits. But we run in the same circles, so you'll need to be convincing. Go out to occasional social events and parties, that kind of thing. Host dinner for them once in a while, or go to dinner at their house. The things they'd expect my wife to be part of. Be seen at my place. You know. Our place now, honey. I reach over and touch his arm, batting my eyelids at him in an over-exaggerated way. He pulls away looking affronted. Only when they're around, he says with a snarl. I grin inside a little. I'm sure he's still checking me out, though. And I want to make it absolutely clear. When they are not there, you can think of us more like roommates. It's a nice house, and you're welcome to enjoy it, of course. Pool, the works. But give me my space and stay out of my business. Absolutely, darling, I say with a wink. This is going to be fun. He relaxes. Good, sweetheart. I'm glad we're on the same page. So is your mother going to give me a hard time? I ask. Because that's going to change things. Is this a mother-in-law from hell situation? He shakes his head. No, she won't be too rough on you. She's just so eager to see me settle down, and I'm tired of her harassing me about it. She'll be happy with you as my wife, as long as she gets what she wants, me married. And I get her to stop yelling at me. I smile, imagining this self-confident hunk being verbally beaten up by his mother. Mission accepted, I reply with a grin. My heart races a little at the thought of the money I'm going to cream off this arrangement. Now let's talk about expenses. I'm going to need the rent paid on my apartment. I don't think that should be out of my pocket, he replies. How about a retainer out of the final payment paid in advance? Okay, I can live with that, I say. But I'm going to need some sort of cash fund, to buy dresses and stuff. Don't you have clothes? He retorts, then looks me up and down. Okay, I'll arrange for a card, but you have to be able to justify what you've bought. I'm not paying for a New York spending spree. I give him my sweetest, most innocent smile. Sure, of course. Nothing that isn't absolutely essential to our little charade. I'm already starting to regret this. Maybe a real wife would be easier. We both laugh. It suddenly feels very natural sitting here haggling with him. And I realize he is enjoying this as much as I am. I take a sip of my cold coffee to hide my confusion. She'll probably want to get you on her own, too. My mother, that is. Try to avoid going to the club. They're a bunch of evil old witches and they'll tear you apart in seconds. He sighs and rubs his forehead. I hope you're good at your job, he says. I'm the best. I try to put on my most confident smile. You're not backing out now, sunshine. Maybe I could invent some kind of a job that takes me away a lot. That could work. We will have to work on what they will find acceptable. Not a florist, then? We both laugh again. No, I think not, he replies, shaking his head. Hard to explain that you spend a lot of time on the road as a florist. We spend some time going over the final details. Finally, he stands. Okay, Portia, I will get the contract written up. I'll drop a copy in for you to look over and sign at the florist tomorrow. I stand too, and we shake hands again. After he walks out the door, I sit and stare into space, the dollar signs rolling around in my head. This is going to be the easiest money I ever made, guaranteed.
Chapter 6. Willem. The loud stomping and groaning coming from the hallway rudely awakens me. It disrupts my peaceful dream of hot women in fancy dresses throwing themselves at me, and it doesn't please me. Suddenly, when I think Portia can't get any louder, the bedroom door opens and slams against the wall. I wince at the sound of the knob smacking my perfectly painted wall and feel the heat rising inside of me. Why the hell is she being so damn loud? Why can't she finish unpacking when I'm not clearly sleeping? As the door bounces off the wall, I hear a loud sigh and finally open my eyes to see what the commotion is. I find Portia standing in the bedroom doorway, staring at me with her dark brown eyes. She's messy and chaotic, holding a box labeled with the word closet and stomping her foot. For a moment, I can't ask her why she's staring at me, because the view of her standing in my doorway sends my mind spiraling. It's so weird to remember that we're married. My secretary Jeff reminded me yesterday that my family needs to be given more details. They found out through the grapevine about my rushed marriage and have been calling him. Apparently they're trying to seek out information about her, but I'm not letting him give them a single hint about her. Instead, I want them to be blown away by her looks and personality at their first meeting, so they have no time to formulate an opinion beforehand. I want there to be no question that she's mine, and there's no reason for further meddling. I plan to show her off after our honeymoon phase. We got wed by a justice of the peace 2 days ago. I'm surprised they heard so soon, but I really can't put anything past my parents. Portia's still finishing unpacking the last of the boxes from last night's sudden move-in. She's eyeing me expectantly and doesn't break eye contact, but my mind is elsewhere. Sharing a house with Portia is not going to be as easy as I thought, I'm realizing. Still, I don't want my parents checking in on us and seeing that we're not living together. Now that they know about us, we must be thorough for this to work. Maybe I should have picked someone else, but what's done is done. Portia finally drops her stare when she realizes I don't care. She huffs indignantly and her stomping gets louder as she walks toward the closet. Her annoyed voice finally becomes unignorable, demanding my attention. "Willem, you lazy bum! Help me put my stuff in the closet!" she exclaims, setting the box on the floor and shoving my hangers to the side as far as they'll go. "Why do you have so many clothes anyway?" she gripes, rattling the hangers violently when my clothes don't seem to budge or give her any room. I can't help but groan in defeat. How the hell is this my life now? How am I letting myself be this guy? The one where his wife bosses him around and rudely wakes him up to help with things on her honey-do list that can usually wait until a more convenient time. The whole point of a fake marriage was to avoid this nonsense. I rub my face in frustration as one key distinction between our marriage and a typical union occurs to me. Most husbands jump at opportunities to help their wives for the slight chance they might get laid. But I'm not trying to get her into bed, so why am I letting her tell me what to do? I wonder. I push myself off my memory foam mattress and to my feet anyway. I walk toward the closet, deciding I'm willing to move my things to accommodate her needs. Then I notice the box she has at her feet isn't the only box of clothes she'll need room for. There are 2 others piled on the closet floor already. Jesus, how much stuff did she bring with her? It's only temporary. I help her move my things out of the way and organize her own clothes the way she wants, trying to make her as comfortable as I can. We're going to have to live together for a while, so there's no reason to start things off on a terrible note. Then, once her clothes are settled, we walk out into the kitchen and start putting her other things away. I spend the next several hours helping unload boxes of unnecessary stuff she finds necessary for whatever reason, but I do it in hopes of successfully playing the doting husband role. She's got the prettiest dark brown eyes I've ever seen. and they make you fall into them every time she glances at you. So it's tough to say no. Besides, I'll eventually have to be able to pull this off for an audience. I might as well get the practice. I surprisingly enjoy watching her walk around my mansion, even if she is a bit demanding. She's in a plain t-shirt and skinny jeans, but I've never seen them fit someone's ass better than these ones fit hers, and I can't stop staring. Every time she bends over, I want to grab a handful. Then I remember we're playing house, and I'm not supposed to think of her this way. Hey, I don't really have any food here, and we should make a nice dinner to celebrate you moving in, I say, trying to distract my thoughts. Do you want to run to the grocery store? You can pick some things you like and help me decide what to make. She nods. Yeah, that sounds good to me. I need a break from this anyways, she says, standing up and walking toward the pair of sneakers by the door. I catch myself glancing at her ass again as she bends over to slide them on, and I quickly avert my gaze before she can notice and call me out on it. Okay, let's go, I say, grabbing my keys and leading her out the door. We walk to the car and I help her in. As we drive to the store, she's staring out the window and jamming to nearly every song on the radio. I can't help but be amused. She's adorable. Why am I just now noticing? I speed into the nearest parking space and we head inside. I feel her fingers entangle with mine, and a slight chill rises inside me. I look at her with a questioning glance, thrown off by the unexpected gesture. I thought it would look more believable if the recently married couple were actually holding hands, she whispers, getting in closer. Oh, right. It's for the arrangement. I grab a cart and we start heading around the store. She's placing things in the cart and I'm surprised by how different our food tastes are. How are we supposed to live together when you eat like that? I ask playfully, watching her set a bag of Doritos in the cart. Well, since you're not kissing me, it doesn't matter what snacks I eat, right? She responds sarcastically. I can't help but smile at her quick responses, and it's so nice to have someone that jokes with me as she does. We spend the rest of the time shopping, bickering, and arguing over what to get. She's frustrating and stubborn as hell, but somehow it is also the most enjoyable time I remember having while shopping for food. It's almost like I enjoy fighting with her in some sick way. This is going to be entertaining.
Chapter 7. Portia. It's Sunday morning, and the weather outside is beautiful. The sun is shining and warming my caramel skin as it beams through the windows. The birds are chirping in the trees, and it's a day I want to enjoy. The Portia from before Willem would be outside right now, lying in the grass and reading a good book. But instead, I'm stuck inside with Willem. I know dealing with him is kind of the basis of this whole arrangement, and I need to get myself together. But he's pushing my patience to the limit today, and I'm struggling hard not to say anything about it. I can usually watch my mouth rather well. I'm a professional, and it's just a job, right? But he's being extra clingy today, and I do not have the strength for it. I don't want to wait on a man hand and foot, or I'd be married for real by now. It's been okay the last few days. Not great, but manageable. That is, until today, when he decided not to go to the office, but instead work from home. In an average marriage with an ordinary husband and wife, she's probably thrilled to have him stay home and spend a Sunday with her. But he's not spending the day with me. He's still working, just expecting me to tiptoe around him. On top of that, our situation isn't typical in the slightest. I find a man around constantly to be smothering, especially one I don't care for. To make it worse, Willem keeps asking for dumb things all day. Every time I sit down to read, start laundry, or even get my outfit picked out for tomorrow, I hear him call my name down the hall. Every time his voice rings out, my hair stands on end, wondering what my next task will be. Portia, he calls again. Speak of the devil. I stomp down the hall to his home office. Yes, dear, I say sarcastically, poking my head around the doorframe. His green eyes dart up to meet mine, and he smiles. I'd love a sandwich, he says, his fingers still typing endlessly on his keyboard. You've got to be kidding me. You call me in here to make you a damn sandwich? Yep, coming right up. I force out through gritted teeth. I start to head back down the hall when he calls again. Oh, and Portia, some lemonade with it would be fantastic. My footsteps get louder as I walk toward the kitchen, wondering how the hell I'm letting a man treat me like his maid when we're not even genuinely married. It's like I'm an old-time housewife performing duties for the man she thinks deserves everything. You paid for a fake wife, not a maid. This isn't 1952 anymore. You don't own me, I think, as I rip open the doors of the fridge. I grab all the fixings for a simple sandwich, not knowing enough about the man down the hall to know what he likes on a sandwich. I throw turkey and cheese together sloppily on wheat bread, pour him a glass of lemonade, and head back toward his office. He smiles when I walk in, and I nearly slam the plate in front of him. I go to set the lemonade down, but he throws a hand up, stopping me. Hold on, I need a coaster, he exclaims, pointing to the pile on the cabinet in the corner. I sigh and reach for one, sliding it under the glass before setting it down. I turn to walk out, not asking if he needs anything else. Frankly, I don't care if he does or not. Suddenly, his voice catches me again. Did you forget the mayonnaise? He asks. Without even saying thank you for bringing him food in the first place, his question fuels a rage inside of me that I can't describe and have never felt before. How dare he complain when he didn't tell me what he wanted? Plus, I'm not required to make his food anyways. I did it to be nice. How infuriating can he be? I'm your contracted wife, not your maid, Mr. Strom, I say, trying to keep my actual response buried inside before my temper blows the whole arrangement. He scoffs. Isn't doing household chores a part of your role as my wife, Mrs. Strom? The anger inside me is now boiling, and I want to put him in his place. He doesn't get to treat me like I'm just someone he's hiring to wait on him hand and foot. But I need this arrangement to work, and he is paying good money. So I choke down the actual response and choose to remain silent. I walk out of the room, ignoring his question. I have better ways to spend my time than in conversation with a pompous capitalist. He can get his own damn mayo. I think as I walk down the hall. On the way to the living room, I pull my cell phone out of my pocket to message my best friend Molly. I called into work sick the last few days while Willem and I were getting everything settled. She was working when I came to the apartment to pack my things, so I just left her a note saying I was fine and we'd talk about it later. Well, now is as good a time as any. Maybe talking to Molly will at least keep me from beating my husband with a jar of mayonnaise. Hey, girl, I'm going to be back at work tomorrow. She responds a few moments later. That's good. I've been wondering where you've been. And then you took sick time at work too. I was about to send a search party. I know she wants to know what's been going on, but I haven't been able to figure out how to tell her. I wasn't trying to hide anything. It just felt like I needed to wait for the right time to go into the big explanation. Besides, Molly is used to me taking strange jobs and keeping odd hours, so I knew she wouldn't be too freaked out. She knows me well enough to understand things like this are just a part of my life. Of course, I've never gotten married before. I text her back, getting right to the point. Call me and I'll explain. Within seconds, my phone rings. Molly's comforting face pops up on the screen. I answer and immediately begin to explain where I've been and my contract marriage with Willem. She pauses for a moment, and I'm unsure what she's thinking. I'm waiting for a mom-like response, maybe even a lecture. I wouldn't even blame her if she was concerned or skeptical. Instead, she shrieks like the hopeless romantic teenager she is at heart. I roll my eyes, knowing I should have seen that reaction coming. She starts teasing me immediately, asking what it's like to be a kept woman and if I'm enjoying the sudden luxury. We continue talking for a few moments. I let her make a couple more jokes before I hear Willem's voice call me again. Sorry, I have to go. I'll see you tomorrow, I say and hang up. I jog to the kitchen and find him standing at the fridge. "There you are," he says when I appear. "Where is the damn mayonnaise?" He smiles a deviously handsome smile, and it melts my heart despite my irritation. I point to where it is, right in front of him, and he laughs. "Okay, I was just making sure you knew where it was for next time." His tone is sarcastic, and I can tell he's messing with me. I want to be furious and get angry, maybe even yell at him, but I can't seem to get angry. There's a different emotion taking control of me, and I can't pinpoint it. What's this new feeling I'm getting for him? Is it lust taking control of me? No. Portia, you can't let it be. I shake the thought out of my head. He's just the means to an end. He's part of the job, an annoying part at that. Half the time, I swear I could strangle him. But then there are other times, like this, where he is almost funny. He jokes and laughs and starts to feel more like a real person and less like my boss. And in those moments, I start to hate him a little bit less. Why is he so goddamn handsome anyway?
Chapter 8. Willem. My conversation with Portia about bringing my lunch today rattles around in my brain as I'm trying to work. Her response and lack of willingness to help out her husband should make me angry, but it only fuels a weird burning inside my chest. I can't tell if it's irritation or infatuation. I don't even care about a dumb lunch today. Part of me just wants to see her, and the other part wants to know if she'll actually do as she's told. For some reason, I like testing her. I want to see when she'll put her foot down. It's immature to turn the dynamic of our entire relationship into a game, but it's not like it's a real relationship anyway, right? She's one of the only women I know that tells me how it is. She knows what she wants and how she wants me to treat her, and she makes it known every single day. I can't help but constantly think about her banter and snide comments. The way she throws attitude and jokes back in my direction is riveting. As I sit at my large pinewood desk, I sweep my fingers through my messy hair, trying to relieve the mounting weariness I'm feeling. It's midday Monday. I'm usually feeling refreshed and ready to go after a weekend of careless partying, but today is different. I'm trying to focus on the tasks at hand as I sort through my files, dealing with countless documents and trying to throw myself into work the best I can. After my conversation with Portia this morning about lunch, I can't stop glancing at my phone. It's getting close to the time frame of our agreed time, but I haven't heard anything. I keep checking it, waiting for her name to pop up on my screen, and it's not happening. There isn't a trace of a message from her. There's not even a response to my last sarcastic message, trying to get her to banter with me. It's making me feel something I don't usually feel, and I'm unsure what it is. Most women don't have this effect on me. I know that Portia detests me, and she wants nothing to do with me other than this contract. She's definitely not like all the other women willing to jump on my lap for pleasure or money. In the beginning, that was one of the main reasons I picked her. It seemed to keep the matter uncomplicated, knowing we'd never want each other for more. But if I'm happy she doesn't want me, why do I care so much she won't answer me? Just then, a knock on my door interrupts my thoughts. The door swings open to reveal my secretary, Jeff, standing in my doorway. "Hello, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but Portia's here," he says. I can't gauge his tone and am confused why he's wasting time with an unnecessarily complicated explanation. "Okay, let her in," I exclaim, irritated. "That's the problem, sir. She's held up in the hallway." I raise a brow at him in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Well, she's in the middle of an argument with Ariel Forbes, sir." Damn it. I can't believe I forgot about her. Ariel Forbes is the most annoying employee we have. She's the exact opposite of Portia, and I detest her. She constantly throws herself at me, hitting on me repeatedly. I don't even have to ask him what the fight is about. I instinctively know. Well, we better go save her. I follow closely behind Jeff, and we make our way out to the bickering ladies in the hallway. Even before we can see them, I hear the unpleasant tone of their voices. They are only getting louder by the second. By the time we round the corner to see the two women, I'm shocked to realize Ariel is lying on the ground. A few other employees are gathered around, watching. More seem to be appearing by the second. I rush up to them, trying to make sense of just what the hell is happening here. I glance up at Portia, and her dark brown eyes meet mine with a stubborn, kiss-my-ass look of defiance. She doesn't say a word, and her eyes don't leave mine. Is she waiting for me to be angry about this? She doesn't look like she regrets it for a second, and she's a grown-up, after all. Does she think I'm going to tell her to stand in a corner? The reality is that I don't like Ariel either. She needed to be put in her place. And to be honest, the whole situation is slowly becoming kind of funny. I just had no idea Portia was capable of doing something like this, but I'm proud of her. There's definitely no anger there, even though Portia looks like she expects it. Who messes with my wife and gets away with it, huh? No one, that's who. I tease her with a crooked grin. A weird sort of joy washes over me at the sound of the words leaving my lips. It's strange actually calling her my wife out loud. It's the first time I've really liked the way it sounds to announce it in front of a growing crowd. I grab Portia's hand and raise it in the air with our fingers entangled. This beautiful woman right here is Portia. She's my wife, and she's not to be messed with. Ariel, if you go looking for trouble with her, I'll let her give it to you. I warn Ariel and everyone within earshot. Most of the people hanging around now have dumbstruck expressions on their faces. Despite the looks they're giving me, I feel like I am the luckiest man in the room to be standing here with her. Why do I feel so proud of her when she's not really mine?
Chapter 9. Portia. After the stunt of him announcing our marriage to everyone in his office, I don't know why I'm even sitting in the car with him. I'm annoyed at the way he blurted it out, but I also have no real reason to be angry. All he said was the truth. It's a silent drive, and my heart won't stop pounding. I don't know why I'm reacting this way. I knew it would come out eventually. The whole point of this arrangement is for his family to find out, so I know there had to be an announcement. This is what I agreed to do. Something about the way he dropped the news just caught me by surprise. That has to be all this is. As soon as the engine stops in our driveway, I run into the house, not waiting for Willem to follow me. He usually opens the door for me as well, but right now, all I can think about is getting away. I need to get some air before I have a panic attack. The sound of Willem's voice announcing our marriage to everyone keeps ringing in my head. I can feel my cheeks get hot every time the scene replays. I finally decide to take my mind off it by going for a swim. I slip into my favorite hot pink, two-piece bikini and slide on my bathrobe. I walk out to the pool beside the garden and hear the sliding glass door open behind me. I glance out the corner of my eye to see Willem following me. What's he doing, I wonder, but don't stop to ask. Usually when it is just the two of us at home, we mostly drop the married act. I do my thing, and he does his. At least when he isn't bossing me around to make him sandwiches. So it surprises me a little that he followed me out here. I don't really mind either. It's his house, right? I make it to the pool's edge and dip my toe in, testing the temperature. Willem settles into a chair watching me. I ignore him, sliding out of my robe to reveal the two-piece suit underneath. "Damn, you're a toothpick," he says, teasing me. "Don't swim too long. If you lose too many calories, you'll disappear." Oh, really? Hot stuff? Let's see your Adonis figure then. I tease back, slowly easing down the pool ladder into the cold water. He laughs, and for a moment, I don't think he will give in to my provocation. But then he stands up. Like a Playboy ad, he slides his shirt over his head in one fell swoop. I have to physically resist the urge to let my mouth drop open at seeing his perfectly toned and beastly body. I could tell he had a decent form under his clothes, but there's something very different about seeing it on full display. Why are all the hot ones such jerks? I swallow hard as I watch him seductively walk down the stairs toward me and try to make a sarcastic remark so he doesn't sense my urgency to touch him. Damn, yeah, you definitely need a new trainer. An 8-pack is nowhere near enough. I goad him, trying not to stare. He starts to chase me with a playful grin, and I scream as I run away from him. I can't get away fast enough and resort to splashing him as he inches closer and closer. The smile on his face widens as he nears me, and it's a moment of pure joy between us. The playfulness is like we've known each other for years. For two people who argue constantly, it's weird how everything really seems to change in that exact moment. Suddenly, I feel the cold stone on my back and realize I'm in the corner of the pool. He's still inching closer to me until I have to admit I'm surrounded. His strong masculine arms are on the walls beside me and our bodies collide. The tension between us grows the longer our eyes linger on each other. I can't help glancing at his lips, and my heart pounds as he bites it seductively. I watch, feeling my breathing quicken as my head inches closer to his. Suddenly, I can't take it anymore. It's like my lips savor the sensation of his, and I leap for him. Our lips meet. A wave of passion washes over me, heating my entire core. I feel a pulsating between my thighs, making it obvious that I'm eager for more of him. My mind goes blank, and I forget everything I've been telling myself about how annoying this man is. The feel of his passionate kisses sweeps me away entirely, and my legs wrap around his hips as he lifts me up. Portia, you can't do this. I remind myself, trying to pull our lips from one another, but he moves down my chin toward my neck, and I lose control again. But he's so sexy. I'm already stuck living with the guy. I might as well enjoy the benefits, right? I come alive in his arms and grab the back of his head, pushing our lips closer together. There isn't an inch of space between us as my breasts rub against his rock-hard chest. Our kisses get more passionate as he bites my lip. Soon I can't take it anymore and slide a hand between us, inching toward his growing bulge in his shorts. When I can almost feel him, he stops me suddenly. Portia, as much as I want to strip you naked and take you right here, maybe we should take a time out. Getting laid wasn't part of our agreement. He reminds me breathlessly. I pause for a moment. A part of me knowing he's right, but seeing how well he's restraining himself only makes me want him more. It is, perhaps, the only time he has ever been a gentleman, but I like it. I run my fingers along his spine and bring my lips to his ear. Take me anyway, Willem. Never mind the agreement, I whisper. It sends a wave of goosebumps across my skin at the very thought.
Chapter 10. Willem. Her words immediately threaten my composure. Who the hell is this woman? She drives me crazy effortlessly. My eyes are glued to her face as she drags her hands over my chest, up to my shoulders. Those soft fingers make me just want to have them wrapped around my... Damn. She's really won this time. My palms are pressed tightly against the ledge of the pool, trapping the little minx from escaping. The look in her eyes begs for me to touch her, and I'm starting to give in. My right hand comes down to grab her waist, and immediately her legs respond by wrapping around my waist. Even the way her small body clings to mine makes me want to take her right here in the pool. My other hand slides around her back as I pull her away from the pool's wall. Her gentle hands make their way around my neck, and I start to walk backward toward the stairs. And where are you taking me now, handsome? Portia's hands creep up my neck as they rake and pull through my hair. The honeyed tone in her voice sets my nerves on fire. My muscles tense up to the touch, and I can hear her melodic laugh drill through the last of my resolve. Just be patient, I murmur, breaking my gaze for only a moment to look where I'm headed. Not a minute later, I lay her down on the lounge chair. Portia's limbs unwrap from my body, and I feel the loss of her warmth. Our eyes stay locked on each other. She pushes herself up on her elbows as I stand over her, a soft pout on those pretty lips. I kneel over her, and our lips meet. She kisses me with ferocity. I can't help but notice that even from underneath, she's trying to dominate. How cute. My tongue slides across her lower lip, and she parts her mouth in a soft sigh for me. Immediately, I lean in closer, starting to explore her mouth with my tongue. A sweet, soft moan passes through her lips into my mouth. I would do anything to make that sound come back, to draw it out of her again. God, she has completely taken control of my mind. I want nothing more than to ravish her, feel her every sense come alive for me, and only me. My want has been growing uncontrollably every hour that she's near. My hands leave the plush lounge pillow, and I use my legs to hover over top of her. She lays back on the lounge chair like a gorgeous model, watching my movements like a hawk. Her mouth stays parted, her shallow breaths the only sound between us. It's wrong for me to want her so badly. Our relationship was supposed to be that of business professionals. Just a contract to get my parents off my back. But it's quickly turning into anything but... I need her. I take my time, sliding my hands up her smooth, long legs. She bites her lip as my hands move up to her waist. With a soft smirk, I cup her breasts, giving them a playful squeeze before moving my hand to the cloth knot in between her breasts. Then I tug the knot undone with a simple pull. The rest of this scene is too steamy for YouTube. As much as we both want to finish what Portia and I have started, you'll have to grab the uncut, unabridged audiobook from TylaWalker.com. Using discount code SAVE40, you can get 40% off on all digital products at checkout. Let's get back to the story. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 11. Portia. God, just a couple more minutes. My eyes want to stay firmly closed, face scrunched up. Almost reflexively, I try to settle back into sleep by rolling over. Then, I feel a tug on my waist. Once I become aware of the pressure of a weight on my midsection, the sensation begins pulling me more and more out of sleep. With a groan, I finally open my eyes to see Willem's laying on the bed just in front of me. He is thankfully still soundly asleep. The remnants of last night start flooding my mind, and suddenly the bed feels all too small. I pull myself away from him again. This time, he lifts his arm in his sleep to let me free. I quickly roll right out of bed, landing on my feet with a soft thud. I can't believe it. I had given myself to him. I immediately go to fetch my clothes, trying to get dressed as quickly and silently as possible. I've already spent way too much time naked in front of him. I let him take me multiple times on the same night, and now I have to work with him as his wife every day. If I had anything in my stomach, I could hurl. All I know is I want to get out of this house for work as quickly as possible. I rush through my morning routine and grab my purse, my main thought being how I will ever look him in the eyes again. If I'm being honest, I can't deny that I enjoyed it. I suppose that was always part of the problem. He's a very attractive man, so the physical appeal was impossible to resist. Even if, now that the moment is over, I know it was a mistake. I leave his place in a rush, calling an Uber to take me to work. As I move my arm, there's a soreness that makes me think of him and the way he pinned my arms over my head to take me. I pace around outside, waiting for the driver to arrive. When the car gets there, I settle in. It takes off as I think about last night. Now that I am safely away from Willem, I open my makeup compact to try to fix my face. I can't imagine what Molly will think when I get there. There's no way she won't be able to tell. When I arrive, Molly is already here, but thankfully she's arranging flowers. She doesn't look up as I come in, and I casually greet her on the way to the back room to clock in. "Hey, Malls." I quicken my pace so she doesn't have time to notice anything amiss. Molly responds with a greeting of her own, not even looking up. I start to fall into the routine of work, and it makes it easier to act normal once I stop thinking about yesterday and Willem. The day is busy, and hours go by before I know it. It's not until after my lunch break that my phone starts to buzz. I glance over in between stem trimming to see I have a text. Willem. I internally groan, knowing I have to face ditching him this morning. I put the lilac I am holding down and pick up my phone. Opening it, I skim over the message. "You left without making breakfast." I can just imagine him sitting at home, pouting and gloomy. The idea almost makes me laugh. I can't help but think he deserves it. Dropping my phone, I stifle a smirk before picking up my flowers. Just as I start trimming them again, another buzz goes through my phone. This time, it's DeFraus. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. Ever since I started with Willem, he's been in control of my whole life. He let me work the florist job, but explicitly said I can't work as a fixer for DeFraus. He insists that I already have a full-time job acting as his wife, and taking another job might blow my cover. He also argues that he's paying me enough to be his wife anyways, so he expects me to commit to the task. He's not wrong exactly. I did agree to do this job for him. Still, I can't help but check out the text from DeFraus anyway. Reading over it as I work, my eyes widen at the proposition. "I need you to do a contract for Shannon. The client has already paid and she got sick. It's big money, and Willem would never have to know." I stare at it for a long moment before putting my tools down and calling DeFraus. I listen as my boss explains the job. It's just a charity ball, no secret alternative, just escorting. My lips turn up in a smile. This is going to be simple. I'll do it, but just this once. The rest of the day goes by fast. I stop at the apartment I share with Molly to put on my guys. Luckily, I still have some of my nice evening gowns there, as I haven't taken all of my clothes to Willem's. Then I head to the ball. When I arrive, I greet the man I have to be with, Kelvin Hans, a local millionaire. Lucky for me, we've gone on dates before. He's a very nice guy who uses DeFraus whenever he has a big event he can't be seen alone at. To him, it is preferable to find someone to play the role of a girlfriend without having to deal with any extra drama. Tonight will be over faster than I know it. Then I can just sit back and get paid. A small part of me feels bad for dishonoring my agreement with Willem. I'll make amends later. "Hello?" I smile softly, pushing my hair over my shoulder. Kelvin takes my hand, smiling politely. "Eva, it's nice to see you again. Would you like to get a drink?" I nod happily and we head over to the bar. I don't even realize how much we're drinking. The bartender always handing me another as soon as mine is empty. The conversation is flowing so easily between us that hours and several drinks fly by before I know it. I begin to notice that my cheeks feel hot. During a lull in the conversation, I notice that my head feels like it's swimming. I'll be right back. I need to go to the powder room." I stumble through my words, and Kelvin merely chuckles in response as he gestures for me to go ahead. Walking away, my eyes scan the room. I'm trying to find a quiet, dark place. I need to get away from the crowd and calm down. My feet quickly carry me around the corner, away from the music and talking. I'm paying more attention to my feet than my path, and I barely notice the man stepping into my path. Before I know it, I accidentally bump into him. His strong, tall figure stops me in my tracks, and immediately I lift my head to apologize. "I am so sore," I start. Then my words escape me. Familiar, olive-toned eyes stare down at me curiously. There's a glint of something I don't want to know. Willem, of all places, is here, in front of me.
Chapter 12. Willem. Portia. Here. As soon as I lay eyes on her, it takes every last muscle in me not to lose control. I hadn't come looking for her. I was supposed to be in attendance tonight anyway. I had planned to surprise her with the night out when she came home from work. Then she didn't, but I didn't let it worry me too much. That is, until now. When I see she's been here the whole time and not working late at the flower shop like I assumed, I'll show her. You test my patience and then see what happens. Before she can get a word out, I scoop her up like a bag of rice and start carrying her out of the party. Portia hangs off my shoulder, her legs kicking at my side. With an easy movement, my arms come over the back of her knees, locking them in place. "Drop me, right now!" Her hollering is starting to attract attention. If I weren't so mad, I would laugh. Instead, I merely swat at her ass as I carry her right through the party. Her yelling doesn't stop once. Her ferocity drives me crazy. I want to lock her in a room and keep her for myself. I carry her right out into the parking lot. I open the passenger side with my free hand, kneeling down to put her in the car. When we make eye contact, she huffs loudly at me. I keep my face straight in response, pulling her seatbelt across her. She folds her arms and turns to stare out the windshield. She has no right to be mad at me. She wasn't supposed to be here. She made me a deal and then she went behind my back. I climb into the driver's side and start the car. Portia's completely silent, and so am I. There's no sound aside from the muffled tires on the pavement and the other cars passing us by. I can taste the tension in the air. I can't stop thinking about how brazen she is. She's supposed to be my wife. Fake marriage or not. How would it look to anyone else? My wife on a date with another man. I thought we were making progress after last night. Even now, the memory of her being underneath me makes my hands grip the wheel tighter. That familiar twist in my gut makes me bite back a groan. "I can't believe you did that," I hear from the right side. Glancing in the windshield, I can see her head is turned towards me, and she looks pissed. "Well, believe it, sweets," I mutter, checking my mirrors before turning onto my street. Portia scoffs at my reply and goes back to her tense silence. We park quietly, and when I shut off the engine, the only sound left is the muted sounds of the city. Getting out, it is clear that Portia isn't going to move an inch. I let out a sigh and open her door. She drops her arms for me, and I undo the seatbelt across her chest. Pulling her out of the car, she doesn't resist my pull. Instead, she stares up at me, those beautiful, alluring eyes taunting me to keep going. I scoop her up into my arms, and she lazily wraps her left arm around my neck. I bring her inside and head straight to the bedroom. Even with how mad she looks, I keep glancing down at her. Her pretty, pouty lips I just want to kiss. Soft caramel skin. God, I can't even concentrate on why I'm mad at her. I drop her gently on the bed, and she rescinds her arm from around me to put it in her lap. I stay close, my knee resting on the edge of the bed. Our eyes hold their look, the tension thick between us. "It was just a job, you know," Portia speaks softly. Her eyes peer up at me through her thick, long eyelashes. It's not like I even wanted to be there. I raise a curious eyebrow, my anger ebbing away for a more primal feeling. I lean in closer, speaking to her with the same quiet tone. "And where do you want to be?" She doesn't hesitate in her answer, those words dripping with something dark. "Right here." Our faces are only a few inches apart. I want to close the gap, to kiss her, to feel her bare skin on my hands, the heat in her touch. But I need to know that this is her, what she really wants. She ran away this morning. I need to know it's not alcohol making her want me. Were you drinking at the event? I lift my hand to cup her cheek. Her head tilts to the side, leaning into my touch. Oh, I'm sober. I know what I want. I chuckle softly, the motion making her smile. We stay there for a long moment, her tongue sliding across her lips, wetting them in the most attractive way. I can't help myself. I bring my thumb to her chin and I drag it slowly down until her lip comes out. I keep pulling until her mouth opens and her tongue lays flat. She stares up at me, her eyes begging. I can't hold back anymore. Just as I'm about to pull her in, she tugs me into a hard, heated kiss. My tongue slips into her open mouth, and we fight for dominance. She pushes into me, but I climb on top of her. I feel her hands on my chest, pulling at my suit jacket. At her push, I shrug it off and drop it on the floor. She undoes my tie, and I roll her on top of me. With quick precision, I unzip her dress. She breaks our kiss to take it off and drop it on the floor. Our night is long. She's mine until dawn. We screw, kiss, screw again. I mark her all over, and she scratches long, intimate lines up my back. She's mine, and I want everyone to know.
Chapter 13. Portia. I groan. Daylight. I hide my head back under the covers to block it out, which only causes visions of the night before to swim across my mind. I feel like I've run a marathon. There's not a single part of me that doesn't ache. Some parts more than others, I think with a smile. What a night. What a man. He was like a Greek god, totally obsessed with me, so possessive. Not a thing that would normally rock my boat, but from him, what a turn on. I feel around in his giant bed, but don't find his naked flesh anywhere. I risk the daylight and throw the covers back. Damn, he's gone. I don't even have the energy to feel annoyed. I stretch out. It helps ease my aching muscles. I smile again. I think I might be smiling for a week, as my mind drifts back over the previous night. I remember Willem demanding, that I never go back to Defraus. He insisted my job meant being here solely with him. So hot, so passionate. All I could do was promise I wouldn't. Normally, a memory like that would get me riled. I don't like being told what to do. But this morning, there it was again. That satisfied smile. I'd better get up, track down my husband, maybe drag him back to bed. I maneuver myself into a sitting position just as the door swings open. Peace offering, he says, offering a tray loaded with brunch and, more importantly, coffee. I smile up at him as puts the tray down on the bedside table. A peace offering, huh? I already feel pretty peaceful. I feel really bad about how I behaved last night. My mind travels back over our antics and finds its way to the part where he carried me bodily from the charity event in front of a room full of people. Yes, that was a terrible thing to do. I managed not to laugh at the memory. Look, I'm really sorry. I don't know what came over me. I think that would be me, I reply, tongue in cheek. Several times, I think, he adds with a smile. But I'm trying to be sincere here. That kind of behavior is completely out of character for me. You just drive me so wild. I noticed that too. I laugh, taking his hand and looking into his serious green eyes. You're insufferable. You know that? I'm trying to apologize, and you're just making fun. Oh, don't get all serious on me. We had a great time. Don't spoil it now. I gently try to drag him back into the warm folds of the bed. I can't, he says. I have a meeting. Stuff the meeting. Come show me how sorry you are. He leans forward and kisses me long and deep. Then he gently but firmly extricates his hand. I have to keep my wife in the manner to which she is rapidly becoming accustomed, he says. And that means boring meetings with potential investors. I pout, but don't try to drag him back. He heads for the shower, and I head for the coffee. After he's gone, I have the place to myself. The house is so big, I swear there are rooms I haven't yet found. I feel a bit listless as I wander the corridors, poking my head into various rooms. For no apparent reason, I wind up in his office. It is a total mess. It's the only room in the house the cleaners don't go into. Boxes and piles of papers are stacked up everywhere. I sit in his chair and survey the room. How can he possibly function here? I'd open the top of a box at random, and to my surprise, it's full of old photos. I sit on the floor next to it and start pulling them out. He was such a cute and very chubby baby. There are so many pictures of him. He must have had the most amazing childhood. There are pictures of him riding horses, kayaking, even sitting in the cockpit of a plane. There are all the usual school photos with goofy teeth and stupid school ties. I find a picture I guess must be of him and his first girlfriend. They are both about 9. She looks like she could be a wedding cake with the amount of frills and lace on her dress. Willem has a dorky bow tie and ruffles. They are holding hands and smiling for the photo. Could she be his first blind date? I think with a giggle. I set that photo aside for future ammo. I completely lose track of time looking through all his old junk and memorabilia. I look around at all the boxes I've managed to unpack. Oops, I spend the rest of the day tidying up. His office looks so much better for it. I'm just kicking back on one of his luxurious sofas when Willem arrives home. He is laden with a large white box, and I sit up intrigued. He puts it down on the big glass coffee table, and I lean forward to raise the lid. Strawberry cheesecake. I love strawberry cheesecake. I look up at him, and he grins. How did you know I love strawberry cheesecake? I demand. Have you had your private detective out on me again? No, I didn't need to. I did my own sleuth work. He gives me a cheeky smile and a wink. Don't make me force it out of you, I say. It didn't take much, really. All your beauty products are strawberry. Everything from your shampoo to your nail polish. So I took a wild guess and thought you might be fond of strawberries. You are so thoughtful and observant, I say. But you forgot one thing. What's that? He asks. The forks, I reply with a laugh. Neither of us can be bothered to cook dinner after starting with dessert, so we order takeout later that night. We sit on the sofa watching a movie and eating pizza. Who'd have thought the big tough hunk would be into rom-com? I'm feeling happy and content. Willem is actually turning out to be not a bad husband at all. Then the mood is abruptly broken when he speaks. My folks called earlier. They want us to go stay for a week. My jaw hits the floor. Just when I was starting to relax.
Chapter 14. Willem. Portia and I speed down the highway, and I can't help but notice the silence filling the air. I keep glancing over at her, and I can see her hands fidgeting on her knees. Nerves from meeting my family must be eating her up inside. I can also tell she's nervous by the way she's biting her nails, like they're the last bit of meat left on the last rib bone, and she hasn't eaten for a week. I've learned this is a surefire sign of anxiety for Portia. She's such a sharp-tongued woman most of the time that something about her biting her nails meekly is kind of adorable. I'm a little surprised that a simple visit to my family is causing her this much stress, though. She's a professional at deceiving people. Why is facing my parents and grandparents worrying her so much? I try to lighten the mood by starting a conversation. She barely answers, even when I tease her. To be honest, I kind of miss her reaction. I like when she gets all spun up when I poke good-natured fun at her. Finally, I just turn on the radio. It seems to help alleviate the tension, at least a little. After a few minutes, she lets it distract her enough to sing along. It takes us about half an hour to get to my parents' house. When we finally arrive, I look her over. She seems a bit more relaxed than she started. "Are you ready?" I ask as I shut off the car. "Do I have a choice?" she responds sassily. I get out of the car, walking around to help her out. She waits beside the car as I grab the small suitcase we packed for the weekend. My mother and father are standing on the porch waiting for us and wearing huge smiles. Portia grabs my hand tightly as we make our way up the cobblestone steps to meet them. My mother grabs me and nearly rips me from Portia's grasp, hugging me tightly before smiling at the beautiful woman behind me. "Sorry, I haven't seen my son in far too long. He doesn't make it home much anymore," she says. "Yeah, Mother, calm down," I say, taking hold of Portia's hand again. "Mom, Dad, this is my wife, Portia. Portia, this is my mother, Olivia, and my father, Winstrom." Portia smiles and shakes my father's hand and then my mother's. "Nice to meet you both, Mr. and Mrs. Strome," she says politely. "Oh, nonsense. You can call them Olivia and Winstrom," says my grandfather, suddenly appearing behind them. I laugh at his sudden intrusion, because it's just in the realm of his character to do so. He steps around my father and grabs Portia's hands, pushing mine away. "You are even more beautiful than your photographs," he says. "I'm Willem's grandpa, Wilbur. We're so glad to meet you finally. We were starting to wonder if Willem was making you up." Portia laughs, but before she can respond, I intervene. "In my wildest dreams, I couldn't make up a beauty like that," I say, trying to sound like the perfect, love-struck husband. I wink at Portia, who looks flustered. Once my sister Winona approaches her to start a conversation, I can see her begin settling down. I breathe easier when she seems to relax, well received by everyone. "Well, come on inside, dear. Gertrude is still in the house. That's Willem's grandmother. She'll want to meet you just as badly as we all did," Wilbur says, grabbing Portia's hand again to lead her into the house. I follow closely behind as they walk into the living room, where my grandmother is sitting. Her eyes light up when she sees Portia. She jumps up surprisingly fast for such an old woman, stretching her arms out for a hug. Oh no. What if Portia's not a hugger? But to my surprise, Portia embraces her without hesitating. They introduce themselves and start chatting immediately. For a while, I just look around the room and smile, pleased by how well Portia is getting along with my family. Soon it is time for dinner. We move to the dining room where the table is set with a luxurious meal. Portia does her best to look nonchalant, but I know her well enough to tell she's a bit taken aback by the fancy table and settings. I can't help watching her as the meal gets underway. She's adorable in even the tiny things she does, like how she doesn't quite know how to hold her glass when my father makes a toast, or the way she isn't sure which fork to use. We begin to eat, making casual chit-chat. There's a slight pause where everyone lapses into silence, busy chewing. Then my grandfather interrupts with an unexpected remark. "So, Portia, when should I expect my grandchild?" he asks bluntly, making her nearly choke on her food. The question shocks me, and Portia's trying to recover from her coughing fit. He just stares calmly at us, waiting for an answer. She doesn't say a word, but looks up at me with a wide-eyed expression, telling me it's my turn to jump in on this one. So I take my wife's hint and clear my throat to respond. "Grandfather, we just got married." He laughs but insists that it's never too early to have kids. Portia squeaks beside me. I cough loudly, trying to mask it as I nudge her under the table. Everyone's eyes quickly dart to me, surprised by the commotion. They probably think I'm choking. I half wish I would, just to get out of this damn conversation. "It's nothing," I say hastily. I am met with varying degrees of skepticism, but no one pushes it any further. They go back to eating, and my grandfather thankfully drops the subject. When no one is looking, I shoot her a dirty look. She nearly blew our cover over some stupid question every grandparent asks. So much for being a professional.
Chapter 15. Portia. The sun shines through the dark gray curtains, warming my face and waking me gently. I smile for a moment as the warmth on my face makes me happy. But the smile soon fades once my eyes open and I remember where I am. Oh my God. I'm at Willem's parents' house. It's so much harder to face them than I expected. All I want to do for the rest of the trip is hide in our room. My heart races at the thought of getting dressed and facing everyone again. I guess I'm not as prepared as I thought for this. But I know I need to make a good impression, so I must buck up and make myself seen. If I don't, and this doesn't work out between Willem and me, I'm back to square one with no hopes of helping my family. I have to do this. Willem softly moans beside me, and I turn from my locked gaze on the wall toward his noises to see what he's doing. He's stretching under the covers beside me, his arms flex as he does, driving me crazy. You can't do this now. He's not really yours and you're in his parents' house. Get up and away from him right now. He smiles as our eyes meet and catches me staring at his lips. Get up before you do something stupid. As he starts to lower the comforter, I quickly turn away and jump out of bed. I get dressed in my favorite skinny jeans and slip on a cute lace t-shirt, not wanting to feel too dressy, but not wanting to look like a slob around a bunch of billionaires. You look gorgeous, Willem says, wrapping his arm around my waist from behind. I quickly pull away, not allowing him to pull me back to bed, and I slide on my shoes. Thank you, I respond, trying not to sound too eager at his compliment. He raises a brow at me looking confused, but he doesn't ask any questions and continues his conversation. Give me a couple of minutes, and I'll walk with you downstairs to breakfast, he says, rifling through the luggage. I nod and sit on the edge of the bed as he walks into the bathroom. I can hear the sink running as he brushes his teeth, and I can't help but wonder what's going through his mind. I sit on the mattress, pondering my thoughts for a few moments until he reemerges from the bathroom. He walks by me wearing tight-fitting jeans that perfectly outline his butt and a t-shirt that matches his brilliant olive green eyes, making them pop even more than they already do. As he walks by me to open the door, I get the scent of his cologne, and it makes me want to pounce instantly. It's intoxicating, and images of our nights of passion rush through my mind, making it even harder to fight my impulses. Are you okay? He asks, holding open the door. I nod and jump up, nearly jogging down the hall to get as far away from the bedroom as possible. Once we arrive in the dining area, his entire family greets us warmly, and I can't help but smile. His whole family looks at me like they think I make Willem the happiest man in the world, and it's such an incredible feeling. If only it were true, I think as I take a seat next to him. His grandmother Gertrude starts passing out plates. Once she's seated next to Wilbur, we all dive in. It's silent as we eat the waffles and bacon cooked to perfection. Everyone finishes with impeccable timing, and we start to help clear off the table when Gertrude interrupts. Portia, if you don't have any other plans, Olivia, Winona and I would love to take you for a stroll. Just some womanly chit-chat if you have the time, dear, she says. I look at Willem for a moment, wondering if he wants me to converse with them, or if I'm still not trusted yet from fumbling so badly last night. To my surprise, he nods and smiles, so I look back at her. Sure, I'd love to as soon as I finish these dishes, I say with forced enthusiasm. Olivia walks over and takes me by one arm while Winona takes the other. No, let's let the men finish the cleanup. We have a conversation to be had. Olivia laughs, and the four of us walk toward the sliding glass doors leading out to the backyard. The cool morning breeze hits me as soon as we're outside, and it's refreshing. I glance around the yard as we walk, imagining what it was like to grow up here, having a nice yard to play in and a beautiful view. It's like a dream come true for me, and I can't help but wonder if Willem took advantage of it. They walk me to the lawn chairs surrounding their fire pit, and we all sit together in a circle. They're staring at me, and I can't help feeling a bit awkward, so I break the silence with the first thing I can think of. This is such a beautiful place. I can't imagine how it must have been to grow up here, Willem is so lucky. My statement sparks the intent of their invitation, and they all start talking back and forth about him. They bring up his quirks and how cute he was as a boy. They even talk about how unpredictable his temperament is and how it began with childhood stubbornness. At least I'm not the only one he's stubborn for, I think, as they talk back and forth. Olivia turns to me. So, Portia, tell me, what is it about him? How is being married? I'm sure he can be tough to live with. Tell us everything. She asks questions almost faster than I can process them. My head is spinning, and I feel like I'm in the hot seat as Winona and Gertrude move closer. I'm silent for a moment, pondering her questions and trying to think of an honest response. What do I feel for Willem? Is there a way out of this without giving too much information? Or can I provide an honest review? I hold in my thoughts until I can't take it anymore and finally spit them out, hoping they don't give away too much information, but satisfy their wonderings. Willem is stubborn as a mule. When I first met him, I thought he was just an egocentric man with billions in his pocket. But I was wrong. He takes care of me and notices the little things. He is a good man. I can't help but notice the way my heart throbs for a reason I'm unsure of.
Chapter 16. Willem. I'm finishing the dishes and thinking about Portia, wondering what my grandmother wants to talk with her about. Seeing my mother and sister lead her outside isn't helping my nerves. I know Portia will be on her best behavior, but what if they ask her another question like my grandfather's last night, and she exposes our secret? Suddenly, Grandpa grabs my shoulders from behind, pulling me out of my thoughts. What do you say when you finish that dish? Me, you, and your father sit down for a game of chess, he asks enthusiastically. I laugh, remembering all the times my grandpa has asked this same question over the years. Then I nod in agreement. I'd love to, but please let me finish these, so grandmother doesn't have to throw a fit when she comes back in. I laugh. Part of me is excited to play with him again. It's been too long. But the other part of me is just glad to have a distraction from thinking about Portia's womanly chit-chat. Finally, I rinse off the last dish and set it on the drying rack. I wipe my hands and follow my grandpa into the dining area where there's a huge board set up on the gigantic round table. Even though it's an especially large board, it still looks tiny compared to this table. My grandfather and I sit across from each other while my father rests beside me, waiting to play the winner as always. It's a weird feeling being back in this house, playing the same game with the same rules I've known my whole life. But the familiarity of it all is also oddly comforting. It's been 2 weeks of new and unknown things happening between Portia and me. To be here, sitting at a familiar table and knowing exactly what's going to happen calms my insides a bit. As we play the game, getting further and further to the end and the winner, I can't help noticing that despite my laughter, my mind still shifts to Portia. I want to know what she's doing and if she's comfortable. I'm hoping they don't have her cornered somewhere, questioning her on every single detail under the sun until they discover the truth about us. "Checkmate!" Grandpa yells, jolting me out of my head once again. I stare at the board for a moment, trying to see where I made a wrong move. Then I spot it and realize I'm just no match for him. I've never beaten him. I sit at this table knowing I never will. "Well, it's clear that your chess prowess doesn't diminish as you age, Grandpa," I say, teasing him back. "But I've grown to accept that I'll never beat you at this game. You're just too damn good at strategy." "Willem, my chess game might be the only thing that's not diminishing on this old man. Your grandparents aren't getting any younger, you know, so you best hurry up. I want grandbabies." I chuckle. "Ha, there's that strategy coming into play again. Nice way to throw that into the conversation when you didn't get the answer you wanted last night." He starts collecting the pieces to reset the board. "What can I say, kid? Life's all about strategy." "I understand that. You've been teaching me that for years. But can we at least hold off on the grandkid jokes for a bit? You're going to scare Portia off." I laugh. The gray-haired man chuckles with me, agreeing not to scare her off quite yet. The sound of her name makes my thoughts race again. I suddenly miss her presence, which is a feeling I don't recognize. I decide to let my dad and Grandpa battle out their game alone and set off to find her. I wander to the back door where the women went out, but I don't see them sitting in their lawn chairs any longer. So I walk around the house, wondering where they might be now. I'm starting to find myself unable to imagine not having her around and feeling like I always crave her company. Even if it's only been a few hours or even a few minutes, I find myself looking for her again. It's like I need her with me at every possible second. I'm unsure why or how to feel about it. Maybe I just really like teasing her, and that's why I can't leave her alone. She's so funny and energetic. Even though she can throw shots back, her angry face when I'm teasing her is priceless. Once I finish scanning every room on the first floor with no sign of her, I climb the stairs to the second. As I make my way down the hallway, I look into each room, and there's no sign of them. Finally, as the end of the hallway grows nearer, I start to hear the sound of their voices. Found them. Why is my heart beating faster? I wonder, taking a few more steps toward the door. They're in my mother's crafting room where she keeps all of the photo albums, so I can only imagine what Portia's seeing. Their faint voices make me curious, but I can't help feeling like I want to know what they're talking about. My curiosity gets the better of me, and my feet inch closer to the door left open just a crack. I peek through and find the four of them sitting on the floor in a circle with albums in their hands, laughing and joking together. It warms my heart to see them having fun together. I'm not sure why it's making me so happy that she's getting along with my family, but it's a feeling I can't shake. The longer I watch them laugh and interact with one another, I can't help noticing the smile on Portia's face. She has a few different ones, like the one she wears when being polite, or the one she wears when trying to pretend you're funny. But then she has the one that's on her face now, and it's a truly genuine smile. The smile tells me she's enjoying herself. It's contagious and causes a smile to appear on my face too, as I realize this one has to be the smile that dazes me the most.
Chapter 17. Portia. I wake up to the sun shining through the curtains and Willem sleeping peacefully beside me. It's a beautiful day, and the uncertainties of what the day holds excite me. But a part of me is saddened because this beautiful morning will be my last one here. I was nervous to be here, but now I'm beginning to relax and enjoy myself. Just in time to have to say goodbye. We leave this beautiful mansion of theirs, with the family atmosphere I'm growing to love, and head home to our life in solitude. There, we will return to doing our best to keep the truth within the four walls surrounding us. As Willem sleeps beside me, I can't help staring at him. His beautifully chiseled jawline and the reddish hue of his brown hair drives me wild. Even in this man's sleep, he radiates confidence and power. His eyelids start to twitch, and for a moment, I wonder what a man like him dreams about. Are they full of his wishes? If someone like him even has anything he wishes about that he doesn't already own. My thoughts are interrupted by a knock at the door. "Good morning, you two lovebirds. Breakfast is ready," Olivia calls through the door. "Thank you. We'll be right down," I call out softly, trying not to startle Willem. I look down at him again, and his eyes are slowly opening. "I'm so sorry. I was trying to respond as quietly as I could so I didn't rudely wake you up," I say. He yawns and stretches, and his jaw-dropping smile appears. "No worries, darling. Let's get dressed," he says sleepily and jumps out of bed. I stumble to my feet and throw on something quickly, not wanting his whole family to be waiting on me. He grabs my hand, and we stroll down the hall to the kitchen. As soon as we enter, his parents and grandparents have huge smiles on their faces as we join them all at the table. "Good morning," Wilbur says. "Good morning," I respond, taking the plate of food that Gertrude's handing me. "I hope you both slept well," he says, pouring me a glass of orange juice. We both nod, and I take a sip as he continues. We were thinking since it's your last day here with us, we could make today a lazy day, enjoying each other's company and taking in all the time we can get with the new couple. I mean, who knows when the next time he'll bring you around is? He laughs. Yeah, that sounds good to me, I say. Willem scoffs sarcastically. Whoa, Grandpa, why can't you just say that's what you want to do? Why is there always a hit on me in your statement? Winona chimes in. Well, brother, if you were ever home, it wouldn't be a statement to make. She laughs. As we eat the delicious meal in front of us, I watch them banter back and forth and admire the bond they all have. It's something I strive for, but it's also incredibly entertaining to meet the people and see the surroundings that brought up the man sitting beside me. The rest of the day flies by with us getting lost in playing silly board games or bantering about something we saw on the news. Willem and Wilbur swap work stories, and we girls laugh at their attempts to one-up each other. I feel so comfortable around Willem's entire family, but I can't help noticing how different he is here. It's typically hard to feel close to him because of his rugged disposition. At home, I'm usually faced with the arrogant act he likes to wear. Here, I can see the family man that he is underneath it all. He treats his mother and grandparents with care and respect, and it's unbelievably sexy watching how sweet he is with all of them. It turns out the family man and the man in the suit are two very different people. Damn, I lost track of time. Portia, we better get going if we want to get home before midnight, Willem says, checking his phone. I nod and stand from the chair next to Olivia and Winona. Okay, I'll help you get our things. As Willem's loading the car, Olivia and Gertrude hug me tightly. It's almost hard to let them go, knowing this will be the last time I'm here spending time with them like this. It's a fake marriage. Why would he bring me around again now that my job is done? Willem helps me in the car, says his goodbyes to his family, and jumps behind the wheel. As he starts the engine, Winona peeks her head in my window. Sister-in-law, come back when you're free. It's been so nice having another girl around. Don't let him hog all your time. She laughs, wrinkling her nose at him. Oh, come on, Win. I don't hog her time. I'm just more fun to be around, he retorts. They laugh, and his family waves goodbye as we head down the driveway. I wave back, smiling almost more than Willem, and my heart swells. I finally feel at home for the first time since moving so far away from my own family. Being here with Willem's parents and grandparents gives me a sense of belonging, and it's a feeling I have genuinely missed so much. But as I smile at them in the rear view, my emotions shift again, and I'm trying to resist the enjoyment and belonging I feel. I notice a budding sense of guilt starting to bloom in my heart as I reflect on what we're really doing. This arrangement affects people deeper than I first thought. Now I'm lying and hurting others too. Deceiving these warm-hearted people is only part of the job, I try to tell myself as we speed out onto the highway toward our home. And they were just being nice. They'll move past it before long when he divorces me.
Chapter 18. Willem. My eyes are set on the road ahead of me, but my mind is 100 yards away. The golden glow of the sun setting lifts my good mood even higher. Portia and I have been married for several months now. Though things started off rocky, our unusual situation lately has been nothing short of amazing. Our fake marriage is feeling more and more like a mutual partnership. We are in sync now, and our fights have become few and far between. Spending time around Portia has given me the context to see where we were going wrong at the start. She's not the enigma I once thought. Portia loves flowers but hates the pruning process. Her favorite color is marigold, but likes it best when it's paired with a deep green. Her favorite time to take pictures is in the early morning when the world is still in shades of blue. She doesn't always say please before asking for something, but she profusely thanks the person for helping her out. She never holds a grudge, even after our arguments. The last time we argued, it was over within the first 10 minutes, and she cooked me my favorite breakfast the next morning as an apology. She makes it impossible to stay angry. She's almost a full reversal of the woman that sat in my lap when we first met. Though she's still vivacious as ever, my own tigress. I feel an uncanny giddiness when I turn into the driveway. I know my wife is waiting for me, probably cooking dinner or setting up a nice evening for us. By the time I get in the door, I'm not greeted by the smell of dinner. Instead, I hear a wafting giggle that comes from the bedroom. My curiosity is piqued. The kitchen light is off, and the only illumination besides the hallway is a crack in our bedroom door. I slide my shoes off to put them on their rack. As I make my way closer to the source of the sound, I can hear one side of a conversation. I push the door open with one hand to see her curled up on our bed, phone in hand. She looks over with a cheerful wave before turning back to her conversation. "No way!" My eyebrows furrow as I listen to her. A twist in my stomach exposes itself when I hear her erupt in laughter, a smile I've never seen directed at me plastered on her sweet face. Jealousy streaks through me, filling my every cell and leaving no room for reason. She never looks at me like that, or laughs with me like that. She didn't even give me more than a passing glance. I've seen a lot of her smiles and caused almost all of them. She has seen all of mine and is the reason for almost every single one. Why doesn't she smile like that for me? I pace toward my dresser to put my watch away and hide my face. I doubt I'd be able to hide how I feel. "You have to be kidding!" I want to be the reason she looks so happy. I keep my back to her, turning to the door as I try to give a friendly wave goodbye. I need time to think. To get out of here. I march right out of the room, out the door. I even take the stairs 2 at a time down to my car, not wanting to stay in the house for long with nothing but my unfounded jealousy. I don't even know why I'm so envious. She was probably talking to a family member or a friend. A male friend, maybe. One that she's interested in. I rub my face with my hand, trying to rid myself of the gut feeling she isn't as happy as I am. I like to believe it's unfounded, but now that the thought has struck, it's consuming me. With quick steps, I make my way back to my car. As I stare at it, I realize I left my keys upstairs. I don't want to go back up there. Not yet. I think of the closest bar. It's a nice place. A gentleman's club before that term meant nude women. I start to walk there, keeping a brisk pace. I'll feel better with a drink in me. Under all the jealousy, there's confusion. I'm upset over someone I consider a friendly colleague. A colleague wouldn't make me feel head over heels. My brain betrays me, the twinge of something in the back of my mind ever present. I order a whiskey and Coke, taking slow sips. It's a calming drink, one I've come to love in my adult life. My eyes watch the screen above the bar, but my brain can't focus on the game. It's all Portia, all the time. She's consuming my every thought. Even when I'm not thinking about her, I'm thinking about how she would feel about whatever the hell I'm thinking of. It's enough to drive a man insane. I stay for a few more drinks before paying my tab and taking an Uber back home. It's been more than an hour, and I hope she's not still on the phone. The moon is high in the sky as I leave the bar. The streets are full of partying adults, young enough not to give a damn about where they end up tomorrow. As I walk the front steps to my door, I'm pleased by the fuzz covering my thoughts, making everything more muted. The jealousy has given way to more comforting contentment. I know that at the end of the night she's still going to be in my arms. I walk in and the whole house is dark. It's silent, letting the distant city sounds in through the closed windows. I copy the same routine I always do, putting my shoes away. As I get into the bedroom, Portia is asleep, facing the edge of the bed. I see an ironing board, holding my work clothes for tomorrow. I can't stop the smile on my face. Of course she would. It makes me laugh that she is the woman who once was furious to make my lunch. A good relationship is, of course, dependent on a certain amount of give and take that neither of us were willing to engage in at the start. Getting changed for the night, I crawl into bed. Portia almost immediately rolls over as the bed dips for my weight. I sling an arm around her, pulling her in close to me. Softly, I speak to her sleeping form. Oh, tigress. You really are a tamed kitten when you sleep. What am I going to do with you?
Chapter 19. Portia. Good Lord, I groaned. My arms feel like they're about to fall off. Molly only laughs behind me. Her arms are just as full, but she carries wrapping paper rolls and office supplies instead of bunches of flowers like me. Hey now. At least we have something to do, she teases, dropping her items off on the floor of the back room. Mine go right on the counter, both of us heading off in opposite directions to deal with customers. Hi, welcome to Romance in Blooms. Do you need help with anything? Yes, I was hoping to get a floral arrangement for my daughter's graduation, an older woman asks, her fingers gently caressing the leaf of a tiger lily. I clasp my hands together before taking my notepad and pen out of my apron. Of course. Can I ask what the color scheme for the graduation is? Or at least the school colors. I usually try to make a bouquet to match those for picture purposes. Unless you want to go with her favorite colors. That is also a popular choice. The woman nods, starting to list off all the colors, as well as her daughter's favorite type of flowers. I point a few out, even pulling some together to show how they complement or clash. By the end, she's ordered a full bouquet for pickup in a week. I jot it down and give her an invoice for when she comes back. Molly finishes up with her client as well. Just as the door closes behind the last woman, 3 more walk in. I offer a fake groan too quiet to be heard across the room. Molly just laughs, getting back up and to work. It's been like this for days. Granted, it is graduation season. I take a break to lock myself in my office, putting away our newest shipment of supplies when my phone starts to buzz on my desk. Bending over at my awkward angle, I raise my eyebrow at the group chat I've apparently been added to. I drop the wrapping roll and pick up my phone, unlocking it. Winona added you to a group chat. Olivia. Hi, dear. We were hoping you could help us plan Willem's birthday. Winona. Welcome. Get ready for the text spam, LOL. Olivia. Oh, it's not that bad. As my eyes scan more and more messages, a small smile presents itself on my face. They added me to their group chat. I feel a sense of pride at the thought of them really liking me. I shoot off a quick text and put my phone down, trying to get back to work. Of course, I'd love to help. There are only 10 days until Willem's birthday, the messages have reminded me. How could I forget? I knew it was soon, but I didn't realize it was that soon. My mind is already racing with party ideas. I poke my head out the door, telling Molly I want to take an early lunch. She just gives me a thumbs up, holding up a few pre-made wreath arrangements to a customer. I sit back down at my desk, grabbing my phone again. I already have several more texts. Between all the people involved in this chat, messages fly back and forth. Before I know it, we have laid the groundwork. I will come up with a way to get him to his parents' house, where the party will be waiting. I'm flattered and surprised when they ask my opinion on things like food and decorations. We must make a convincing couple if they think I know him better than anyone. And yet, with each question, I do have a response. After living together all this time, do I really know him like the back of my hand? When the messages hit a slight lull, I glance over at the small numbers on the top bar of my phone. Crap. It's already been 45 minutes. That's longer than my lunch break usually is. I let them know I'm stepping out of the chat for a bit and put my phone in the desk drawer. When I walk back out, Molly is leaning on the counter. Almost half a dozen people are in the store, looking around. I feel a rush of guilt at leaving her alone for so long, and I come over quickly. Molly, you can take your lunch now. Sorry, I got caught up in something. I spit out quickly, already grabbing my work gear to start helping. Let me guess, more Willem somethings? She prods, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I wave my hand dismissively before starting to help the customers. Molly slinks into the back room, shutting the door with a quiet thud. The rest of the day feels twice as long, my mind constantly flickering back to thoughts of the party. I want to get a cake from a local bakery, one I suggest to the group chat. They agree, so I make a note to call later before Willem will be home from work. Olivia says she will make a trip to the local wine shop, wanting to get all of his favorites. Winona will handle the catering, wanting a fancy meal that no one has to dirty their kitchen for. I feel a bit giddy as we work out the details, unable to keep the smile off my face when I wonder if he will like it. I tell myself it's normal to be excited to please even a fake husband. It is his birthday after all. I'm just being courteous, right?
Chapter 20. Willem. The room is hot and stuffy. Somewhere someone has lit a cigar, and the pungent smell sticks to the back of my throat. I hate these events, everyone patting each other on the back and wishing each other well with their fake smiles. My old college friend Leighton Russ is holding a party. It's the anniversary of his new business, Russ Enterprises, which by all accounts is turning into a small gold mine. Who knew recycling old tires could be so lucrative? Or so boring? All the talk for the last half hour has been about their new recycling plant. They turn used tires into insulation and are discussing thermal mass with great enthusiasm. My brain feels like it is about to dribble out of my ears. This is worse than a board meeting. The only consolation is that the drinks are flowing freely. Portia next to me stifles a yawn. She is doing well, but I'm considering how wise it was to bring her. She'll think twice before accepting the next time I invite her to a party. She grabs another drink off a passing tray. I'm incredibly relieved when 3 ladies come over and introduce themselves. They're the usual mix of stuck-up killjoys and gold diggers you get at these sorts of functions. But they have to be better than listening to Leighton and his colleagues waffle on. "Hi, I'm Alicia," the blonde one with the too short skirt and too high heels announces. "And this is Diana and Chelsea. We thought we'd come and rescue you. You look bored out of your mind." "Hi, I'm Portia, and thank you so much. I thought I was going to nod off," she says in a conspiratorial whisper. "You don't mind, do you, darling?" "No, of course not," I reply. Then I lean forward to whisper in her ear. "Wish I could escape with you." Alicia tucks her arm through Portia's, and I can hear her speaking quietly in Portia's ear. "Quick, let's get out of here," she declares as she drags her away. Portia grins at me over her shoulder as she is pulled into another room. I'm not sure if I should be worried. These women can be awful to what they term new blood. And as far as I can see, this is basically anyone who still has a soul. When I turn back to the group, the conversation has moved on to profit margins and shares. I'm idly wondering if I can make a break for it, too, when raised voices can be heard from the adjacent room. Oh, crap. One of them is Portia's. I rush through to find out what's going on. The short one with the turned-up nose is crying. I think it's the one that was introduced as Chelsea, but I can't quite remember. Portia is standing defiantly in front of her with her hands on her hips. "What's going on?" I ask, although I'm not sure I want the answer. 5 minutes I've left her on her own with these women. The crying woman points an accusing finger at Portia. "I was trying to pay her a compliment, and she turned on me." "What did you say?" I demand. I know the type of compliments these girls pay. "All I said was she is a step up from your normal type, and it's nice to see you with a common girl." "What do you mean by my normal type?" I can feel my heat rising now. "You're normally such a handsome playboy. You come out with such stunning women on your arm. I was just trying to be nice, saying it's nice to see you out with someone who looks average, normal." I notice the woman's cheeks are dry and her makeup hasn't run. Fake crying always winds me up, and it obviously winds Portia up too. Well, my husband wasn't worried about how average I was when he married me. My chest fills with pride. "Atta girl." The horrid woman looks like she's going to come back with another comment, but I cut in before she gets a chance. "That's my wife you're talking to. Show some respect." Portia turns and plants a burning kiss on my lips, tucks her arm through mine, and spins me around. She leans in to whisper, "Get me out of here quick before I kill her." We head for the exit quickly. I will have to apologize to Leighton tomorrow for dashing off without saying goodbye. He'll understand, though. We've known each other for years. My main concern is getting Portia away from those 3 terrible women before there is bloodshed. Portia is silent on the car journey home. I try teasing her a bit to get her out of her funk. Well, that's you initiated into the sisterhood of bitches. All I get is a grunt in response. She slumps further into her seat, staring out of the window. I try again. You've definitely possession-marked me now. I'll get a stamp saying, property of Portia to mark me with for the next time we go out together. There is the slightest twitch of a smile at the corner of her mouth. I'll consider that a win. Okay. I promise never to take you to a party again, I say with a laugh. You're such a jerk, she says, slapping me on the arm. She gives a little laugh, but she's still quiet for the rest of the journey. Back home, Portia curls up on the sofa. Could you get me a glass of water, please? She asks. My head is pounding. Coming right up, my lady, I say and give her a bow. I rummage around in the drawers trying to find some painkillers for her too. By the time I return with them, she's fast asleep. She looks so perfect and so peaceful, I don't want to wake her. She's some kind of woman. My wife. She was so awesome tonight. When she claimed me as her husband, I thought my chest was going to burst with pride. Every time I think of it, I smile. I gather my sleeping beauty up into my arms, lifting her gently. As always, she smells of strawberries. I breathe deeply, intoxicating myself with her scent. I carry her carefully up to our bed and lay her down. My very own princess.
Chapter 21. Portia. My alarm goes off like usual, but it doesn't wake me. My eyes are already open, eagerly staring at the time. I'm so eager to start decorating for Willem's surprise party, and I don't think I've ever been so excited about a party in my life. The day we've been planning for is finally here, and I can't wait to see the look on his face. He will be so happy that we're taking the time to plan this all for him. Plus, my little surprise for just the 2 of us afterward. Willem's arm is pinning me down to the mattress, and I'm desperately trying to escape his grasp without waking him. I slide underneath his heavy arms, just enough to squeeze out and sigh happily when he doesn't even twitch at the movement. I throw on the outfit I picked for today and head for the bathroom. I throw my hair into a bun as usual and casually throw on makeup, not wanting to blow the surprise by looking more done up than usual. I plan on fixing myself later. When I feel satisfied with my look, I nearly sprint to the kitchen to start breakfast. It's a quick breakfast burrito this morning because I want to get out of here. I don't want to take the time to make a full meal and clean up before we leave. Just as I finish wrapping the burritos, Willem appears in the kitchen with a seductive grin on his face that nearly stops me in my tracks for a moment. He walks in and greets me, smelling fantastic as he passes by. Good morning, wife. You must be going all out for the occasion today, right? He says, sitting at the bar. I screw my face up in confusion, trying not to laugh and ruin the whole thing. No, what occasion? Didn't I tell you I had a lot of work to get caught up on in the shop? But I did make you breakfast. Hope you like it, I say, settling his plate in front of him. His expression saddens me a bit, and I start to feel bad. I want to rush toward him, take it back and tell him I'm kidding, but I can't ruin the surprise because I'd be ruining it for his whole family too. He smiles and picks up his burrito. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I understand, he says, but he can't hide the little glimmer of hurt in his eyes. My heart breaks to see it, but I know it will make him so happy later to be surprised, so it's worth it. After we finish the burritos, I start cleaning up, and Willem heads to the bedroom to prepare for the day. Once he reappears in the kitchen, I pick up a bag that secretly holds my party dress for later, and he grabs the keys. It's a silent ride to work, and I can't tell if he's angry at me or trying to decide if he should remind me it's his birthday. but we pull into the parking lot of my work, and I don't give him a chance to say anything. I shout goodbye, quickly jumping out to run into the shop. I run in the front door and straight out the shop's back door, locking it behind me. Olivia is waiting in her car behind the shop, and I jump in with her. I'm so excited. Good hustle, too. You're here early, Olivia says. I've been waiting for this day, and I can't wait to start making it perfect for him, I say, doing up my seatbelt as she pulls out of the lot. I think it's adorable you're putting this much thought into his birthday. And it really shows how much you care about him, Winona says from the back seat. I smile at her and feel my cheeks heat up. Olivia speeds toward her house, and there isn't a second of silence between the three of us in the car. The excitement fills the air as we chatter the entire way there about all of our plans. Before I know it, she pulls into the driveway. We all hop out, nearly sprinting toward the front door. His grandmother waits in the kitchen for us, and we all listen eagerly to her instructions. We spend the day decorating to the nines, setting everything up so it is perfect. Finally, I head into the bathroom and change into the gorgeous tight black dress I bought just for this evening. I pull out my makeup and throw on more mascara and some lipstick. Examining the finished look in the mirror, I decide it's time to move ahead with the plan. It's time to call Willem. Hey, I say when his sexy voice answers. Well, hello, my wife. Is everything okay? He asks. Of course it is. I was just wondering if you could come to pick me up. Sure, I'll be at your shop in... I interrupt him. Actually, I'm not at work. I'm at your parents' house. There's silence at the end of the line for a moment before he answers. What are you doing there? I quickly speak over him, pretending as if I didn't hear him talking at all. Okay, see you soon, thanks. Then I hang up before he can say anything else. I leave the bathroom and tell his family he'll be here soon. Everyone fidgets around a bit more with last-minute things, but eventually there is nothing left to fix. We start to stare out of the windows, checking our watches and knowing he should be here soon. Winona spots him first, his headlights pulling up the long driveway. We all hide around the room, waiting for him to walk in. Olivia makes a shushing noise as the doorknob rattles, and then the door swings open. When his shoes hit the hardwood floor, everyone jumps out. Surprise! We all shout in sync. Willem jumps and grabs his chest, but the look of shock in his eyes is genuine. I walk over to him with a huge smile on my face that must match his own. Thank you, everyone. I can't believe you pulled this off. I really had no idea. Everyone sounded like they forgot about it, so I was extremely confused when you asked to be picked up here. He laughs. Oh yeah, she wanted to make this extra special for you, Winona says, pointing at me. Willem turns to me again with his green eyes piercing mine. You helped? Of course I did. His smile fades. He grabs my face, pulling me toward him and kissing me passionately in front of everyone. Butterflies swarm my whole body when he pulls away. He walks into the kitchen to admire the food, and Winona shows off all the decorations. It's a beautiful night of eating gorgeous food and pastries, and making beautiful toasts, talking about how loved Willem is by everyone. His smile gets bigger the longer the night goes on, and the appreciation radiates off him. We spend several hours partying and laughing together, enjoying his special day. When he decides it is time to go, we say our goodbyes and head home. My heart is racing as we walk into the bedroom, knowing the night is not done yet. He sits on the bed as usual to undress, but I walk into the bathroom to change into my next surprise of the evening. He calls into the bathroom to tell me again how much he enjoyed the party. I interrupt him by throwing open the bathroom door, wearing a tiny black lace thong and matching bra. I have thigh-high tights and bright red high heels that match the scarlet gift bow draped across my shoulders. I pause in the doorway, posing for him. He freezes. The look of pure lust in his eyes makes me wonder who this surprise is for, him or me. I'm your present. I'm yours to ravish tonight.
Chapter 22. Willem. My heart races and my adrenaline instantly spikes as I see Portia posing before me in an outfit fit for naughty bedroom fun. Holy hell, this truly is the best birthday ever. I admire her curves and how the black lace lays perfectly against her brown skin. I can't believe what I'm seeing. I can't believe she's standing here, wearing a bow and calling herself my present. What are you waiting for, birthday boy? Don't you want to unwrap your present? Portia asks seductively. She's giving me the green light I'm waiting for, and I don't hesitate to take it as I push myself off the bed and quickly dash across the room to her. The closer I get to her, the more my craving for her grows. It's burning like a fire inside me, and giving in to my desire for her is the only way to put it out. As soon as I get to her, our lips meet passionately. Her soft, warm lips on mine make me feel nearly invincible at this moment. As our kisses intensify, she pulls me closer so our bodies touch, sending my mind into a spiral. This is the first time she has done something like this for me, I think, as my hand finds the warm, bare skin at the small of her back. Maybe she does appreciate me more than I know. Perhaps I really am someone precious to her. It isn't just the sex, though. Sex is nice. It's the care and concern. It's planning a birthday party and calling herself my present. It's the first time I've really wondered if she sees me as anything more than her fake husband. And if she does, I don't hate the thought of that. As my kisses trail to her chin, she pulls away, smiling. I notice a teasing look in her eyes, and she grins ear to ear. The burning passion inside me intensifies as I meet her seductive gaze. My emotions become a mixture of happiness and lust for the beautiful woman in front of me. I step back momentarily, fully appreciating her perfect curves and how the lingerie perfectly accents them. I love how much effort she put into picking it and putting it on to surprise me like this. I can't help biting my lip as I glance at her nipples, barely covered by the thin lace. "Do you like it?" she asks, shyly looking down at herself. I nod and step closer. "I love it." "Turn around," I ask, spinning her just enough to see the thin, tight thong exposing her firm ass. "You look amazing," I say when I finally manage to pick my jaw off the floor. It certainly doesn't leave much to the imagination, but damn, I'm glad it doesn't. "Promise you like it?" she asks, nearly whispering. "Seriously, you look incredibly sexy, Portia." She smiles at me softly, but still with that hint of seduction that is killing me. "Thank you, Willem," she says as I watch her finger trace a line on her thong. My heart pounds as my mind shifts to thinking about what those panties are covering. I can't take it anymore. I all but leap forward to kiss her again. My lips meet hers and my hand finds the back of her head. I allow my fingers to entangle in her hair as I kiss her passionately, pushing her against the wall. She's returning the kiss in full force, which fuels me even more. I part her lips with my tongue until it meets hers, allowing them to dance together. I squeeze it playfully as our kissing intensifies. I move her thong to the side with my thumb, but she quickly pulls away from me before I can do anything. She instead begins to kiss my neck softly. She starts making her way down my body and quickly hits her knees. I look at Portia as she smiles up at me and begins fumbling with the button on my jeans. Her fingers work quickly as she unbuttons my pants and easily yanks down the zipper till I feel the material hit my ankles. I'm sorry, but it looks like the rest of this chapter is too naughty to put on the air. To get access to the dirty details YouTube doesn't allow, go to TylaWalker.com, where Miss Tyla doesn't let any steamy scene go unread. Using code SAVE40 at checkout will get you a 40% discount on all digital products. As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you. Back to the book.
Chapter 23. Portia. This week is flying by in a complete blur. Willem and I have only seen each other in passing, usually at dinner when we're swapping stories about our days. Sometimes It isn't until we are drifting off in bed before the exhaustion overtakes us. It's weird not seeing each other as much as usual. I'm getting used to our routines together, making breakfast for us in the morning, him dropping me off and picking me up from work, and then dinner. But lately, we've both been so busy that our schedules haven't aligned to do the things I'm growing to love. Every time I think about missing him, it just leaves me annoyed. It's not a part of the arrangement. Why are you doing this to yourself? I think as I snip the last stem on the bouquet I'm arranging. Molly runs in as I slide the flower into the vase, holding an orchid with a note attached. "This came for you," she says, handing it to me. She stands before me, eagerly pacing as I open the tiny envelope. "Please join your husband for dinner at 7 at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel this evening." "What's it say?" "What's it say?" Molly asks. "Willem's inviting me for dinner tonight. At the Ritz-Carlton," I say. Holy hell, that place is so expensive. I'm so jealous. It will be amazing, and I better get every detail. She laughs. I keep staring at the note, wondering what the true meaning behind it is. Does he notice the pull between us lately as well? Or is there some special appearance he needs to make, and it's my job to be there? "What are you still doing here?" Molly yells, grabbing my shoulders and yanking me from my thoughts. "What do you mean?" "We have work to do. Dinner isn't until..." She interrupts me. "You have outfit choices to make for yourself, woman. Get out of here. I'll get this covered, and you pamper yourself. Have an amazing night," she says, nearly shoving me out the door. I summon a taxi and head home, thinking of my dress choices as we weave through traffic. The driver drops me off in front of our door, and I head inside. My heart pounds as I search through the dresses hanging in my closet, wondering which one is fancy enough for the evening he has planned. Finally, a bright red satin dress catches my eye, and I decide it's perfect. I lay it on the bed with matching red heels and head into the bathroom to get ready. I comb my hair, do a full face of makeup, and throw on some lipstick. As I slide on the red dress, loving how perfectly it fits my hips, I zip up the back and feel it tight against my chest, revealing the perfect amount of cleavage. I slide on my strappy high heels and check the time. It's a bit early, but I'd rather be early than late in case there is traffic. So I walk outside and grab another cab. We head to the hotel, and my heart is pounding. I don't know his intentions for this evening, and I'm nervous I could be reading into it more than I need to. The driver weaves in and out of traffic. As he pulls into the hotel parking lot, I see Willem's car. My heart jumps as the taxi drops me off at the entrance, and I see Willem approaching me. He's in a perfectly fitting gray suit with a red satin tie. What are the chances we'd match? "Hey, gorgeous. You look amazing," he says, grabbing my hand. "You look very handsome yourself," I respond, trying to ignore the pounding in my chest from how sexy he looks. We walk inside and are immediately seated in a corner booth under romantic lighting. The waitress brings us each a glass of wine. "I'm Sandy, and I'll be your waitress tonight. Here are your menus. I'll give you a few minutes to look over them and then be right back to check on you." She smiles as she sets them in front of us before walking away. "Have you ever been here before?" he asks. I stutter momentarily. "No, I haven't. I didn't know if I dressed fancy enough. And this is my fanciest dress." I laugh, trying to shake off my embarrassment. "Nonsense. I think you look beautiful." He reaches for my hand. "Thanks for joining me tonight. I'm sorry it was a short notice, but I had a break in my evening and figured I better take advantage of it while I could. We've both been running non-stop lately." So he has noticed that we aren't spending as much time together. Does he really care when he doesn't get to spend time with me? "Yeah, it's been a busy week. I'm glad we're finally getting some time together," I say, trying to return the sentiment without sounding overeager. We relax in casual conversation, chatting back and forth for a few moments, until Sandy arrives back at the table. Willem tells her our choices for dinner, and she sets down a basket of rolls for us in the meantime. I jump right in, buttering mine and not being shy to eat first. Harmonious music fills the background, offering a romantic air to the room. It feels like an actual date, and before we know it, the waitress brings out our soup. The rest of the meal goes by just as fast, our chatter filling the time so that we barely notice how long we have been sitting. Willem pays the bill and escorts me to his car. We're laughing and joking the whole ride home. I don't even realize we are holding hands until I look down and see them entangled. Have we been like that the whole ride? I extract my hand when my phone dings. I grab it from my purse and see a text message from my mother. I am somewhat surprised she is texting me, but I don't think much of it. That is, until I unlock the screen to read it. That's when everything changes, and the pleasant evening slips immediately from my mind. My mother is texting to say my father has had a heart attack. My breath catches in my throat, sounding strangled. He darts his gaze in my direction instantly. "What's wrong?" he asks. "Nothing," I say quietly, my mind already racing. I have to go home, of course. How quickly can I leave? I do calculation after calculation in my mind. He's quiet as we pull into the driveway and helps me out of the car. I could tell him, but I decide I don't want to involve Willem. This isn't his mess. This isn't part of the arrangement. We are a fake marriage. He doesn't need to know about my father, and my father doesn't need to know about him. When he decides to jump in the shower, I call Molly to let her know what's going on. I tell her how badly I need help booking a flight back home. All I can think about is how I need to be with my family and that my father's health matters more than anything. She agrees and tells me she'll send me the flight details. She also tells me she'll keep in touch and help me with whatever else I need. We say our goodbyes, and I wait until Willem falls asleep to pack my bag.
Chapter 24. Willem. I reach for Portia, something I'm growing to find comfortable in the mornings, and notice her side of the bed is cold. I rub my eyes, trying to pull the sleep from them, and focus my vision enough to see if she's just further away than usual. Once I can see clearly, I notice she's not lying beside me, and her side of the bed is made. I roll over to check the clock, wondering if she got up early, or if I slept late. To my surprise, when I check my phone, it isn't even Portia's average wake time. She must be up early making breakfast, I think. Portia makes breakfast almost every morning, so this is a very reasonable conclusion. I close my eyes and relax for a bit longer, enjoying the warmth of my bed. I know she'll call me when it's ready. She always does if I'm not up yet. It feels like too long goes by and I still hear nothing. I crack one eye open to recheck the clock, seeing it's now well past the time she usually gets me up. I slide out of bed to put on my robe and slippers so I can go look for her. That's when I notice the closet door is slightly open. That's odd. She's as strict about keeping a clean bedroom as I am. I walk over and notice a hanger sticking out, the reason the door won't shut. I try to push it back in, but then I notice many empty hangers on Portia's side of the closet. Panic starts to set in as I realize some of her clothes are gone. I sprint for the bedroom door and head toward the kitchen, calling her name as I go. There's no response and the kitchen's empty. My heart pounds as I walk from room to room and hallway to hallway, calling her name. Each time it escapes my lips, it sounds more and more pathetic. After searching the whole mansion several times, I find myself standing in our living room. My pulse is racing, and I'm suddenly feeling nauseous as the fact that she's nowhere to be found begins setting in. Where the hell is she? Did she leave me? I start racking my brain, thinking of all the possible places she could go to. Then her shop crosses my mind, and I recall her friend and co-worker, Molly. That's it. I sprint back to the bedroom to grab my phone. I click on Jeff's contact in my call list and immediately dial. After only 2 rings, I hear his voice on the other line. "Good morning, Mr. Strome. Is everything okay?" he asks. I ignore his greeting and his question completely and blurt out my own question. I need you to find Portia's best friend Molly Collins' phone number for me, and I need it immediately. It's an emergency, I say as sternly as I can muster. Is everything okay, sir? Jeff asks again. Just get me the damn number, I yell, pacing around the bedroom. Yes, sir, I'll find it as soon as possible and text it to you. I hang up the phone and continue pacing, running my fingers through my hair as I wait for her number. A few minutes pass, and my phone dings with the 10 digits I'm waiting for. I quickly dial the number, and my heart races as it rings. Hello? Who is this? Molly says. Hello, this is Willem Strome. Is this Molly Collins? I ask, ensuring I'm speaking to the right person before asking for personal details. Hey, Willem. Yeah, it's Molly. Is everything okay? She questions. Portia didn't head into work early or anything this morning, did she? I ask. There's a distinct pause before she answers. No, it's just me here. You wouldn't happen to know where she is, would you? With every question, I'm starting to feel more and more ridiculous. A husband should know where his wife is. He shouldn't have to call her best friend and ask if she knows. Portia's making me look like an awful husband, and I hate it. No, she whispers. I can tell by the tone in her voice that she knows exactly where she is, and it infuriates me that she's keeping it to herself. Look, Molly, I'm not sure what's going on, but I obviously care enough about her to wonder where she is. So can you please just tell me what's going on? I know you know. I'm just worried about her. Please, just tell me. She sighs. Fine, I can tell you. But for whatever reason, she went without you. I don't want to be brought in the middle. I'm always on her side, and I'm only telling you this so that you know she's safe. I nearly jump up and down, but try to keep my voice calm and relaxed. Of course. Portia's father had a heart attack last night. She went home in a hurry to see him because she didn't want to regret it if she didn't. I don't know anything yet. I haven't talked to her since she left, but she told me she'd check in. Oh my God, I blurt out in surprise. It's a little hard to be mad at her now, knowing she left for a reason like that. I still don't understand why she didn't just tell me, though. Well, thank you so much for telling me, I finally say. Do you know where her family lives? I can give you the address if you want. Oh, that would be amazing. Thank you. She reads off the address to Portia's home in California, and I thank her several times before hanging up the phone and immediately redialing Jeff. Hello, sir, Jeff says. Jeff, book me a ticket to Ventura, the first flight I can get on, I say in a no-nonsense tone. He agrees, saying he'll send me the details when it's done. I throw on some clothes and immediately pack a small bag. A husband, even a fake one, should be at his wife's side in times of trouble. Or at least this one is going to be.
Chapter 25. Portia. The feeling as I walk into my father's hospital room is surreal. From the moment I got that phone call, my stomach has been twisted into a knot so tight, I wasn't sure it was ever going to be undone. I can hear my mother quietly talking, but as soon as my foot comes through the doorframe, all the noise stops. All I can hear is the soft sound of my father's heart monitor. Portia. My mother rises from my father's side and comes to greet me. Her eyes are swollen from crying, the rims red as can be. My brother Peter sits further back in the room, his face dry, but his eyes staring a million miles away. I embrace my mother as she rushes forward. I feel the silent shaking of her body as she tries to hold herself together. I close my eyes, holding the moment with her for as long as I can before I have to face what I really came here for. My father. He lays in his bed, eyes scanning over me like I'm a ghost. His chest rises and falls steadily, and I can see the small cups of Jell-O on his bedside table. That's a good sign. He's up, eating. My brain tries to rationalize, but the echo of knowing what happened before is still infringing on any positive thoughts I might have. Hey there, Jelly Bean. My dad's rough voice calls me by my childhood nickname, and a rush of emotions floods me. I let go of my mother and stand by his side. He holds out his hand, and I take it with a soft squeeze. "How are you feeling?" I ask, and I can feel the tension in my face. My dad smiles the same charming smile I've seen 1,000 times. "I'm still alive, aren't I?" he teases. A gruff chuckle turns into a light cough as my mother leans in to rub his back. Growing up, you think your parents are immortal. They're these strong, confident people who are supposed to be your life guides. They can do no wrong. But as an adult, there's a time in everyone's lives when they start to realize their parents aren't immortal, and they're aging just as we are. It's a terrifying thought, to realize that your foundation could one day just be wiped away by anything. I pull a hospital chair up to my father's bed and get comfortable. "They say if there are no changes, I can leave tomorrow morning," he says with a smile, and it's reflected by my own. "That's awesome." My mother cuts in, her words carefully chosen. "Will you be here?" She looks at me, and I can see a deeper emotion behind the sadness. It makes me feel terrible for leaving my hometown, going so far away, and taking up a whole different life. Even if it is to help them out, it still feels bad. Of course, I'm here for as long as I can be. After the terrible coffee in the hospital cafeteria, sitting at home with my mother's regular coffee seems like heaven. My dad sits in his recliner, watching some game or another. It feels good to be home. Ventura is so much prettier than New York. It has charm. Staring out the window, I can see all the neighbors I have known for years, tending to their lawns or playing with what I assume must be their grandkids. It feels good to be back here, back home. I have lived here for as long as I can remember, at least until I moved to New York a few years ago. My whole childhood is in this home, this neighborhood, and this town. When I stepped out of the car yesterday, most of my neighbors even recognized me. They were all around, telling me to wish my dad a speedy recovery. A lot of them made food for our family, bringing it over in intervals yesterday and today. The fridge is now stocked, and my mom seems elated that she won't have to cook. I spend most of my morning helping my mom around the house. My oldest brother, Peter, takes care of Patrick and Prisley, who are 12 and 8. Peter keeps them quietly entertained and out of the way so my dad can rest. It is nice to be in such a busy house. I love living with Willem, but his mansion is always eerily quiet. My apartment before him wasn't much better. By mid-afternoon, I am lost in thought and cleaning up the backyard when I feel my phone buzz. I toss the toys into their bin and go to see who is texting me. "Portia, where are you?" Willem. Not long after that, my phone starts incessantly buzzing. He's calling. "Hello." I keep my voice neutral, hoping he won't be too mad. "Portia, I've been trying to reach you. Where did you go?" He sounds frazzled, and immediately I feel terrible. "I've been dealing with some family matters. I'll be home soon, I promise." I sigh softly. I wish I could tell him, but I can't help thinking it's a bad idea. He's a fake husband, and I had no intention of telling my parents about this. I never really thought the two would have to meet. Maybe that's the problem. I didn't think. "Are you okay?" His voice sounds sad. I just want to hug him, to make sure he knows I didn't leave to get away from him. "Yeah, I'm sorry I left so suddenly. I need to go. I'll talk to you soon." I hang up quickly before he can make me feel any worse. Sliding my phone back in my pocket, I sigh. Walking back in the house, my mom is in a flurry putting together dinner. I immediately start helping, placing dishes from our neighbors on the table, while Prisley sets the table and Patrick follows behind her with cutlery. As we all sit down for dinner, I can't help but feel happy to be back with my family. I didn't realize how much I missed them. "So, Portia, is there anyone special in your life?" my mother asks, and I feel my face heat up. Immediately, my brain starts thinking of Willem and his intense green eyes. I look down at my plate, and I can feel my mom's eyes on me. For some reason, I decide to go for it. I feel guilty hiding Willem from them anyway, especially since he sounds so sad about it. When my mom asks, it impulsively strikes me that this might be the time to come clean. I take a deep breath and blurt it out before I can second-guess the decision. Actually, I'm married. I glance up at my mom, and I watch in real time as her jaw drops. Looking around the table, everyone else is matching her expression, especially my dad.
Chapter 26. Willem. It probably would have been faster to walk at this pace, I grumble in my head. Every muscle in my body feels tense as I watch the long line of cars that stretch ahead of me. The airport I need to reach is tantalizingly close, close enough that I can see it just over the traffic. I knew it wasn't going to be easy, especially after Jeff had to book my ticket for a flight taking off at 3 p.m. That meant I'd be trying to get to the airport right at the beginning of rush hour. But the alternative was to wait a whole day longer for a flight, and that wasn't going to happen. My phone has been at the maximum volume in the hopes that Portia will message me again. I know if it really is a family emergency, then hearing from her isn't something I should necessarily expect. She's busy, and I respect that, but I don't understand why she's cut me out of the moment entirely. After minutes that feel like hours, the cars ahead finally start to move, and I start to make my way closer to the airport. Check-in is a blur. Security is fast. I didn't bother to pack much, thinking whatever I need, I can buy in California. By the time I'm sitting in my seat, I start to really think about it. The plane is quiet with the monotonous mumbling of conversations that have nothing to do with me. Jeff was able to find a first-class seat with only one other person in the row. As they sit down, we exchange a polite greeting, one that doesn't invite more conversation but makes the flight easier. Jeff even called ahead to book a car for me when I land. That should make it easier for me to get to Ventura. I watch as the stretch of runway out my window starts to blur together before the incline of takeoff makes the gray strip become smaller and smaller until it's gone. The flight is long, but I'd walk there for Portia. Our home has been so quiet ever since I realized she was gone. I hate spending time there. The patches of land look like art, canvassed as far as I can see. My mind keeps drifting back to before, when I first found out she was gone. I immediately wanted to find her, of course, but that was the first time it really struck me that I had no information. The background check I did on her was just that. Background information. I knew her age, name, and place of work, things you can find out on a business card. I had never stopped to think about it, but I wanted to know everything about her. Over time, I found her likes and dislikes, but I've never really thought about what makes her history, what makes her tick. I've never met her family, nor know much about them. Molly told me her father had a heart attack, but before that happened, I never thought to ask her about him at all. Of course she has a father. Does she have siblings? What was her childhood like? Why does her husband, fake husband, not know any of this? An underlying twang of guilt hits me and I swallow it. When did I become like this? Why does she make me feel like this? I close my eyes and hope that sleep will make this trip go faster. When I open my eyes a few hours later, the plane is dim and sleepy. The dull, warm lights of the cabin are the only things illuminating my surroundings. With a glance out the window, I can tell I'm almost there. I look down at my watch and see that it's 9 at night. Just in time. The plane lands fast, and that antsy feeling starts to build up again. I can imagine how it'll feel to have Portia in my arms again. But it'll have to wait for tomorrow. I'm certainly not about to surprise her at her parents' address in the middle of the night. By the time I get through the luggage claim and make my way to get my rental car, she'll probably be asleep anyway. I'll have to go see her in the morning. I get to my hotel just before 11. It's an economy class room with a single bed, a couch, and a small television. The walls are all a faded beige color, making me feel even worse about having to spend another night alone. I take a long shower in the small bathroom. The tiles are somehow the exact same color as the paint. I'll be happy to be out of here tomorrow. As I'm drifting off to sleep, I think about Portia and how she must be feeling right now. Is she thinking of me, too? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next morning finally comes. When I roll out of the hotel bed, the first thing I notice is the ache in my back. Damn it, I mutter, clutching my lower side. Things like this make me feel old. I get up and do a few stretches to try to loosen out the muscles. It only half works, and as I'm getting dressed, I can still feel it in my movements. I make sure to grab the keys and load everything into the car. I've no idea how to get to Ventura, nor have I ever heard of it. Over the complimentary breakfast, I type away on Google Maps and finally find it. An hour's drive, great. I can't imagine how my back will feel after all this. I finish my small cup of coffee and throw out the styrofoam dishes from my meal. The breakfast wasn't bad, but I'll be happy when I can have one of Portia's home-cooked meals again. It feels like I spend my whole drive hunched over the side, watching for all the different signs. My phone is flashing its low battery at me, and I curse the fact I forgot to bring a charger. When I finally see the town's welcome sign, it's a blessing. I glance down, and my phone has 5% left. The speed limit is 40. I drive impatiently, trying to get there as fast as possible while avoiding a speeding ticket. Finally, like a scene out of a movie, I see a familiar head of ash-brown hair. She's sitting over a bed of flowers wearing a pair of old jeans. It has to be her. I park on the street before clambering out of my car as fast as my body will take me. "Portia!" I holler, and her head perks up. She looks around, sunglasses perched on her adorable nose. When I assume she's seen me, I lock the car quickly with a fumble of my keys and start to make my way over. She's barely stood up by the time I arrive beside her, and I wrap my arms around her. I feel her stiffen at first, but as she turns, the shocked look on her face turns to one of happiness. I could kiss her right here on the lawn. Just as I'm about to lean in, a male voice calls from the front door. "Hey! Keep your damn hands to yourself!" He leaps off the landing, making an aggressive charge toward me.
Chapter 27. Portia. My brother, Peter, comes out of the house just in time to see the embrace. His eyes open wide, then he scowls and races toward Willem, ready to pull him off me. Whoa, Peter, stop! I give my younger brother a look he knows well, and he stops in his tracks. The look on his face makes it obvious what he is thinking. I understand his mistake, but I don't want this to get out of hand. But you know him? Peter realizes out loud. Oh, sorry. I know everyone in the neighborhood. I thought you were just some weirdo hanging around. I shoot Willem an amused look. Well, he might be a weirdo, but I guess he's my weirdo. Go get everyone. I want them to meet him. Go. Peter rushes toward the house. Mom, Dad, Preisley, Patrick, come here. He disappears into the house and doesn't come out until everyone comes with him. Okay, Portia, we're here. Everyone, meet my husband, Willem Strom. He owns a business in New York City. We met, started seeing each other, and we got married. I can feel Willem's arm wrap around my waist, but his posture feels stiff and nervous. My mom reacts first. Oh, I didn't know we would get to meet you on this trip. She gushes. She runs up to Willem, already opening her arms. You didn't tell me he was coming, she says in an accusing tone. Willem grins and pulls her into a hug. Hello, Mrs. Davis. It's wonderful to meet you. Peter apologizes again. I'm so sorry, Portia. I didn't know he was your husband. Never mind. I know you were protecting me, but there's no need. I look up at Willem, smiling at him. And I didn't know he was coming either. My father stands back, looking distrustful. He might take a bit to come around to this, but I'm not surprised. Preisley, on the other hand, I did not expect to object, but she crosses her arms over her torso, and she shoots side-eye at Willem. Patrick doesn't look any more thrilled than her. Portia, why didn't you have a real wedding? Is it only on paper? My dad asks, his tone suspicious. Dad, my husband is a busy man. I told him we can get married again in church when I'm ready, but we need time to plan a wedding, and we didn't want to wait to make it official. My dad nods, looking only slightly mollified by the answer. Mr. Strom, you need to get used to Portia's life here. After my heart attack, I'm still regaining my strength. I'm not in very good shape. As a good son-in-law, you'll have to help with the wood carving. You'll need to do my woodwork. I want you to prove that you are worthy of my daughter. Willem nods and tries to keep up. Portia told me that you own a small woodworking shop in town. You carve wood furniture, right? My father nods confirmation. Willem nods once, decisively. Mr. Davis, I agree. I'll just need to call my secretary and let him know. Then I'll give some of my duties to some of my managers so I can stay here with Portia and your family. My dad's eyebrows shoot up at William's quick response, and it's obvious he never thought Willem would agree so readily. Well, we'll start bright and early tomorrow morning. Have you ever worked with wood? I haven't. I'll be learning from you. Then my dad turns and stalks back into the house without another word. Willem places his arm over my shoulders. Mrs. Davis, how is your husband doing? Does he need any other help while we're here? My mother sighs. He's still regaining his strength. I had to change his diet and he didn't like that at all. An occupational therapist is supposed to come out here and help him with exercises so he can regain his usual strength, but he wants to be back to normal now. He just had his heart attack? I sputter. He wants to be up and going at the same speed he was going before he got sick. I'll talk to him, Mom. She shakes her head. No, Portia, you will not. You have to just let him work through this. Peter gestures to Willem, leading him into the house so he can get comfortable. My younger siblings follow, but they still have that same distrustful look on their face as they eye Willem. I didn't think they'd react this way. When everyone else is out of earshot, I quietly ask my mom about it. Why are the kids so unhappy about Willem? Give them time. You weren't able to tell us about your wedding, so they're understandably surprised and confused. Willem does seem to be a wonderful man. I can't help but smile. He is. We begin to walk toward the house, and I notice Prisley has come back outside to scowl at me. I decide to face it head on. Prisley, you don't seem to like Willem. I don't. My younger sister's voice is defiant. You got married without telling any of us you had met him. What if he's a bad man who only wants to hurt you? For a moment, I am stunned and speechless. No, he isn't bad. He's very gentle with me. And he is so considerate, I hastily reassure her. He takes me to work so I don't have to walk or use the subway or bus. He's welcomed me completely into his home. He's wonderful, Prisley. What does he do? He owns his own business. He's made a success of it. Is he like Daddy? It has never occurred to me, and I stop to ponder the question. He's not as stern as Dad is at this, but he expects a lot of his employees and of himself. Look, Prisley, I know it will take you time to warm up to him. That's fine. Please, just give him a chance. Prisley looks at me and sighs. Okay.
Chapter 28. Willem. I wake up earlier than I usually do. Feeling Portia next to me in bed, I turn and just look at her. As I do, my heart seems to flutter. I think back to our conversation last night. She apologized for leaving so quickly. While I was really worried about her leaving without letting me know, I completely understand it was a stressful time for her. I don't love that she just took off like that, but what's done is done. I don't want to make any of this harder on her than it needs to be, so I've decided to just drop it. I'm not a real husband, so a part of me does understand why she chose not to include me in her family emergency from the beginning. While we're getting ready for the day, Portia asks if we can stay here for a week so she can continue to observe her dad's recovery. Since I've already made plans with my assistant to run the business, I say that it's fine. I would do the same if my father was sick, I admit. Portia comes up to me half-dressed and kisses me. We stand for a few minutes in a loose hug. I've gotten to see a new side of Portia since I got here yesterday. She is so affectionate with her sister and brother, and she is pretty high-spirited with her parents. I hope Patrick and Prisley will warm up to you. It's really unusual for them to be acting this way. My beautiful wife has a worried expression on her face. I don't think we have to worry too much. I surprised them all, even your parents. They'll come around before too long. Peter apologized several times for nearly punching me yesterday. Portia's eyes widen as she remembers that moment. Then, she laughs. Yeah, I don't think Peter will be a problem. At least Patrick and Prisley are small, so you don't have to worry about them beating you up. Remember, you are a loving older sister to them. They've never seen you married before, so this is a huge switch for them. They'll come around. My beautiful wife's forehead crinkles in thought. Well, yeah, that's true. We'd better get out there or they'll send the National Guard in here. I let out a loud laugh at that remark. In the kitchen, Portia and her mother, Portia, work on getting breakfast to the table. Mom, what's Dad allowed to have when he eats? Food's much lower in sodium and cholesterol. He hates it. I bought this turkey bacon and he's getting used to it. He can only eat a few eggs a week, so we'll have oatmeal or pancakes some mornings. I bet the kids will love that, Portia remarks. What can I do? Start the coffee, please. Decaf, which I haven't told him about. Portia raises an eyebrow but says nothing as she prepares the coffee. May I help? I offer. Portia looks at me with a warm smile. No, son, thank you. We'll be done in a few minutes. She pours more pancake batter and checks the pancakes which have been cooking on the griddle. Prisley comes into the kitchen. She looks at me and sizes me up, then she nods once. Good morning, Mr. Strome. She opens the refrigerator and gets the milk, butter, and creamer out. You can call me Willem, Prisley. It's okay. She looks at me again, her face twisting as if I am making her say a bad word. Willem. She scurries out to the dining room. Fontaine comes into the kitchen as the coffee starts to percolate. Good morning, he says gruffly. Willem, how did you sleep? Very well, thank you. You? He ignores the question. I'm ready to teach you woodworking. I nod. I hope I can remind you to go easy on yourself. Fontaine's eyebrows slide down over his eyes, nearly hiding them. I know what I can do, son. Fontaine, he's only concerned for your health. Portia's voice has a thread of steel running through it. Fontaine grumbles. He leaves the kitchen and I hear the morning's national news show on television. Portia looks at me with a smile. You're doing the right thing. Thank you. Soon we're all sitting around the table. Portia is on my right, while Peter sits to my left. Fontaine starts the platter of pancakes moving around the table. If I have to be on a special diet, at least I get pancakes. Everybody fills their plates. Portia stands and pours coffee for everyone. As we all eat, we are silent, just savoring the taste of our food. I look at Fontaine. He takes a huge gulp of his hot coffee. He doesn't seem to notice that he's drinking decaf coffee. Or maybe he does and doesn't complain. Son, we'll be going to my shop after breakfast. I'll be showing you how to cut lumber. Right now, I'm working on an order for a family. They need 3 dressers. I'm happy to learn. Thank you. I have another assistant who will be doing the harder work. I nod since my mouth is full of coffee. After breakfast, Fontaine loads me up with 2 heavy messenger bags. What do they have inside? I hang the straps crosswise on both shoulders and walk outside. Fontaine opens the back of his truck, and I put the bags inside. Then he gives me the keys. I'm still not cleared for driving. I'll give you directions. Soon we arrive at the wood shop that Fontaine owns. I see another young man, maybe a few years older than Peter. Morning, sir. Oh, do you have a new employee? The employee's eyes are wide with shock. Fontaine shakes his head. No, this is Willem. He's Portia's husband. The employee's eyes grow huge. Husband? Did I miss something? He asks in confusion. Well, I guess they love each other, Fontaine says almost regretfully. I got him to help me with those dressers. We have to get them done, and my heart attack didn't do us any favors. I stick my hand out to the employee. Willem, nice to meet you. Eric, glad for the help. His handshake is strong. By the time we finish at the end of the day, I am beat. Fontaine is a harsh taskmaster. But now I know how to handle lumber, measure, and cut it to the right length. I learned how to use a hammer, nails, and a nail gun. I also learned the importance of long sleeves to keep sawdust from coating my sweaty arms, safety glasses, and a face mask. I also know that Fontaine doesn't like mistakes, whether they are large or small. I read him right. He is harsh, but for a good reason. He wants his products to be perfect. So, for the week that we are here, I'll be spending my days in the shop. Back at the Davis home, I shower and change into clean clothes. I find Portia, and we greet each other with a long hug. Did he give you the military officer treatment? Oh, did he ever? But I know why. It's not personal.
Chapter 29. Portia. Since Willem followed me here, I realized that he has been getting up earlier than he usually does in New York. When we're there, he wakes at 7 so he can get ready for work and leave in plenty of time. Since we've been here in Ventura, he has been getting up as soon as the sun peeks over the horizon. We eat breakfast with my family, and he leaves with my father. When he gets home, he is sweaty and exhausted. My mom has surprised me. She loves Willem. I haven't said anything to them about his wealth. What if they find out that he's a billionaire? How will they react? I shake my head. Ooh, that'll definitely be a disaster. I spend more time worrying about it than I really should. I'm probably making it even bigger than it has to be. But it feels like the one thing I'm still keeping secret from them. I want them to trust him, and I'm afraid if they start seeing him as some incredibly rich guy, they won't give him the same chance. I don't want them assuming I married him for his money, even if it is kind of the truth. Now that Willem is in the shop with Dad, I'm helping Mom with the chores. While we're working, Mom leaves and comes back with a little wooden carving. She hands it to me, and I instantly recognize it as one my father has made. Mom, no! You and Dad should sell this. Portia, this might be one of the last things that your father made that you'll be able to keep. She sighs, and right now her age really shows. Her hair is more gray than before, and she looks tired, no matter how much she tries to hide it. Portia, we're probably going to have to sell the business and your father's tools. He'll be out of business then, but we need the money from the sale to pay off the debt in Honduras. We're on a deadline, and if we don't pay it, the mayor will claim your grandmother's land and home. She won't be able to stay in the house. You know that's not an option. I hear the words, but they echo in my ears and don't sink into my brain. That's what my side work was for. By working as a fixer, I've been able to send more money than I ever thought to help pay that damnable debt off. But ever since Dad had his heart attack, they've had the hospital bill too. Those expenses probably came from the same pool of money, which leaves us short. As hard as we have all worked, it's still not enough. Damn it, I don't hear the door as my mother and I loudly discuss the situation, and I try to convince her not to sell the tools. But she demands to know what other solution I have, and the truth is that I have nothing. Willem comes rushing into the room at the sound of our voices, demanding an explanation of what is happening. I lick my lips and my heart is beating so fast. I try to explain the situation to him. I'm embarrassed. It feels unbearable to explain to a billionaire how pathetic you are. But I tell him everything anyway. Then I feel his hands on my arms, and I dare to look up from the spot I am studying on the floor. Portia may not have told you this, he begins gently. I'm not just a worker in a company. I own my own business. I have plenty to make this go away. Hold on. He takes one hand from my arm and pulls his phone out of his pocket. He places a call to his secretary and starts making all of the plans to have the money sent over. He whispers back and forth with us, getting the details he needs to pay what's left on the hospital bill and be able to buy back the debt on my grandmother's property. Portia, I am so sorry for not being upfront from the beginning about my true background, he admits when he gets off the phone. My mother still looks gobsmacked, as if she can't believe what just happened. I don't blame her. By now, Dad and Peter have gathered as well. Their faces are puzzled as my mother tearfully tries to explain what is happening to my father. Willem still looks embarrassed. I apologize for not being honest from the beginning when I got here. He tries again. Fontaine, I know how hard you work to make a living for your family. I see it. You put everything you have into your woodwork, and your customers love your work. Please, I want you to call me and tell me if you have any other problems in the future. I look at my dad. He holds onto the table with one hand. His eyes are huge, just fixed on Willem. I can't read his expression at all, and I hold my breath waiting to see what happens next. Dad finally recovers. I think we'll be fine now. Your generosity just helped us buy the time we need. Mama is elderly, so she won't be around for much longer. You gave her the gift of spending her last days in the home she loves. Dad walks up to Willem and apologizes. I'm so sorry for putting you through such hard work. He shoots a dirty look at me. You could have told me I was making a rich man cut wood. Willem laughs. It's not a problem at all. I am learning something new, and I insist on going with you to your shop until it's time for Portia and I to fly back home. Fontaine, I'm serious. If you need help for any reason at all, call me. I'll help you out. I look up. Prisley and Patrick are standing in the doorway, just looking at Willem. Prisley's eyes still communicate distrust. She still hasn't softened toward Willem. Patrick puts his arm around Prisley's shoulders. He seems to be holding her back. The two of them united in their unwillingness to accept Willem. We've all been aware of the threat that the mayor's corruption put our grandmother in back in Honduras. My siblings and I were all born here in California. We've flown back to spend time with relatives who still live there. But we all knew the dread that Mom and Dad felt, wondering if the mayor would kick Grandma out of her home. She never wanted to leave, so giving up wasn't an option. We were stuck always having to hope for the best and prepare for the worst. The rules were different back there, and we never had the money to overcome it. But now, maybe we can at least get through her final days in peace. Finally, it's nighttime. Willem and I are in my old room. It's time for me to open up about the fixer work I've been doing. Willem, I'll pay you back as soon as I get the exact amount, but it's going to take me years before I can repay everything. Willem folds me into his arms. He looks down at me. No, you aren't repaying a penny to me. All I need is for you to be a good wife and partner to me. When I look at you, I see the good woman and daughter that you are. As I begin to cry, he holds me up against him and just lets me cry. For the first time in forever, I don't have the weight of that debt that's been pulling me down for so long. Eventually, he lies down and keeps me in his arms. I'm finally cried out. Our room is silent as I return to my usual calm self. I'm at peace, and it feels good. I look up at Willem. He's asleep. Pulling myself up, I kiss his forehead. I love you, Willem.
Chapter 30. Willem. Things have changed for the better in my relationship with Portia. She's more open to me. That doesn't mean she's not spirited. In fact, she's just as spirited and willing to push back on me if she thinks I've done or said something wrong. But ever since she could be truly honest with me about her family problems, it feels like something has shifted. We communicate more openly. We're developing a closer bond with each other. I guess it's the tone of our relationship that's become more affectionate. She teases me like she did before, but she's more loving about it. We're at Portia's parents' home for our last few days. I'm carving a piece of wood for Fontaine, a task I've grown to really enjoy, but it's hard to concentrate while I feel Patrick and Prisley staring at me. This reminds me, I still have to get the approval of these wonderful kids. It's not easy. These two still distrust me, and they refuse to let me in. I never knew that two kids this young could be this stubborn. They're still treating me the same way they did when I first got here. I let out a sigh as I work. How's it going? Nothing. Just that staring. Prisley, do you like your teacher? Nope. Still silently staring. Portia comes in and rubs my shoulders. That feels good. You okay? You look lost in thought. The kids leave, no longer enjoying tormenting me with Portia around. I gesture toward their retreating backs. Portia, they're still just as distrusting of me as the first day I got here. Will they ever warm up? I wouldn't worry. They'll like you soon enough. Yeah, but when? Tomorrow's our last day here in Ventura. Then we have to fly back to New York. I sigh. I like your brother and sister. I love them. And I like them too. Just give them some time. I'll tell you some of their interests and likes, so you can share things with them. I put one hand on Portia's hand. Okay, but let's talk about it later, okay? I don't want them to catch you feeding me tips. Portia snickers. They would be pretty upset. Want to go for a walk? I look closely at the wood I've been carving. It's coming along slowly. Okay, just as long as I finish this by tonight for your dad. Keeping Fontaine's instructions in mind, I put the sharp knife back in its case and store it up high, away from the kids. I put the piece of wood next to the case. Let's go. I make sure the kids see me holding Portia's hand as we leave for our walk. Oops. Now I feel their stares just burning my back. They need to see that I really like their sister. I care for her. So how has it been, working for my dad for a week? Portia looks up at me. Wow, I thought I was a taskmaster. Your dad is in a whole other class. But that's okay. He runs a tight operation and it shows in the products he sells. Portia smiles. Yeah, he was always like that with us. Still is too. Believe me, if he didn't like you by now, he would have chased you off. Really? What saved me? Your ability to be up front with us, and his need for some help at the shop. They're making it, but barely, which is why I'm so grateful for what you did for them and our grandmother. I wrap my arm around Portia's shoulders and squeeze her gently. Thanks. After our walk, we go back home. I return to my carving, and Portia helps Prisha with the cleaning and cooking. I hear her laughing and talking with her mom. She seems more relaxed here. While the reason for our trip here was frightening, this visit did her a lot of good. Maybe it did us some good too. Mom, let me do that, please. Portia doesn't sound so relaxed anymore. I begin walking toward the kitchen just in case. No, I can handle that. A heavy thump resounds. I hurry, worried that Prisha has taken a bad fall. I look into the kitchen. She is leaning over a huge dish, panting. Mom, I could have gotten that for you. Yes, you could have. I should have listened to you. Portia shakes her head but dutifully retrieves the dish, washing it in the sink. To lift the mood, I decide to change the subject. Prisha, what are you planning? She looks at me with a large smile. Son, we're having a stew with dried beef, tortillas, and arroz con leche. That's rice pudding. My stomach growls loudly. Portia hears it and laughs, just as loudly. Mom, I think he likes what you're making. Willem, these are two traditional Honduran meals. I make them often for the kids. It's a good way for them to remember their roots. And I can't wait to share it with you. I say sincerely, kissing my mother-in-law's cheek.
Chapter 31. Portia. Willem and I are leaving to go back home to New York City tomorrow. Our trip has gone well overall, but I know Willem still has one last item on his checklist to complete. Winning over my stubborn 8 and 12-year-old siblings. Portia, would you mind if I took the kids down the street to the park so we can talk? I won't leave here feeling good about my relationship with them if I don't help them to clear the air. I smile, teasing him. When did you get so fond of them? We've only been here a week. Willem's face grows red, and he puts his hand over his face. I just feel bad for crashing into their lives without warning. I think they're scared I might steal you away from them. My smile falls from my face, and I realize he's right. Sure, go ahead. I'll be here with Mom. Willem calls for Patrick and Prisley. Hey, let's go down to the park. I'd like to speak with you before we leave. Prisley rolls her eyes. Patrick sighs. But they both go with Willem to the park. I'm helping Mom with the chores. Dad's in his shop, so we'll be able to make noise and get things clean like Mom wants. Mom, will you promise me something? What is it? Please call me if something happens to any one of you. We can come here whenever you need, and we'll be here for you. I called you when your father was in the hospital, didn't I? Yes, you did. But that was when you weren't sure about Dad's health. We just worry about you. I put my hand on Mom's shoulder and squeeze it gently. We'd like to stay up to date more often. Mom sighs, and her face returns to its usual medium brown shade. I know, honey. I'm sorry. I think it's getting older and trying to adjust to the changes. Actually, it's Dad that's getting older. You're still young, remember? I smile at her. Mom giggles. They're only 11 months apart in age, but she likes to remind him of it as often as possible. Let's get this work done. We'll have some tea later on. Mom cleans the bathrooms while I vacuum and mop. I put everything away and we both do the dusting. Soon the house is sparkling with cleanliness. Okay, sit down. I'll pour iced tea and we can have some cookies. She puts a few cookies on a small plate. Next, she pours the tea and joins me. So, how did you meet Willem? He is a wonderful man, so considerate. I stop and consider how to answer that. I was asked to go to a meeting and help figure out a problem. This was the night job that I've been doing to help you and Dad. Anyway, I got to the location and spotted the people I needed to speak with. Or, I thought I spotted them. I pause dramatically, enjoying the way my mom is listening intently. Willem seemed to be leading the group and was having a problem with one of the people. I approached him and introduced myself. As it turned out, I didn't meet the right group. I chuckled to myself, eyeing her expression. She seems to be buying it. So I cleared that up, and Willem and I parted ways. But later he stopped me and introduced himself. It kind of went from there, and we've been together since. How nice. He's such a caring man. Feeling uncomfortable, I sigh. I didn't think so at first. I was going to stop dating him because when I saw him in some situations, he was hard, kind of not so nice. Then I realized it was only in work situations that he was such a tough guy. I stopped talking. I don't want to make Mom think badly of Willem. We'd better start dinner for everyone. It's getting late. Shortly before dinner is ready, Willem and the kids come back. I join them in the living room and immediately notice that the relationship between all three is warmer. It's an improvement, and I'll take that. Portia, would you wait outside the living room? I want to have a talk with Patrick and Prisley. I leave, walking into the hall. I make sure nobody can see me as I listen in while he talks to the kids. What I hear totally surprises me. Listen, you two. I won't take your sister away from you. She loves you so very much. If you want to visit her, I'll make arrangements for you to fly to New York, or we can settle on a date to come visit here. You've spent a few days with me, and you probably see that your brother-in-law can be stubborn and egocentric. That means selfish. Can I have your sister too? I need Portia, and I promise you that I will cherish her. I am stunned. My face gets hot as shock echoes through me. My heart is pounding and feels like it's going to break through my chest. Wait a minute. Does Willem mean all of that? Or is it just a part of his nice guy act? I shake my head and wait for a few minutes for my face and heart rate to return to normal. The feeling doesn't pass. I slip into the bathroom because I feel tears threatening. I grip the sink hard and tip my head back. Tears do not fall. Whatever you do, just go away. After a few minutes, I'm back to my normal self. I leave the bathroom and try to smile normally as I go back into the living room. Hey guys, did you enjoy your walk with Willem? Honey, what did you all do? The kids ran and played on the swings. I pushed Prisley as high as she wanted to go, and we just got to know each other. They told me how much they love and miss you, and I told them just how much I care for you.
Chapter 32. Willem. Oh, I think it's over there. Portia points to her dark red suitcase. It is tucked between two identical-looking black ones, and honestly, I'm just glad hers stands out enough that we can spot it from this distance away. She steps forward, ready to go, but I grab her arm. Her head turns back to me, and she has a puzzled look on her face. I'll get it, I offer, smiling down at my wife. Even after all the time we spent together in Ventura, it's nice to have her back here with me. She steps back into her spot, and I let go, kissing her temple before making the trek through the crowd. It seems like half of New York is looking for their bags, specifically at this terminal. I grab hers just before it does another spin, and weave my way through carrying the clunky luggage. When I get back to where Portia is standing, she greets me with a big smile, and I put her bag down in between us. "Thank you," she says, placing her hand on the top of the red vinyl. I nod before looking back. My bag is barely a carry-on, just enough to get me by until I saw Portia. I didn't know how long we would be staying, so I packed light. We pick up our bags, and on the car ride home, we talk about our upcoming week. I will probably be working overtime on Wednesday night, but this weekend I should be free. Grad season is coming to a close, so there shouldn't be too many orders left to fill. I hope Molly is handling it well. I chuckle lightly. Molly seems like a capable woman. I don't know what I need to catch up with, but I'm sure Jeff has everything scheduled out for me. We should do something this weekend. I'll keep mine free, I offer, and she nods enthusiastically. Okay, maybe we can go to that vineyard up north your mom was telling us about. She looks at me, and I can see the hopefulness in her eyes. Perfect. A few days later, we still haven't caught up much from our landing. In Ventura, we spend all our time with her family. Back home, it's even more chaotic than it was before. Portia is a lot busier than she thought she would be, and so am I. My past few days have been full of presentations, including the one that I'm in right now. My mind is a million yards away wherever Portia is. It feels like my thoughts are always on her. My phone lights up and a picture of Portia and her siblings is on full display. That was a good day. I snapped the photo as they were playing in the backyard. Just under her smiling face is a text. "How's your meeting? I hope you're paying attention." A faint smile threatens to break my composure. Texts from her always have a playful energy. Our age difference isn't big enough to matter, but it's big enough that she makes me feel younger. Until you texted me. My one hand sends the message while my other hand fidgets with a pen. The presentation isn't boring, but my mind is always somewhere else now. I look down at my paper, and there's an astounding lack of notes on it. I should be paying closer attention, but I guess I could always ask her to send over the PowerPoint later and go over it myself. Then another message comes through. Well, get back to it. Those data analyses of quarterly incomes aren't going to read themselves. I love it when she listens to my work. I stifle a chuckle at the message and reply with a simple bored emoji. Putting my phone down for a second, I try to focus on my meeting, but to no avail. I pick the phone back up and shoot off another text. How are the flower arrangements? I should have taken the conversation end so I could focus, but I wanted to make sure Portia was also having a good day. Painfully boring. There are only so many shades of pink I can put together before it's too much. The woman wouldn't even let me mix a white or a red in to break it up. Yikes. I type out the message just as the lights come up in the boardroom. Looking up quickly, I see Jeff staring at me with a raised brow, and a few other office members are clapping and chatting about the report. Damn it. I stand and thank the presenter for putting together the analysis. She looks happy. I slip my phone into my pocket and grab my pad of paper and the package that she handed out at the beginning. Just before she can get out the door, I quickly walk over and hold a hand up. Wait. She stops and looks at me with a nervous expression. Could you send me a copy of the PowerPoint, please? I want to take another look at it. Again, good job. I give her a polite smile, and she nods profusely before quickly walking out of the boardroom. Jeff comes over after everyone else has left and crosses his arms. You weren't listening at all, were you? He ends his question with a half laugh, and I have to hold back the urge to hold up my hand and cover my face. Sorry. It's been hard adjusting back. I start walking to my office, and he follows suit. Don't apologize to me. I just want to make sure you're getting everything done. He shrugs, and we walk into my office. I drop the papers down at the end of my desk and round it to take a seat. It'll all get done. Speaking of which, can you send me all the contracts to review for the next week? I want to get those done before the weekend. All of them? He asks, hanging back in the doorway. I nod, and he looks at me before bobbing his head in agreement and turning to walk away. Hopefully, if I can get all of these done, I can spend all weekend with Portia. Now that she's around, the idea of working over the weekend is abysmal.
Chapter 33. Portia. The moment I wake up, I feel excited. I don't know why, but I just have this feeling that today is going to be a good day. As I yawn, I enjoy a nice stretch before rolling over. I immediately bump into Willem, who is already awake and dressed for the day. Oh, I didn't expect you to be here, I say. Why's that? You're my wife. Technically, you're in my bed, you know. Of course, but I just figured you probably had some important things to do this morning. You don't usually get dressed then lounge in bed. But it's the weekend, Willem said, brow furrowed. Well, yeah, but you're such a busy guy, you know. Figured you'd have a list of things to do. Well, then I guess it's your lucky day because I am all yours this weekend. What's the catch? I ask, surprised. No catch? Now let's get up and have a quick breakfast before we start the day. By the way, where do you want to go first? I know he had mentioned spending some time together this weekend before, but I never really expected him to follow through. Not for the whole day, and I definitely didn't know I would get to pick. I really get to pick? Absolutely. We will do whatever you want today. I already know exactly where I want to go. I have been thinking about a vineyard, but now I have a much better idea. The park, I say without hesitation. Okay, well, on that note, get dressed and wear some comfy shoes because we're walking. Wait, what about breakfast? I'm starved, I complain. That's why we'll be stopping at a cafe for breakfast on the way there, he says, pinching my cheek before hopping up and leaving the room. I giggle and scramble out of bed, hastily trying to find a cute dress and shoes to wear. I was right. This is going to be a good day. 20 minutes later, we're on our way. Luckily, Willem lives within walking distance of about 100 different amazing cafes, so he tells me to choose anyone I like. That one, the one with the baby blue awning. Have you been? Willem looks at me and smiles, and for some reason he almost appears to be sentimental. I used to go there every morning before work. That's my favorite breakfast place in the city. No way, I exclaim as we start walking towards it. Why did you stop going? I guess I just got too busy. I don't know. Anyways, trust me, you're going to love this place. I've tried everything on the menu at least once, and it's all amazing. The chef is extraordinary. My heart flutters. This is so perfect. All I want is to kiss him right now, but I calm myself down, reminding myself that this isn't a real marriage. I can enjoy the perks that come with being with him, but I cannot under any circumstances become attached. We're seated right away by the nicest hostess I've ever had. She remembers Willem, but it doesn't seem like it's for any reason other than that he used to come here a lot. Still, I find myself feeling slightly jealous at the fact that she's known him longer. We order our food, him, a giant omelet, and me, maple chicken and waffles. I still can't believe you like chicken and waffles. You mean you haven't tried them? I thought you'd had everything on the menu. Yes, I had, until I stopped coming. I guess they added a few additions to it since I was last here. Try a bite. I promise you will love it. It may seem odd at first, but it really is amazing. I insist. Oh, fine. But if I don't like it, I'm judging you forever. Deal. I smirk, knowing he is going to love it. Just as I predicted, his face lights up after his first bite. Holy cow! That's incredible. I told you. Who would have thought that chicken would taste so good doused in maple syrup? We laugh together, and the rest of the meal goes by flawlessly. I almost don't want to leave this quaint, beautiful little cafe. I know for sure I'll be coming back here. Next, we set out to the park. Once there, we roam around, enjoying the sights and even taking a seat by the water for a while to relax. 2 hours later, we've exhausted everything we could possibly do at this location. What now? I ask. That's up to you, he reminds me. I'm not sure. Why don't we just walk around until we find something interesting? That sounds amazing. You know, I've never actually done that before, he admits. Really? But that's the best way to find all the hidden gems? I usually just search Google Maps and go to the highest rated place. What? That's absurd. You know, most people aren't submitting reviews on Google Maps about the places they go. You're missing out on a lot by going off that. I've never really thought about that. You're so right. Like this place, look. It looks beautiful. We have to go in here, I say, as I point to a small boutique-like shop. We walk in, and immediately, we're amazed. The store has the most beautiful watercolor paintings lining every inch of the walls. They're in every size, and no two are alike. We're amazed. And we even end up buying two that we just can't take our eyes off of. By the time we leave, the two of us are walking with our arms around each other, smiling like we really are a true married couple. And it really does feel like we are. Nothing about this feels fake at all. It feels amazing. I can't wait for our paintings to arrive at the house, he says, still marveling over them. We can find a spot to put them together. I'm already looking forward to it, I say, smiling up at him. We traipse around New York City for the rest of the afternoon, stopping for dinner at a nice fine dining restaurant, and lastly, grabbing ice cream cones for our walk home. When we arrive at his place, we stand outside, admiring the sunset and finishing our ice cream. Once we finish, we embrace. If you saw us, I'm sure you would think we'd been married 10 years already. And at this moment, it kind of feels like we have. I'm about to walk up the pathway to his place, but he grabs my hand and pulls me toward him. I just wanted to say that I've had an amazing day. I feel like this is the first time that I've really had fun, like real fun. And I'm so glad that it was with you, Portia. Looking up at him, I smile, and it's a real, genuine smile, possibly the most genuine. He leans in for a kiss, and the moment our lips touch, I know. I love him, and it is far too late to deny it or do anything about it.
Chapter 34. Willem. I look up and smile at the ever-patient Jeff as he hands me another stack of documents to sign. "In a good mood again today, sir," comments Jeff with an innocently raised eyebrow. As he is handing me the papers, he has a little smirk on his face. "I see marriage is still suiting you well." I laugh. "Yup," I reply, feeling content. "My wife is absolutely wonderful." And does she have to put up with the tuneful whistling I've had to endure recently?" I laugh. "No, Jeff, I saved that especially for you." "Probably best kept that way," Jeff says with a grimace. "Wouldn't want to scare the lady off." I simply can't help being cheerful with her in my life. I wake up feeling happy every morning. She's great for me. Oh, to be young and in love, singing from the rooftops, or at least the office bathroom, Jeff teases gently. "Ah, you heard that, did you? The walls must be thinner than I thought. It's good to see you happy at last. I was beginning to think you were going to spend the rest of your life as a dedicated bachelor, growing into a grumpy old man, living alone in a big old mansion. It's great that a woman has finally managed to turn your head." "Thank you, Jeff. I didn't expect it to happen myself either. But did you really think that? A grumpy old man rattling around feeling lonely in a big old mansion? Frightening all the kids off on Halloween?" Jeff laughs. I can just imagine them now. Daring each other to ring the doorbell, then running away before you come out chasing them with your stick. The morning slips past pleasantly, our easy banter going back and forth as we work our way through the enormous stack of paperwork on the desk. Once we finish, I sit down behind the desk. I've been contemplating who I can talk to for a bit of marriage guidance. It has become quite clear how I feel about Portia. I'm just not sure how I can let her know how much she means to me. I dial up my cousin, Lindsay Strome-Peters. We grew up together, and she's got a good heart. She can also keep a secret, which is essential if I'm to tell her the truth about Portia. I flick the phone onto speaker and sit back while it rings. "Willem!" Lindsay's voice is excited to hear from me. "How are you doing, little cousin?" "Hi, Lindsay. I'm doing well. How about you? Has Tommy started school yet?" For a while, we catch up on family gossip. Then she bluntly gets the question I know she's been dying to ask. "So, what is this I hear about you being married? Why was I not the first person you told?" "Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been meaning to call you. Life's been a bit crazy since I met Portia. In fact, she is why I'm calling if you want the truth. I need a bit of marriage advice." "Already? You've only been married for 5 minutes, haven't you?" "Yup, that's true. But not everything is as it seems." "That is so typical of you, little cousin. Come on, fill me in." "Okay. So you know how my folks have been on let's marry Willem off's mission? I've not had a moment's peace for years, with my mother setting me up on blind dates and good old dad backing her up. Yeah, poor old playboy Willem being expected to settle down and play happy families. I know what you've been through. Trust Lindsay to be unsympathetic to my plight. Well, I met Portia in a bar. She had been hired to mess up some poor schmuck's date. Only the company that sent her got it wrong, and she accidentally messed up my date, one of the blind dates my mother had arranged for me. It was amazing. You should have seen the poor girl's face when Portia came and sat on my lap." "That's terrible," cuts in Lindsay. But I can tell by her tone that she really finds it funny. "I know. Anyway, one thing led to another, and before I know it, I'm in a fake marriage with the woman. Everything was simple and clean. No commitment, no emotional stuff. I got my mom and dad off my back, and we figure in 6 months we can get a divorce." "Yes, I can see how that would be appealing to you. She moved in, and she was a total nightmare. I'm telling you, Lindsay, I thought I was going to kill her." "Thought?" Lindsay catches the past tense. "Something changed then?" "Yes, something changed. I'm pretty sure I've fallen head over heels in love with her. Lindsay squeals on the other end of the phone. Oh, Willem, that's amazing. I'm so happy for you. Thanks, Lindsay. She's absolutely amazing. I can't wait for you to meet her. I think Lindsay and Portia will get along great. Don't let on about the fake marriage bit to anyone, will you? My folks would kill me. My lips are sealed, she replies. So what marriage advice do you need? Well, I know how I feel about Portia, but how do I show her how special she is to me? Okay, you need to do it right. Set up a whole romantic date thing. Take her somewhere special. You need candlelight and roses. Isn't that a bit cliché? You know, flowers and a romantic dinner for two? Yes, of course, it's cliché. But it's cliché for good reason. It's because that's what romance is all about. Everybody loves a good cliché. The flowers, the bottle of champagne. Go as far as sprinkling rose petals on the bed if you like. I smile, thinking of Portia in our bed. My heart is overjoyed, and yet I feel as nervous as a kitten. Lindsay, you have been a star. Thank you so much for your advice. Anytime. Let me know how it goes, won't you? And bring her around to meet me soon. After the phone call, I sit and think about all the arrangements I have to make and what I'm going to say to her. She is such an incredible woman. She sets my heart on fire. I just hope I can find the right words to let her know how I feel.
Chapter 35. Portia. What a morning. It has been nonstop in the flower shop. Normally, I would be feeling dead on my feet and wind up rushing to the coffee shop. But these days, my heart feels light and I'm full of energy. Hey, Molly, do you mind if I take a long lunch break? I ask. Yeah, sure. Why? What are you up to? I've decided I'm going to pay a little surprise visit to my darling husband, I say. I'm going to make him lunch and take it up to his office. Oh, you little lovebird, you. Of course I don't mind. Thanks, Molly. You're a star. I'll make it up to you. I'm going to hold you to that, she says, laughing at the happy grin I have on my face and shaking her head. Have a lovely lunch. I'm humming as I begin to go through all of the food I brought from home, preparing all his favorite treats. When I have everything ready, I begin packing them into a wicker basket I brought along. I really went all out for this. I have a tablecloth and everything. I'm feeling very pleased with myself, and I really hope he likes it. I call an Uber to take me there. The traffic is a nightmare, but even that doesn't get me down today. The sun is shining, and love is in the air. We pull into the parking lot, and I'm glad to see his car is here. The traffic was so bad, I thought I might be late and he would already be gone for lunch. I check my lipstick, adjust my cleavage, grab the basket, and get out of the car. I definitely have a bounce in my step as I head for the elevator. I smile at everyone I pass. Good afternoon, Jack, I say happily to the guy at reception. Hello, Portia, he replies, returning my smile. The elevator ride seems to go forever, but eventually I arrive on the right floor. Nice to see you, Portia, Jeff greets me, noting the basket on my arm with a smile. Willem's in his office. Go on through. We've just finished for the morning. Thanks, Jeff, I reply, and head down the hall to Willem's office. I have my hand on the door handle when I'm shocked to hear a woman's voice coming from inside. Her voice is distant, like I am overhearing a phone call, or perhaps a video chat. Who is he talking to in there? Willem being expected to settle down and play happy families. I know what you've been through. I'm so stunned I just stand there trying to take it in. Well, I met Portia in a bar. She had been hired to mess up some poor schmuck's date. Only the company that sent her got it wrong, and she accidentally messed up my date. One of the blind dates my mother had arranged for me. It was amazing. You should have seen the poor girl's face when Portia came and sat on my lap. He's talking about me to some woman. I feel my world starting to dissolve around me. That's terrible, says the woman. I know. Anyway, One thing led to another, and before I know it, I'm in a fake marriage with the woman. Everything was simple and clean. No commitment, no emotional stuff. I got my mom and dad off my back, and we figure in 6 months we can get a divorce. I step back away from the door. I can't believe what I've just heard. How could I have been so wrong? How could I have been so foolish? I thought maybe we were going somewhere. And here he is, assuring another girl that I'm nobody to him, that I'll be out of the way soon. Probably not soon enough, from the sounds of it. I turn and flee back down the hall. "Everything okay?" Jeff asks. Yes." I try to be bright as I reply, even though my hands are shaking and I'm hoping my legs won't give way under me. I just remembered I left something important at the shop. "Okay, see you later then." "Yeah, see you later." I put on a fake smile. Fake like my marriage, I think bitterly. The elevator ride down is even longer than on the way up. Oh, how quickly things can change. Eventually, I get to the ground floor. Jack looks up and smiles as he sees me. I muster a small wave and a smile back. I'm sure he can see my heart thumping in my chest. I step outside into the glorious day. How can it still be such a beautiful day when my whole world has just collapsed around me? Surely there should be rain clouds, maybe even thunder. But no, it is still a day to make your heart sing. Except my heart is no longer singing. It's breaking into tiny little pieces. Somehow, I manage to hold it together until I make my way to a hidden corner outside the building where no one will see me. I drop my basket to the ground. Then I collapse into a sobbing, soggy heap. I know it's my fault. Dangerous men, Portia. You know about dangerous men. You let him into your heart. And this is what happens. I have to admit that he has never once said the arrangement had changed. He hired me for a job, and it's all my own flights of imagination telling me that things are different now. As I sit with my head in my hands, I feel the walls go up around my heart. Well, Mr. Strom, if it's all still just a business deal, then things are going to change a little. You've played me for a fool for too long. I pull a compact out from my purse and take a glance in the mirror. Oh dear, my makeup is a total mess. Thank heavens for wet wipes, I think as I scrub brutally at my face to get it all off. Finally, I look kind of reasonable again. I decide not to reapply any of it. I feel resolved right now, but I can still feel the tears just below the surface. Somehow I have to pull myself together to do the afternoon shift at the shop. I'm pretty sure Molly will get it all out of me before the end of the day, though. I'm not sure if I want it to be busy again or not. Busy means not having a chance to think, but I just don't know if I've got the energy. I hide behind the building until my next Uber ride comes, not daring to risk running into Willem for any reason. I stop and get a coffee at a drive-thru on the way back to the shop. By the time I get back, I feel resolved to the situation. I redo my makeup before I go in and face the queue of customers with a smile pinned on.
Chapter 36. Willem. As soon as I hang up with Lindsay, I feel loads better. It really does help to talk to people about what's going on in my life, and I don't do it enough. I now know exactly what I want to do with Portia. Obviously, our relationship didn't start in a conventional way, but that doesn't mean it has to stay that way. I just hope that Portia feels that way too, but I'm not too worried about that. I'm almost positive she wants the same thing as me. Every kiss we've shared lately has felt more real than any kiss I've ever had before. There's no way she doesn't feel it too. Tonight, I will confess to her. I have to. I can't hold it in for another moment. Jeff, I shout for my secretary. Yes, Mr. Strauss? I need you to book a table for 2 at a romantic, quiet restaurant in the city. On it, boss. And Jeff, make sure it's special. I've got you covered, man. He smiles before leaving my office. I smile to myself. This is going to be an amazing night. For the rest of my workday, I do anything but my actual job. Instead, I make about 10 phone calls trying to make sure everything is perfect for tonight. I can't take any chances, and besides, Portia deserves the best. Once I'm sure that everything is absolutely perfect, I muster up the nerve to finally text Portia. I tell her that I will be picking her up from work today. I bite one of my nails, which I never do, but that's how nervous I am. 2 minutes later, she texts back agreeing, and my heart soars. Now there is nothing that can possibly go wrong, and I can stop worrying. A half hour later, I'm ready to go pick her up. But before doing so, I know I can't show up empty-handed. She has to know that this is a special day. On the way there, I stop at a flower shop, grabbing the largest bouquet of roses I can that will fit in the car with us. Perfect. Next, I pick out a beautiful card and borrow a pen from the girl working at the front desk to write a cute proposal to her. Portia, I want to make you my wife. My real wife. You mean everything to me, and I don't want to live without you. Will you marry me? I put it in an envelope and cash out before leaving the store. I plan on giving her the roses in the car and slipping the card across the table to her after I confess my real feelings. Finally, I arrive at her workplace, and she's already waiting outside for me. I give her my biggest smile as she gets in. I got you something, I tell her. What's that? She asks without looking at me. Look up and you'll see, I joke. She glances up, but not at me. Instead, she looks straight at the roses. Thanks, they're beautiful. She smiles weakly. Bad day at work? I ask. Yeah, sure. Well, hopefully dinner will cheer you up, I say, sliding my hand to her knee and planting a kiss on her cheek. I quickly notice how stiff her body is. She usually melts right into me, but she didn't even react to my kiss. I try not to read too much into it, and I shift my focus onto the streets of New York as I take off to the restaurant. 10 minutes into the ride, and I'm sure that something is wrong. Portia still hasn't even looked at me. She's just staring out the window, eyes glazing over. She hasn't even touched the stereo, and she usually changes the song at least once. I tell myself she is just tired from work. Maybe I chose a really bad day to do this. Trying not to jump to any conclusions, I give her some more time to gain some energy and perk up. But she never does, and now we're almost to the restaurant. Damn it. I can't hold this in any longer. I know this is a really bad place to do this, but I'm about to really freak out and I have to say something. Portia? Huh? I have something to tell you. What's up? Well, somehow, through all of this, I've really started to see this relationship as more. I know this may come as a surprise to you, or maybe not. But I want to take this more seriously with you, I confess. Silence. Portia? What? Did you hear me? I peek at her as we stop at a red light. She stares back at me, eyes vacant, completely void of any emotion. It shocks me. No one has ever looked at me like that before, and it hurts. What's with this? Don't tell me you fell in love with me, Mr. Strom. This is just a job, remember? I don't complicate my business with feelings. My heart sinks. I divert my attention back to the road as the light turns green, and I focus on driving. I blink away a tear, hoping she doesn't see it. I quickly pull myself together, knowing that I have to if I want to play this off. Somehow I manage a fake chuckle. Don't get your hopes up. I couldn't fall for you in a million years. Sorry, I thought you would know I was joking. I guess in our time together, your sense of humor has vanished. It takes everything in me to pull the nonchalant attitude off. She can't know that I was serious, but my heart is split in two, and this might be the hardest thing I've ever had to do. The rest of the car ride is completely silent. Instead of taking us to the restaurant that Jeff set up for us, I just take us straight home. There's no way that I can manage a whole meal without breaking down in front of her. Besides, even if I could, as soon as she saw the table I had prepared for her, she would have known that I was serious. Once home, I immediately retreat to my office and shut the door. I stay locked in there for the rest of the night, wondering where I went wrong. How could I have misjudged her this much? Was I just not paying attention? Was I too wrapped up in my own feelings to notice her lack of them? I don't even have the heart to call the restaurant and cancel, nor do I have the heart to eat any dinner tonight. I fall asleep on my desk, wondering what the hell I'm going to do tomorrow.
Chapter 37. Portia. 12:30. It's already afternoon. I haven't been able to concentrate. Molly has the day off, so it's just me in the store. Even the customers have been few and far between. It's giving me too much time to think. With a push from the counter, I spin on my stool and turn on the radio. A sappy love song starts to play through the two speakers, and it just makes me feel worse. Last night was terrible. This morning was uncomfortable. I don't even want to think about what coming home is going to be like. As soon as I lied to Willem that I had no feelings for him, I saw him deflate. Even though he laughed, there was an edge to it that shook me to my core. He looked hurt. I know it was probably the right thing to do, especially after hearing him that day in his office. I don't even know who he was talking to, but it was enough to hear him say our relationship was fake. It set me back on my course, however. I've gotten distracted since we got married. I'm doing this for the money, for my family, so we can have security. I can't let feelings get mixed in. When that contract is done, so will we be. My mind keeps trying to wander, even as I'm cutting these flower stems. My job is the last thing on my mind, and it's getting progressively harder to just let it go. This next jam goes out to all the true romantics. The radio DJ blares at me. I spin around quickly, just as the first chord plays of yet another love song. Slamming my hand down on the radio, it shuts off, and I'm left in silence. I finish all the stems and brush them into my bin for composting. With a sigh, I stand and bundle up all the peonies in my hands. They're a soft pink color and smell lovely. With a deep inhale, I let my shoulders droop as the stress from the past weekend leaves me. But as I put the flowers on the arrangement table, it all comes back. Just like that, my back feels like it's seizing up again. I stare down at my work before looking at the clock. It's only 1:45 now. This is going to be a long day. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The last hour of the day took forever. But I finally lock up the shop and then decide to find my own way home. Willem hasn't messaged me at all today, and I doubt he wants to pick me up. I call a taxi and watch as the car pulls up soon after. Climbing in, I give him the directions to Willem's house, and he drives off fast. I buckle my seatbelt and stare out the window. I wonder if Willem is home by now, or if he is going to avoid me. He wouldn't do that, right? I wish I would have let him finish his sentence before I shut him down. I wonder what he would have said to me. When we get to the front of the house, I pay and tip the driver and climb out. For once, I am happy he isn't chatty. I have too much to think about right now to pass the time with idle conversation. You can't keep torturing yourself with the same thoughts over and over again. My brain chides me, and for once, I agree with it. Walking up the steps, I instead set my mind on what I should make Willem for dinner. Maybe if I cook him one of his favorites, we'll be back to normal. Just because I need to accept that he doesn't love me and protect my heart, that doesn't mean we need to live in uncomfortable tension either. Getting to it, I decide to make him a bacon carbonara with a white wine chicken. Prepping and cooking everything takes my mind off of our current predicament. Just as I'm finished, Willem walks in the door. "Hey, I made dinner." I gesture to the finished meals and everything set up on the table. "Oh, thank you." He doesn't even look me in the eye, staring at the meals instead. "Did you want to eat together?" I ask, hoping to break the ice with a dinner conversation. Willem checks his watch before sighing. "I can't. I have a lot of work to finish tonight. But thank you again. It looks amazing." He offers me a smile that doesn't reach those green eyes. Just as fast as it comes, it leaves again. I swallow thickly, nodding a little too fast and taking to make myself busy again in the kitchen. I don't want him to see how much that hurt me. As I turn the tap on to rinse the pan, I hear his steps cross the house, and before long, the sound of a distant door shuts. I turn and see his plate is gone, and it's just mine left alone on the made-up table. I pour myself a glass of wine and sit to eat dinner alone. I don't hear him again, and I spend more time playing with my food than eating it. I decide to pack it up. I'll take it for lunch tomorrow. I clean up the kitchen, making sure everything is put back in place before I go upstairs to the bedroom. As I pass by his office, I hear him call out, "Night, Portia. Dinner was good." I stop in my tracks and turn my head to yell back at him, "No problem. Glad you liked it." With a quicker start, I speed walk into the bedroom and close the door, starting to change into my night clothes. I put my dirty laundry in the hamper and make a note to run the washer tomorrow night. Laying out Willem's clothes, I iron them in the hopes that when he comes to bed, he'll see them. Then I lay in bed. I play on my phone for a while, but I start to notice it's getting late. How long is he going to stay up? I answer my own question as I slide out of bed and walk over to the bedroom door. The light in his office is off, and I can hear his soft snoring on the other side of the door. He would rather sleep in his office than with me. I stumble back into bed and sit down on it, defeated. Curling up, I hug my chest on top of the covers. I barely notice I'm crying until I feel the pool of wet tears start to make the pillow uncomfortably soaked. What have I done? I can't decide if the mistake was shutting him out or letting him in the first place.
Chapter 38. Willem. I tap my Mont Blanc pen on the ink blotter. It's been days now, and I have counted every last one. Portia is reachable emotionally, but our connection is still a chasm apart in my eyes. It isn't that she's unwilling to talk or be around me. It just all feels different. I get up, staring out my office window. Since that horrible night, everything seems like it's at a standstill. I want to reach out to her, touch her, sense her close to me. But at the same time, I know I misread her signals. What do I do with that information? How do I handle knowing she doesn't want to be with me? What did I do? What did I say? What do I have to do to win her over? I walk back to my desk and plunk down in my chair. I take my pen and hit the Newton's Cradle executive ball clicker on my desk. The balls begin to move left to right to left, clicking, touching, reacting to each other. It's the sum of the energy which keeps the whole alive. In a way, this is symbolic of me and Portia. And in that moment, I realize two things for certain. First, our relationship has to become real in order to survive. Second, our relationship has to survive. I'm not willing to let her go like this. With my chair at a slant, I ponder the other night. I'll bet Portia thinks I'm taking her for granted, like I see her as a mere contract to be fulfilled. That sounds like me. All I know and have ever known is a contractual existence. It's gotten me to where I am today. With the way we've been treating each other lately, showing more hate than love, she can't possibly know my true feelings. Tonight, I'll make it right. I lean into my desk and reach for my cell phone. Quickly, I shoot off a text to my cousin Lindsay. I invite her to meet me for lunch, and she agrees to my relief. We message back and forth for a bit, settling the details. My Lincoln Town car sidles up to the front entrance to Inc. 48. The glass and amber brick structure is imposing to the eye, but bleeds out a sense of privacy to all who enter, and that is exactly what I'm hoping for. As I walk toward the doorman pulls it open. I walk into the chic marble pillar and brushed floor entrance. I nod at the concierge and take the elevator to the rooftop. My eyes scan over the elongated pool and the expansive city view of the plaza to the east and the Hudson to the west. The air is a mix of freshwater humidity, a slight wafting of steel and gas fumes, and the pleasant scent of the floral, aromatic diffuser the hotel uses. Sitting near the far end is Lindsay. She doesn't notice my arrival, her eyes focused on the papers she spread over the cocktail table. Do you ever stop working? I look down and wink at my cousin. Lindsay looks up with a start. Ah, so you made it. Lunch already? Where does the time fly? I'll put all of this away. Have a seat. She raises her hand to catch the eye of the server, like she's done it 1,000 times before. I lean back and take in the atmosphere. I'm perfectly happy to let my cousin take charge. My mind is full of too many other problems right now to worry about running another show. Right this second, I just want a good cocktail and something tasty for lunch. Yes, what will you drink, Will? A Manhattan and you order us lunch. I don't care what it is as long as it's amazing. No pressure. I smirk. He and I will have my usual luncheon dish and a Tom Collins for me. Heavy on the Tom. You act like you own the place. I might as well. I'm here enough. It's the only joint near Hell's Kitchen where I can actually hear myself think. The honking horns are muted up here, thank God. Now that drinks are coming and our meal is on the way, what was so 4-alarm pressing we had to meet? Lindsay smiles. I know she is making fun, but I don't care. 4-alarm is right, Lind. I think I've messed things up with Portia. Right, like I didn't see that coming. All business, no pleasure, Mr. Tycoon. You're funny. I'm here all week. Hilarious. I need some doable advice ASAP, or I guess you figured that out by now. Yes, I got that from your call. Money-making you ASAT. A woman's sensibilities, not so much. Okay, this'll be easy for you. I only need to know 2 things. How to court a woman successfully, and how to propose to Portia, properly this time. Lindsay leans back, exhales, and gives me the blow-by-blow on how to win Portia's heart. I stare at my cousin and make mental notes of every single word coming from her mouth. It all comes out as a foreign language to me, but it sounds wise. Something about trust and not reading minds, and to assume makes an ass out of you and me, including other cliched palaver. I can't help the sigh that comes out. No one taught this in my MBA at Harvard. This is a lot to digest, Lind. Not for normal people, it isn't. You're not normal. My final advice. Lead with what's left of your silly heart and leave your head in a filing cabinet at the office. Then maybe, just maybe you won't completely insult the poor woman. Portia needs a medal putting up with you, fake marriage or not. Nice, Lind. I can always rely on your generous support. Hey, somebody has to tell you the truth. Doubtful any of your employees would do that for you or your other family members. Which is why your name popped into my head. We laugh. On my way back to work, I stop at Tiffany's for the most striking bouquet their flower BX stand can arrange. Then I pick out the best engagement ring the store can provide. Our names conjoined, carved in titanium and gold, lined with yellow diamonds framing the band. If this doesn't do it, nothing will. Love expressed in a proper proposal on the menu tonight.
Chapter 39. Portia. On my lunch break, I walk 2 blocks over to my favorite sandwich shop. It always has a huge line, but the guys there know my order and seem to like me, so they let me skip the line every single time. I thank them, put a tip in the tip jar, and leave to eat my panini while I make my way back to work. I love working in New York City and having 100 different lunch options within walking distance, even if I end up getting the same thing almost every day. Perhaps my favorite part of it all is watching all the people around me. Some are doing the same thing, hustling back to work after lunch. Some are just going in and rushing to catch a train. I love listening to people's conversations and then looking at them to see if the things they're saying match with what they look like. It's a fun little game. Every day I look into all the shops, watching people hard at work, typing away in cafes as they sip a coffee. It's amazing. Anyone who says New York isn't beautiful is either lying or in denial. I finish my panini and throw out my wrapper in a nearby trash can. I'm about to head back to work, and that's when I see them. It's Willem. He's walking out of a restaurant where he clearly was just having lunch with another woman. A hot woman. My heart skips a few beats as I try blinking the sight away, hoping I'm just seeing things. But I'm not. Willem is smiling and laughing with a woman that he seems very acquainted with. He has obviously known her for a long time. My blood boils. What the hell am I looking at? Has he been seeing her this whole time? If so, why did he have to fake a marriage to me? Why not marry her? This feels like some kind of sick joke. Suddenly it dawns on me. Maybe this was the same woman that he was talking on the phone with in his office the other day. If so, she obviously knows about his arrangement with me. What kind of girl would date a guy in such a predicament? I continue watching them, and I can't help but think that they look good together. She's stunning, like a porcelain doll. Perfect hair, perfect body. Suddenly I feel incredibly self-conscious, which doesn't happen to me very often. The more I watch, the more bitter I start to feel. I laugh to myself. What a joke. At least I only have a month left of this stupid arrangement, and then they can be happy together. Though I still don't understand why he doesn't just call it off now, if he has someone else anyway. Not wanting to risk him seeing me, I stalk off to work without looking back once. For the rest of the workday, I try to focus more on my anger than my sadness, but my heart is heavy. When I get home, I report to my room like I've been doing since that awkward day in the car. I don't want to have to see him more than what's absolutely necessary at this point. I throw myself onto the bed, sighing. What has my life turned into? Why did I agree to this? I can't seem to remember why I thought this would be a good idea, because right now it feels like I've ruined my life. I feel like such a failure, resorting to a fake marriage to make money and still having to work a normal job at the same time. God, I really need to get my life together, I say to myself. An hour after I get home, I hear the front door open. My nerves spike instantly as I hear his footsteps coming down the hall towards me. He has been avoiding me just as I've been avoiding him, so why is he on his way over here right now? He opens the door, holding a giant bouquet of roses. I roll my eyes. Is he joking? What is with men and their weird obsession with buying girls flowers? Why do they think it fixes everything? I look from him to the flowers and back. He's about to speak, but I open my mouth before he can. I don't care what he has to say. Are you serious? What are you doing? Flowers? Willem, no one's watching. You can drop the charade now. My lip twists into a sneer. What? What do you mean? He asks, looking genuinely confused, as if he doesn't know. I can't do this anymore, Willem. I just can't. This whole contract was a mistake. I'm sorry. I stop talking, looking at him for some kind of response. At first, his face is blank, but then it changes. Twisting into something I can't even recognize, he almost looks like he's in anguish. Forget about it, he mumbles before dropping the bouquet to the floor and swiftly leaving the room. I hear a door slam, and his car revs as he leaves. At first, I balk at the big display. How can he act like he's upset? Surely he wasn't having lunch with the florist, discussing which flowers to buy me. There's obviously someone else, and I mean nothing to him. If I meant anything to him, why wouldn't he just say that? Still, there's a little nagging guilt at the look on his face. It pricks me to think I hurt his feelings. I keep telling myself I can't possibly have, because he doesn't care about me anyway. I lean down to pick up the flowers so I can toss them. I hate to be wasteful, but I can't stand to look at these. As I do so, I notice something sparkling at the top of the bouquet. Upon closer inspection, I see what it is. A single tear rolls down my face, quicker than I can process what I'm seeing. It's an engagement ring, and a pretty big one at that. Suddenly, everything around me disappears and my legs give out. I fall to the floor, clutching the bouquet. This cannot be happening. I burst into tears. How could I have gotten this so wrong? What is wrong with me? How could I be so stupid? Willem was going to propose to me. and I practically spat in his face. He probably hates me now. As I hold up the ring to look at it, I sob. I can't even bear to see what it would look like on my finger. I don't deserve to wear this even for a second. I stay there on the ground for hours, and at some point, I finally run out of tears. Wiping the remaining tears from my face, I manage to pick myself up and drag myself onto the bed. Completely drained, I curl up into a ball for the rest of the night, unmoving.
Chapter 40. Willem. The built-in fireplace burns in Leighton's condo. My good friend let me crash at his place after I screwed up the proposal. Leighton is on a business trip, and I need a place to hide, or think, or hide. I watch the low gas flames flicker, lost in thought. It's been 3 long days since that abrupt and brutal brush-off from Portia, but to me it feels like 3 long years. I told my secretary, Jeff, to wipe out my work schedule for the next few days. I can't sleep. I can't eat. I can't feel. I can't think straight. All I can do is lay on Leighton's sofa, stare into the flames, and replay for the 100th time how I managed to botch things up so badly, without even trying. I have to give Portia space. Who am I kidding? I need space. I thought I had the thing nailed. I took Lindsay at her word. The flowers. The ring. And Portia stops me before I even begin. I don't get it. I get up and walk to the wet bar. Glenlivet on the rocks. It is that kind of day. I open the freezer and grab 2 large ice cubes the size of ice real Scotch drinkers use. They fall and swirl in the crystal glass. I drizzle the amber liquid over the ice, listening to the crackling. The vision in front of me reminds me of buttermilk-colored falls, water cascading over a private cove on an exotic isle. The sort of amazing place we could take a real honeymoon. Our honeymoon. What a joke. The woman has to not throw flowers in your face first, dummy. I walk back and stand looking out at the floor-to-ceiling window. The scene. The south side of Manhattan. Battery Park. The Statue of Liberty. FDR Drive. And a bottleneck of cars. Everything looks as it should on the outside. On the inside, I feel like I have been hit by a tsunami. I slap my hand on the glass and lower my head. Something isn't adding up. Why did she cut me off? Why does she want to quit after all we've endured? Why now? I return to the sofa, sit and sip my drink, my mind replaying the last few moments in our topsy-turvy, fake married life. Last time we were together, we were happy, right? Her mannerisms, her demeanor, how she leaned into me, eroding the 3-foot distance strangers always demand. Or was it all in my mind? Had I wanted it so badly? I made it all up. But my racing heart, the butterflies in my gut, my need to reach out, to touch, to feel, to smell all of her. The images are flickering in my mind, keeping time with the flickering flames of the fire. The scenes are clear enough, but none explain the figurative cold shoulder I was body-checked with the other night. Why those bitter words? Why that curt voice? Those dead eyes? All business, all the time? Why wouldn't she believe me when I said I love her? Is it too late? Has the game gone too far? If I start with business, can I ever end up with love? Love, I whisper out loud. It's always been just a word people say in movies or at weddings, places I'm only a guest. But could this be for real? For me right now? Real love. True love. The feeling which, if not reciprocated, mows you down and never lets you back up. I have no resume for love. I have no file, no document, no contracts for love. So she can't possibly love someone like me who doesn't know how to love back. Ever since Harvard, I knew the game. Women went after me for my rugged looks and powerful jaw and the billions in my family's accounts. No woman I ever met wanted love. So I accepted that, homed in on the lustful contract. Quid pro quo. I sit up, cradling the glass. Portia wants more. She needs more. And she made me see I need more too. but I know love can't be forced or negotiated or boiled down to a bottom line. Her words, her cold-hearted words, reverberate in my head. Each hurtful syllable bangs against my skull, beating down on my heart. Tears well. I fling them away, and they land in big wet splotches on Leighton's glass coffee table. I bolt up, fill my tumbler once more, and stare out at the skyline, my thoughts growing cold. Fine. I tried to open up last night, share my true feelings, and I got my flowers and ring thrown in my face. All that's really left is the end. A resolution to this thing, whatever this thing was, so I can move on. Chalk this up to a failed business deal and nothing more. I turn on my heel and reach for my cell phone lying on the coffee table. One of my tears hits the screen. I wipe it away like a squashed bug. Then I search for the number and dial. WMPD Law Offices, how may I direct your call? Percy Fauntleroy, please. One moment, please. Percy here. Percy, it's me. You got a moment? Yeah, a brief one. I'm headed into a conference call in 2. What's up, friend? You and Portia having a do on the weekend at your Southampton beach house? 'Cause if so, I'm in. I'll bring the ice. You bring the booze. No, nothing like that, Perk. Far from that. I need you to prepare divorce papers. If Portia signs them, I'll let her go. Divorce papers? Willem, what the heck? Do you know? No debate, no nothing, Percy. Get your paralegal to print them up and courier them to Leighton's condo. I'll go see her later tonight. Use the standard post-nuptial document our family uses. Nothing fancy. There's no need for fancy anything. I hit the button to end the call and quietly lay the cell phone back on the coffee table. Another tear splashes onto the screen, and I stare at it. This time, I just let it sit, watching the liquid slowly spread to the edge of the screen. No more wiping, no more fighting, no more need for anyone anymore, and definitely not anyone like Portia Davis. Drown, phone, drown, you're dead!
Chapter 41. Portia. It's been 3 days since I completely botched that conversation with Willem. It's all I've been able to think about since. The more I reflect on it, the worse I feel. All I want is a chance to apologize, but I haven't even seen him since that night. He hasn't come home, which makes me feel even worse because it's his apartment. The only good thing to come out of this is that I feel like my mind is finally clear. That night, I really saw how much I hurt him, and therefore, how much I must mean to him. But at the same time, I'm so confused. All this time, Willem hasn't corrected me. He can clearly see that I think this is purely transactional. Why hasn't he been honest with me? I know that what I need is to talk about this to someone else. It's time for me to meet up with Molly and get her take on all of this. She always knows the perfect thing to say and do. If anyone can help me, it's her. 2 hours later, Molly and I are sitting in a coffee shop, lattes in hand. I catch her up on everything that's happened the past couple of weeks. So what do you think? I ask her. Well, it kind of sounds like the both of you are on complete opposite pages. Exactly. That's why I need to end this. No, I mean, it sounds like maybe Willem really has feelings for you. But you think that he doesn't, and every time he tries to confess his feelings to you, you blow him off. How could I not? I heard what he said in his office, and then not long after that, I see him out to eat with some girl. Probably the same girl that he was talking to on the phone that day. Did I mention that? You did, and I call complete bull. You don't even know who that girl is, and what you heard in his office was merely him stating the facts. How would you know if you don't bring these things up to him? You just get mad and blow up at him. How is that fair to him? Wow, she might be right. Maybe I have been jumping to conclusions instead of communicating. What do I do? If I've truly messed up this much, how can I even fix it? I think there's an obvious answer to that question. Just talk to him, Portia. Tell him you think there's been a misunderstanding and confess your feelings to him. What's the harm in that? He obviously feels the exact same way because he's been trying to tell you that. Tell him that you're ready to listen and that you feel the same way for him and have this entire time. You're right. See, I knew I had to talk to you about this. Thanks, Ma. You've been a huge help. Don't thank me until you talk to him and sort all of this out. She laughs. You're right. I agree. Later that night, as I'm trying to compose a text to Willem, asking for him to either come home or meet up to talk, I hear the front door unlocking. It opens slowly, and my heart races. He has come back to put a stop to this and confess his love to me. I jump up, open my bedroom door, and go to meet him. I have to stop myself from running. I don't want to seem too eager. Willem, I was just going to text you. He doesn't meet my eyes, noticeably still hurt from the things I said. Wow, I really did a number on this guy. But I have to stick to my plans. I have to work out my feelings with him and make this work. He has to know how I feel. Just when I think I can't go another second without confessing my love to him, he hands me a packet of papers. I look down, confused. At the top, I see the words divorce settlement, and my heart stops. No, I don't accept this. Why is he giving me these? I look up at him, ready to question this, but he stops me. I'm sorry for making you uncomfortable. There's only a month left, right? If you feel trapped in this arrangement, you can leave my house and my life after signing these papers. I'll still make the payment I promised, and Jeff will transfer the money tomorrow. At that, he turns around and retreats to his office, locking the door behind him. He doesn't even give me a chance to say anything. Tears immediately fill my eyes to the brim, and as hard as I try to not let them spill over, it's inevitable. I've blown it. It's too late for me now. With the adrenaline still built up in me, I quickly sign the papers and leave them on the kitchen counter. I head to my room and pack up all of my essentials. Once packed, I head towards the front door, but I stop for a second at a noise coming from Willem's office. There's faint music playing, but no other sign of him. In a split-second decision, I raise my hand to knock at the door, but just as quickly, I drop it. Clearly, he doesn't want to be bothered, and he has nothing left to say to me. Plus, he obviously doesn't care about anything I might have to say to him. Without another thought, I leave the apartment, flag down a taxi, and make my way back to the apartment I still share with Molly. During the car ride, it feels like something has died inside of me. I'm so disappointed in myself, and I can't believe this is really happening. After what feels like forever, I arrive at the apartment. I really hope she's home because I'm going to need her tonight. It feels weird entering the place after being away for so long, but the smell of chicken enchiladas quickly engulfs my nose. Molly is in the kitchen, cleaning up. Portia? What on earth is wrong? Here, let me take that box. Are you okay? I burst into tears. He gave me divorce papers, Ma, I wail. What? Oh my God. Come on, let's go sit down. Are those enchiladas? I ask through my tears. They are. Do you want some? Yes, duh. I manage to laugh through my tears. Okay, let's go eat, she says as she pats me on the shoulder. We head into the living room to eat our food, and I spend the entire night crying to her about my situation. But even Molly can't help me feel better about this. No one can, except perhaps Willem. And I don't think he'll ever speak to me again. It's hard falling asleep, so I don't. I sit out on the fire escape all night, feeling bad for myself. I feel so lost. What have I done?
Chapter 42. Willem. I am officially the most pathetic I've ever been. I offered Portia a divorce I don't really want, and now I'm hiding in the office trying to avoid her in my own house. And not only that, but there's a part of me that still has the nerve to hope she won't sign the paperwork, that she'll come knocking on my office door, begging me to take it all back. She'll tell me she doesn't want out, She doesn't want free, that she wants to spend this next month and more by my side. But the knock never comes. I turn down the music I am using as a distraction to fill my mind. The house is quiet. Too quiet. I finally push my way out of the office and stride to Portia's bedroom, wondering what is happening. My heart stops when I see the closet doors are open, the closet empty. I step further into the room, noticing the same is true for the chest of drawers. Then I start pacing around the rest of the house, noticing every other conspicuous absence. The dining room centerpiece, the solarium plants, the living room candles. Everything that made this house finally feel like a home is gone. I try not to think about the most important thing that is gone. I really thought maybe she would stay. The stupidity of my hope chafes me now. Something catches my eye in the kitchen on the island. I lean over to look, and there's a painful stabbing in my chest when I realize it's the divorce papers. Her signature is right there in bold, scrawling, old-fashioned ink. It's hard to deny when it's right in front of my face in such vivid black and white. She couldn't wait to sign them, could she? God, she didn't hesitate at all. Did she really want out of here that badly? One by one, wet circles land on the cover page. I pretend not to notice, scrubbing my face in irritation. And then, I feel myself begin to flush with anger. My sadness shifts into frustration, and I clench my hands into tight fists. Angry, I grab for the paperwork that mocks me. I begin to shred it into small pieces, my breath coming in short, jagged bursts as my heart races in my chest. I listen to the satisfying sound of the paper ripping, throwing the pieces across the island in my fury. She agreed. Can you believe it? She signed the damn thing. She left me. The first woman I have ever loved has left. I rolled the dice, thinking she loved me too, and would never call me on the daring move. I anted up. She called me on it. Who wins the hand? I looked down at the jagged remains, the only evidence left of what was once my love life. I walk to the bar and pour a glass of the hair that bit me last night. Then I take it in one gulp. Hopes, dreams. Not at the bottom of this glass. Gone. For the first time in my life, I grieve like I have never grieved before, like I am suffering a physical death in the family. It is no longer about winning or losing or coming out on top. It is about the fact that the love I never thought would leave is already out the front door, like she never was at all. The next day, my cell phone jolts me from my sleep. I answer it groggily to hear Jeff's voice on the other end. Hey, boss, it's your wake-up call. You're late for work, my friend, and I have a line of people here wanting to bend your ear. I can't, man. I can't come in. My whole life imploded last night. What did you say or do to offend Portia this time? I know Jeff is waiting for a witty comeback. My silence lasts just long enough that I hear him suck in his breath in realization. She wasn't even here to be offended. She left me her calling card, though, completely initialed and signed divorce papers just like I wanted. I always get what I want, don't I, Jeff? If she was planning on going through with a divorce, I guess that explains why Portia acted so strange when she stopped by the office the other day. This is news to me. She stopped by the office? What? When? Jeff pauses, thinking it over. A few days ago, I guess. I just remember it was very strange because she showed up around lunchtime and she seemed to be carrying a lot with her. I figured she was going to stay in your office for a while, maybe have lunch with you. And then she just spun right around and left again. She didn't even leave the stuff she had brought, just practically ran out the door. Huh, I remark, pondering this. That is odd. I have no idea yet what it means, but it feels significant. It lines up with when she suddenly began acting cold to me. It was the day you called Lindsay, Jeff realizes. I remember now. When was that? It clicks then. She overheard me talking with Lindsay. She has no idea who Lindsay even is, so perhaps she was jealous. Or perhaps she was just embarrassed to hear me sharing our secret. Wait, I say slowly. I didn't just call Lindsay. We went to lunch the next day, right down the street from where Portia works. What if she heard me talking to her and then saw me meeting with her? Willem, holy cow, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Hell yes, that's what I'm thinking. Portia thinks I have another woman on the side. That's why the cold shoulder when I came to propose and why she signed these divorce papers now. Cripes Jeff, what have I done? Well, from where I'm sitting, you did a lot, and none of it was helpful. She thinks you were just playing with her emotions, not that you have legit feelings for the woman. Willem, you have a personal deal that's gone south, and it needs triage ASAP. Okay. Jeff, where would I find Portia at this hour, do you think? My guess, at the Romance in Bloom shop. After what you put her through with those divorce papers and her moving out, I'd say she's over there. She's spending all her time with Molly for moral support. Jeff, can you? I'll keep the office running, he assures me. Get dressed like your house is on fire, man. You have a heart to save. Jeff, no time for mushy stuff. Hang up. I hit the end button and race to my closet. I take a 360 at the racks. Something slightly J. Crew with a hint of I'm stupid, and I'm so sorry. I hurry as quickly as I can to get ready, racing through the front door and out to my car. I need to get to Portia as soon as possible. It feels like my life actually depends on it. I will fly through New York traffic if I have to. Anything before Portia has a chance to leave for parts unknown and a life without me. I throw the gear into drive and slam the throttle, taking off so fast my head lurches to bang against the back of my seat. Good thing you buckled up, I say to myself. This is going to be one wild ride.
Chapter 43. Portia. I'm at work in the florist's shop. I have flowers in my hand, but I just can't focus. Who are these for? Do I have the right blooms? I pick up a phone call from Molly. Hello, this is Portia. Portia, there's someone looking for you. Oh, well, thanks. I hang up and make my way from the back office toward the front door. My jaw drops and a red film clouds my vision as I see who has come in. It's that woman who was with Willem. What is she doing here? And how does she even know me? May I help you? Good. It's polite but cold. Hello, I'd like to invite you out for a talk, if you would. The woman is gripping the strap of her purse really hard. Her knuckles are white. Oh, let me tell Molly I'm stepping out. I turn to the counter to explain to Molly that I'll be right back. From beside Molly, I look over the woman. She's white-skinned and absolutely beautiful. Probably exactly what Willem wants. Then I return to this stranger's side nervously. I was thinking, we could go to the cafe just down the street. I nod silently and walk with her. Inside the cafe, we find a small table with 2 chairs. I raise my eyebrows at the woman. My name is Lindsay Strome Peters. I'm Willem's cousin, and I'm married. Immediately, I begin to bite my nails. This is a really bad habit that I have when I'm nervous. My eyes are wide as I just stare at Lindsay. I'm so terrible. Instead of asking questions, I just jump to conclusions. I've ruined any chance for Willem and me. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I just jumped to conclusions instead of asking my husband what was going on. I cover my flaming hot face with one hand. I am so terrible. I'm so sorry. I can't face this conversation for another second. Instead, I bolt out of there frantically. As I hurry back to the shop, I'm verbally kicking myself for my actions. Now it is clear how I have overreacted, and it is too late to do a damn thing about it. At one point, he was willing to propose, and I tossed him aside out of jealousy over his cousin. By now, I'm flat out running. I need to be inside, where nobody will see me. I don't even deserve to be seen in public. I'm the worst kind of bitch. Back at the floral shop, I'm stunned when I see Willem waiting outside. I hurriedly open the door and begin to usher him into the back room, just wanting to get his justifiable anger at me over and done with. Willem, I'm I'm so very sorry. Willem raises one hand and starts to speak. No, Portia. The blame is all mine. I called Lindsay. She's my cousin, and she has helped me in the past when I needed to speak to someone. He sighs heavily. Well, when we met for lunch, I didn't even realize that you might spot us together. I deserved every syllable of your words. After you left, I felt smaller than a slug. I told Lindsay that I have fallen completely, head over heels, flip-flop in love with you. I just couldn't find the right way or the right words to express my feelings to you. We drifted apart. For that, I am also sorry. I couldn't get through to you. Portia, I am so sorry. I don't want a divorce. I'm not filing the papers. I shredded them instead. My eyes widen, and I stop breathing at his mention of the divorce. When I speak, my voice is tiny, nearly non-existent. But I signed them. I stop, unable to go on. Damn it! Now I'm about to cry. I grit my teeth and let my head fall back so my tears won't fall. I finally regain control over my emotions, or at least I hope. Willem, I'm so sorry for jumping to such a wrong conclusion. I also felt the distance between us, and I got scared. When I saw you with Lindsay, I just snapped. Willem puts his hands on my upper arms. He smiles sadly. Portia, I felt the same fear. I was trying everything I could. My mistake? Yes, I also made mistakes, so you don't hold all of the blame. My mistake was in not opening up to you about how much I love you. I know our marriage was supposed to help get my parents off my back, and it did. He brushes the side of my cheek before he continues. But then I went and did something. I fell in love with a woman who has so many layers to her. She's warm, funny, and caring. She holds her family close to her heart. And I hope she'll hold me close to her heart. Now I can't help it. The tears rush out of my eyes and just cascade down my cheeks. I sob. Willem pulls me into his arms and holds me tight. He rocks back and forth with me. I wish you could see just how much I love you. In getting to know you, I realized just what a treasure I have. And when I saw how tender you are with your brother and sister, I realized that you are so full of love. I feel Willem's embrace loosen. My hands are over my face as I try to stem the flood of tears. When he speaks again, his voice comes from below me. I pull my hands from my face and see him on one knee in front of me. And he's holding the most gorgeous engagement ring. I gasp, and again my hands go to my wet face. Portia, will you marry me? Make me the happiest man on earth? He holds the ring out in 2 fingers. Now my tears are from happiness. Yes, I will. He takes my left hand and tenderly slides the ring onto my left ring finger. I try to look at it, but my tears make it impossible. When he stands up, I fall back into his arms, just sobbing. Willem holds me tenderly, moving my head to his chest. I hear his heartbeat. It's fast, but slowing down. I think it's telling me he loves me. Willem pulls a clean handkerchief from his back pocket and gives it to me. I pat my face dry. I'm going to wash this before I give it back to you. It has my makeup all over it. He throws his head back and laughs.
Chapter 44. Willem. I look over at my loving fiancée, and she's staring out the window with a soft smile on her face. Her caramel skin has a sweet glow about it, and it just makes me want to pull over and kiss her. But we have a reservation to make. Where are we going anyways? She breaks her watchful gaze away from the windshield to look at me, and I feel a smile spread on my face as I look over at her. It's a surprise, I tease, casting a wink her way before focusing back on the road. She pretends to pout before tapping her finger on her chin dramatically. Is it somewhere we've been before? I shake my head and she huffs. Is it a diner or a real restaurant? I told you I'm not telling. I chuckle through my words and she bites her full lips. Fine, I'll wait. She pretends to pout, crossing her arms playfully. When our conversation ends, we're not far off from the place. It's a gorgeous 5-star restaurant specializing in romantic dinners. We stop in front of the restaurant, and a valet takes my keys and hands me a ticket. Walking in, it is easy to see why this is the #1 place for romantic dinners. From top to bottom, it is like walking into an elegant garden in a movie. There are perfectly placed aged brick walls with dark green, lush vines creeping up the sides of them. White lattices lean on the sides, separating tables to give every seat a private feeling. There is romantic art on the walls and low, warm lighting. Wow, I hear Portia gasp softly. The look on her face is gorgeous. The lights reflecting in her eyes make me smile, and I gently place my hand on her back to keep her moving. Do you like it? I ask, a lilting tone in my voice. She nods profusely. The matron shows us to our table, and I pull out her chair for her. She kisses my cheek before sitting down on it. I feel giddy, like a teenager. This place is beautiful. How did you find it? She asks, leaning forwards. I take her hand across the table and squeeze it gently. I would do anything for you. I'm really glad you like it. I watch as she breaks eye contact with me to stare down into her lap. You're too sweet. Her voice is weak, as if she's trying to hold back tears. I shake my head as the waiter comes over. Anything to drink? He asks, and Portia clears her throat. She sits up in her chair a little higher, and it looks like she's trying to get a grip on her emotions. I look up at the waiter and smile. 2 Merlots. My eyes flick down to my wife, and she nods happily. Right away, sir. He walks away quickly, and Portia breaks our grasp to play with her napkin. I really am sorry, Willem. I didn't mean to jump to conclusions. I love you, and I've known I love you for a long time now. I shouldn't have let a misunderstanding get in the way. I let her finish, but shake my head. No, it's my fault. I kept trying to hide things from you for a big surprise, but I should have just been honest with how I feel about you. I feel a hint of tears in the back of my eyes, but I stifle it with a sip of water. I watch Portia's smile falter and then pick up again. It's okay, that's all in the past now, she says, and I nod. I agree. The waiter comes back with our drinks, and he sets them down. Portia and I look at the menus. Can we get an order of the salmon bruschetta to start? The waiter nods, and I think for a moment before ordering my main dish. I'll have the filet mignon with the seasonal greens. I watch as he writes it all down, and then I hand him my menu. I'll take the stuffed chicken, and on the side, the garlic mashed potatoes, please, Portia says, handing her menu in as well. Sounds good. I'll have your bruschetta out soon. He walks away briskly, and it's just us left. The rest of our night is perfect. The food is amazing, and watching Portia's face light up as they bring over our tiramisu desserts is adorable. We make our way home, and I open all her doors for her. As we walk into our house together, Portia makes a quick heel turn in the doorway and kisses me with ferocity. Our kiss is hot, full of all the passion we weren't able to show each other over the last few days. I pick her up, her legs wrapping around me with ease as we make our way to the bedroom. The rest of this scene is too spicy for YouTube, and if you would like to join us beneath the sheets, you can get this uncut scene full of steam from TylaWalker.com. To make up for this constant and frustrating interruption, use code SAVE40 to get a 40% discount on all digital products like ebooks, audiobooks, and countless bundles. Now, why don't we get back to the story?
Chapter 45. Portia. Time seems to stand still for me every time I'm back in California. From my bridal suite at the Clearwater Ocean Resort, I gaze out at the glassy ocean. I can feel my wispy, sheer white nightgown flowing in the breeze. The night before, I made Willem stay in his own room. I know the thought is a bit silly, but there are some traditions I want to keep for myself. All night long, I laid awake as the pulsating waves lulled me into a semi-conscious contentment. I know Ventura, where I grew up, isn't worlds away from the resort's location of Malibu, but it might as well be another planet for how I feel today. Through the tumult and the hard-headed fights, we have somehow made it. Our love no longer lies under assumptions or misspoken words. The sunshine splashes onto the water and glitters like diamonds, and I smile in the blinding light. Today is our day. We are here at the resort to get married again, properly this time. The resort caters to romantic getaways and destination weddings, putting every resource you can imagine right at your fingertips. Willem and I were both thrilled with being able to meet with a wedding coordinator and have everything arranged to our liking, simply being required to make our selections and then show up that weekend. And as an added bonus, being here in Malibu meant it was close to my hometown. My family can be here to share the day with us this time without much difficulty. We did fly out his family and some of our good friends from New York, but no one seemed particularly bothered by being asked to spend a weekend in sunny California. A knock at the door pulls me from my thoughts. Anybody up? It is time to get the bride dressed. It's Molly, my bridesmaid. I smile and move to open the door. Taking your job seriously, I see. Come in, silly. I'm up. How can I sleep today? I step aside, making room for Molly to come in. Can you believe this? This is my actual wedding day, not some contractual facsimile. Molly gives me a big hug. Finally, some of us who know and love you both were getting old waiting for you two to wise up. We laugh. Molly goes into the walk-in closet to retrieve the wedding gown, a black lace over white organza barebacked affair with a willowy flowing train. Portia, this is so striking. But why the white and black? I sit on the sofa and take a long view of my chosen dress. It's symbolic, really. The black and white, the good and the bad, where the good ultimately wins. Maybe it's an inside joke to myself, but the moment I tried it on, the dress spoke to me. It whispered forever. I knew it was the right dress for my real wedding. Molly hangs it on a stand, atop a burled walnut standing pedestal, purposely built into the suite for brides to dress. Floor to ceiling, true silver mirrors hug the back, reflecting not just the gown, but the woman who will wear it on this day. Shivers cascade down my spine. This is it. I can't believe he and I finally got here, knowing the gaffes we both made, but we did. Thank God for emotional Band-Aids. So, Miss Daydreamer, are you ready to get on with this show? Never more so, Molly. Let's do this. Finally dressed, with my hair done up in black and white roses and ribbons, I admire my reflection. Molly hands me a long stalk of calla lilies, then takes off to check on the rest of the ceremony. I peek out of the window of my suite, gazing toward the beach in amazement. What had been a beautiful setting earlier in the morning has been transformed into the grandest wedding venue of all time. The Cypress Sea Cove is bedecked with a floral display all its own, black and white themed, of white calla lilies, black roses and matching satin ribbons adorning the podium, the aisle, and the chairs. I'm so grateful to Willem for all he has done for our big day. There is the obvious. He helped me set everything up with the resort so that we could have the wedding of our dreams. But more than that, he flew in everyone I wanted to be here. Even my grandmother from Honduras. Secretly, I'm hoping that she'll warm to the idea of staying here in America. I know she loves her home in Honduras, and I owe a debt I'll never repay to Willem for all he did to help her. But it's hard not to worry about her so far away, and I'd love to think of her staying closer, where we can take care of her. Even if she insists on returning home to Honduras, seeing her this weekend has done a lot to ease my mind. Willem paid for an in-home aide to take care of her, who came along on this trip with her as well. The woman is more than just a caregiver. She is a fantastic companion to my grandmother. I've never seen my grandmother look so happy and upbeat. I smile as I look down on both of them, sitting on the beach and waiting for me to make my arrival. Molly knocks and pokes her head in again. Everyone is out there and ready, Portia. Oh, just look at you. You're a living dream. Molly's face crinkles, ready to cry. No, don't! Mascara! Oh, you. Molly grabs a tissue, wipes her eyes, and she takes hold of my train. The black lace came all the way from Albufeira, Portugal, all hand-stitched, all dead weight. We arrive at the ceremony, ready to begin. My father is bursting with pride by my side as we stride up the black velvet carpet. The flower girl, Lindsay's daughter, walks ahead throwing white flower petals. I feel like I am floating on a sea breeze, my heels never hitting the ground. The ceremony is a dream. I go through the motions, feeling, not thinking. I say my vows, which are handwritten, of course. They come out as a string of truths I have always wanted to say, and it fills my heart to think of the difference between our first wedding and this one. This time, there is no business deal verbiage, no contract written. Everything just flows from my heart. I look up at Willem, who looks dashing in a Brioni white dinner jacket, black tuxedo slacks, and black patent leather shoes. His woody rich scent, the classical Creed Bois du Portugal, fills my nose. I hear his words as he says his own vows, and each one knits itself to my beating heart and wraps its warmth around my soul. In the past, the word commitment meant something else to me. It meant cold, hard lines never to cross. No love lived there. Today, I now know the true meaning of the word. You, Portia, are the air that I breathe. You are my lungs, my eyes, my heart, he says. I blink quickly, trying to hold back the tears as best I can as he continues. I had a life before you, but it's all a blur. Now it's a life I can't imagine without you. To you, your love for me, I will deliver the world at your feet. That's the way I have loved you. Love you now, and will love you forever, my darling, till our days are done.
Chapter 46. Willem. We're having a wonderful time at our wedding reception. Still, we want to be alone for a little while and enjoy some peace and quiet. Did you enjoy the ceremony, my love? Oh, I did. Especially after I got over my nerves and I could breathe again. I laugh. You too? Portia's chin falls in surprise. You? Are you serious? You looked so calm that I wanted to crawl into you so I could calm down. Now, I really laugh. I pull my beautiful wife in closer to me and just hold her close. Portia is laughing as well. She wraps her arm around my waist. Let's walk for a while. She pulls her gorgeous heels off and holds them in one hand. Now she's about 6 inches shorter. We keep our arms around each other's waists and walk slowly down the beach, just enjoying our togetherness. After a few minutes, we decide to return to the reception. After all, we don't want anyone missing us, right? Portia giggles. Did you see my parents right after the ceremony? I look down at Portia. Yes, they were brighter than those halogen lights. Ha! I have to laugh. Mom finally reached her goal, got her son married off, and this time she was there to see it. Portia dissolves into peals of laughter. As we enter the hotel, the resort manager comes up to us. Is everything going as you like it? It's perfect. The food, the drinks, the ice sculpture, all of it. And the decorations are beautiful. Ah, very good. How did you meet each other? I look at Portia. She smiles and nods her head. I tell the manager how we met and fell in love. I include our first wedding ceremony as well. The manager beams. I have a monthly magazine featuring one couple's wedding and reception. I would love to put your story in for an upcoming issue. May I take pictures of you for that issue? How you met is so beautiful and unusual. We both laugh and agree. Ours is probably a story like nobody has ever heard before, Portia remarks with a smile. We exchange phone numbers. When the manager is ready to write our story, he will contact us. He takes photos of us and the room where our reception is taking place. Finally, we return to our seats at the bridal table. One of the servers brings our meals to us. Filet mignon, broccolini, garlic mashed potatoes, and a fresh green salad. Portia takes delicate tastes of everything, and her eyes get brighter and brighter with each taste she takes. "Is it good?" "Oh, it is so delectable. The meat is absolutely tender, and the broccolini tastes just like it was picked today. You've made me hungry." I grab my knife and fork and dig in. She is right. I have never tasted a protein that is so flavorful. The garlic mashed potatoes hold a delicate hint of garlic. When the dancing starts, we share our first dance as a married couple. Then I dance with Mom, and Portia dances with Fontaine. Seeing her happiness at being able to share this day with her family makes me even happier that we were able to have the wedding here. Her younger brother and sister are dancing and running around with the other kids at the reception. Eventually, I get to dance with my miniature sister-in-law. Who knew she had such a bright personality? She giggles at every joke that I tell. Portia dances with Peter, and I dance with Portia's mother. Then my parents dance with Portia's parents. Dad dances with Portia. Finally, I dance with Mom. She's beaming absolutely over the moon now that I'm married. "Happy, Mom?" "Of course," she says. "I don't know why you were resisting marriage for so long." "Mom, I wasn't resisting marriage. I wasn't attracted to the women you introduced to me. They just weren't right for me. Portia is. She makes me a better man." What made them wrong for you?" I consider this. Should I really try to answer? Then I notice my sister Winona laughing with a handsome man. The sight encourages me to try to explain myself. "Okay, I'll give you an example. The woman I was out with when I first met Portia. If anything happened that she didn't like, she literally whined. It could have been the drink, the appetizer, or the entree. It got old fast." "Whined? I never heard her do that." The song ends and I escort Mom back to her table. Then I decide to walk outside with her so we can continue this conversation. I wave at Portia and indicate that I'll be back in a few. "Let's go outside for a few minutes." I met her through her mother. She was lovely, polite, well-dressed, and she spoke like an adult. "Okay, I'll grant you that. But, Mom, she was on her best behavior. Am I right that you discussed me with her or her mother?" "Huh. Yes, I did, a few days before. Her mother arranged for us to have lunch together. She had beautiful manners. Mom, I wasn't going to say anything. Then I saw Winona. She looks happy. Did she come with a date?" Mom wrinkles her nose. "Yes, but he's not one that I would have chosen." Mom's voice slows, then stops. Her eyes widen and she gasps. "Am I doing the same thing to her that I was doing with you?" I nod. Looking out over the ocean, I sigh. "It's exactly what you were doing with me. Mom, I know you want me to be happy with a partner. I am. Now. But if I had married any one of the women you introduced me to, chances are I would either be unhappily married, or I would have done something drastic, like move." I look intently into her eyes, trying to be gentle. "Mom, you and Dad raised two mature adults who can think for themselves. We know what we want. I know you introduced these women to me with the best of intentions. But I'm very happy, and I'll bet that Winona is too." I squeeze her shoulder gently. "So your taste in women isn't the same as mine?" "Exactly, and it's probably the same for Winona. Willem, it wasn't easy to hear this, but I needed to. And I appreciate that you told me in such a loving way. I'll stop finding men that I think are good choices for your sister." Mom pulls me into one of her unique mom hugs. We go back inside, and I rejoin my wonderful wife. Chapter 47. Willem. Portia and I have been married for 2 years. Our marriage is loving and harmonious, and we are parents. Our son's name is Wyatt Peyton Strome, and he is such a wonderful baby. I can't believe that 2 years have already passed. Well, more like flown by. I wake up every morning knowing that I am fortunate enough to wake up next to Portia. This morning, Portia seems more sentimental than normal. "I just can't believe that we are here, at this moment in our lives, and that we're Wyatt's parents, Portia gushes. She runs her finger gently down the baby's rounded cheek and bends over to give him a loving kiss to his downy head. Today's a work day. Sadly, I'm going to have to get up and get ready for work. Then I'll spend the next 8 or 9 hours at the office, separated from my beautiful family. I know it all sounds like some sugary sweet commercial, but it's exactly how I feel. Every minute that I am not in our home, I will miss both Wyatt and Portia. Are you getting up to get ready for work? Portia looks up from our now sleeping son. Yeah. I keep my voice soft. I'll go shower and dress. I bend over and brush a kiss over Wyatt's soft forehead. I'll put him in the bassinet in the family room and make breakfast. Thanks. Let me know if you need help with Wyatt. No need. He'll sleep until his next feeding. I shave and take my shower. Thankful that today is Friday, I choose my suit, shirt, and tie. As I dress, I smell breakfast cooking, coffee, pancakes, and turkey bacon. My stomach growls. Portia put us both on the same diet that her father is on. After breakfast, I give her a thorough kiss and place a soft kiss on my son's forehead. I'll be back between 5 and 6 tonight. That sounds good. I'll plan dinner, then we can just stay in and relax for tonight. A few hours later, I look up when there is a gentle knock on my office door. Come in. I'm deep in the accounting spreadsheets for the month. Hey, Daddy, I wanted to come see you. Portia's voice is tender as she walks in with Wyatt in the carrier she wears around her back. Hey, I'm glad you came. Is he okay? He's great. We were talking and he decided he missed you. I carefully remove Wyatt from the carrier. You missed me, huh? Wyatt is awake. He looks up at me and coos as he makes bubbles. His tiny hands are flapping all over and he catches me on my chest. Portia laughs. He's discovered he has hands. Got a burp cloth there. He's about to overflow onto me. She laughs again as she searches for the cloth. She softly wipes Wyatt's chin dry, then places the cloth on my shoulder. Lift him up a little more. Hey, there's my Wyatt! Jeff hurries in to admire my son. Can I take him, Portia? Sure, but put the cloth on your shoulder. He's probably starting to teethe. She grimaces. Fun. Where are you headed, Jeff? I ruffle my son's wavy auburn hair. Down to the second floor. If the ladies hear he was here and they didn't get to see him, there will be a price to pay. I chuckle. Yep. Go ahead, but don't be too long. Jeff nods and leaves. Portia tries to follow Jeff, but I pull her back, wrap her in my arms, and kiss her. Portia, teething? He's not even 5 months old yet. It starts at different times for each baby, but all that drooling, that's a sign. He's not screaming in pain yet. Can we give him anything for it? She nods. I called his pediatrician. She said we can give him baby acetaminophen or baby ibuprofen if he's very fussy, but we should mostly just wait it out. We can let him chew on teething rings. But that's about it. Wear noise-canceling earplugs. That's for us. Portia chuckles. It's not a bad one either. I'll order and have them delivered here. We sit on the love seat in my office. Portia gets me caught up on everything the baby did. He's discovered he has toes. I'm just afraid he's going to bite down when he's in pain. Oh? So he's putting them in his mouth? Yeah. I'll put his soft shoes on him when he's awake. I wrap my arm around Portia's shoulders. You know, we need a date night tonight. We can take Wyatt to my parents. They would love to watch him. Yeah, I like that idea. I need to be with adults again. I laugh and we continue to visit. Eventually, Jeff brings the baby back. He also comes in with several baby gifts. He hands the bag to me as Portia takes the baby. They love him so much. Willem, you're going to have to bring him here until he starts school, or they will revolt. Ah, did they tell you that? Jeff nods. Portia, can you bring him in on good weather days? Sure. It gives me more time with Willem. Bring him closer to lunch so we can go out and eat. I'm sure people here will be happy to spend time with him, I suggest. I can do that. I just need to make sure I have my milk in a bottle. Portia and I decided she would breastfeed the baby. Her mom made a great suggestion, saying that we should teach Wyatt how to drink from a bottle. She pointed out that Portia may not always be there when he's hungry. With a bottle, there's no need to make him wait until Portia is free, and others can help with the feedings. This idea alone made so much sense that we acted on it right away. After I get home from work, we begin getting ready for our date night. Portia feeds Wyatt as I make sure he has everything he could possibly need in his diaper bag. Then we take him to my parents' house. After we drop the baby off, we head over to our favorite restaurant where we order drinks and our meal. I put my hand on Portia's. Did you make sure that Wyatt has enough bottles of milk to get through the night? We learned that if Portia has any alcohol, she needs to feed him a bottle instead of nursing. I sure did. I grinned deviously at my gorgeous wife. Then, Mrs. Strome, are you ready to celebrate your freedom for the night with your loving husband?